Chapter 321, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. The moment Liu and Fairy Luo he descended, everyone present seemed to see all kinds of extraordinary scenes. It was as if flowers were falling from the sky and golden lotuses were surging on the ground. It was as if multicolored light was shining and auspicious clouds filled the sky. They even heard immortal music echoing in. Knock 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 knock. Ao Bing looked at Liu in a daze as if she was stuck in it and could not extricate herself. The sound of drums or her own heartbeat echoed in her ears. As for Holy Sun Yun Ke, he looked at Fairy Luo. He in a daze for a moment. He felt as if he had returned to the Luo River on the pleasure boat. The figure that he dreamed of danced and sang loudly. Thump! 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 With Liu's arrival, the sound and rhythm of the drums became more and more like a person's heartbeat. In the end it coincided with his heartbeat. Liu looked at the dusk drum in surprise, then at the stone tablet below. Whoever sounds the dusk drum shall have it. Liu smiled. I wonder how this will be calculated now that it's playing itself. However, since the rules dictated that whoever struck the dusk drum would obtain it, he could not break the rules. He flew forward and raised his hand to gently knock on the drum. Thud! A loud drumbeat reverberated through the air, deafening everyone. Even space seemed to tremble. Everyone's faces turned paler. The magic power in their meridians surged violently, almost breaking through. As for Granny Lulan, she was in an even worse state. She was about to turn into a blood fountain. At the same time, the dusk drum instantly flourished with golden light before it flew up automatically. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, it rapidly shrank into a small drum that flew in front of Liu. It's that easy. Everyone from the Blood Soul world was shocked to see Liu obtain the dusk drum so easily. He had only knocked casually, and that could not even be considered knocking. The dusk drum that even Granny Lulan's magic power could not sound was struck just like that. This was simply unacceptable. Meanwhile, Granny Lulan had already given up on treatment. They watched everything in shock as blood gushed out of her mouth. Gongshu Ling greets the revered god. After recovering from his shock, Gongshu Ling hurriedly rushed forward and kowtowed. Although he had never seen Liu with his own eyes, he had seen the statue. However, he had heard of it from Gongshu Jin, so the moment he saw Liu, he guessed that this person must be the revered god worshipped in the temple, Liu. Greetings, revered god. The others from the Gongshu family immediately kowtowed. Upon seeing this, Yi Tsang immediately understood that this extraordinary person was definitely Liu. He immediately rushed forward and kowtowed. Yi family, Yi Tsang greets the revered god. Seeing Gongshu Ling, Yi Tsang and the others' actions, Saint Tian He, Ao Bing, Holy Sun Yun Ke and the Heavenly Fate dynasty were even more surprised. Gongshu Ling and Yi Tsang actually addressed this person as the revered god? Who was this person? However, at this moment everyone looked at the rankings almost at the same time. They looked at the bottom of the 8th divisional pagoda. The information on the dusk drum had indeed changed. Dusk drum owner, Liu. Origin, 3,000 worlds. That's quite a large. He's Liu. Ao Bing's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Liu in surprise. She was once again immersed in his extraordinary state and could not extricate herself. So he's that Liu who has dominated the rankings consecutively, the darling that even the Heavenly Dao cares about. No wonder he's so extraordinary. Ao Bing's eyes sparkled as she watched. He felt as if he was close to the illusory great Dao, giving him the feeling of comprehending it. He is Liu? Holy Sun Yun Ke was also rather surprised. He had thought that his name was Great Immortal Milu, but he did not expect that this person was actually Liu on the rankings. So you're Liu, I've heard a lot about you, nice to meet you. Saint Tian He immediately stepped forward and cupped his hands. Liu smiled in return, but he did not want to chat with everyone. After all, he was not familiar with them and had nothing to chat about. He turned to look at Granny Lulan and the Coral Empress prayer beads beside her. According to the system notification, he knew that it was the Coral Empress prayer beads from the 8th divisional pagoda. Not bad, not bad, killing two birds with one stone. Liu waved his hand and the Coral Empress prayer beads instantly flew into his hand. How could Granny Lulan tolerate this? She immediately disregarded her injuries and whether she could defeat Liu to snatch the Coral Empress prayer beads back. Liu naturally did not intend to keep her. He knew everything she had just done to everyone. Now the Gongshu family and the Yi family could be considered his vassals. As the boss, how could he stand by and do nothing when his subordinates were bullied? Furthermore, this old woman was vicious, leaving her alive would be a disaster. Thud. With a thought from Liu, the dusk drum sounded again. The sound wave contained immense power that instantly drowned Granny Lulan. Granny Lulan's body trembled and froze instantly. Her organs, blood vessels and meridians collapsed inch by inch under the vibration of the drum, turning into minced meat. She opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out. Blood flowed from her 7 orifices and her body weakened. Finally she fell with a bang. Dead. Not bad. Liu was satisfied with the power of the dusk drum. Almost at the same time, the owner of the Coral Empress prayer beads changed. The original owner, Granny Lulan's name, quickly turned gray before it was revealed to be deceased. Immediately after, Granny Lulan's name disappeared and it was replaced by Liu. Coral Empress prayer beads owner, Liu. Origin, 3,000 worlds. That's quite a large crack. The blood god Heavenly Venerable in the blood soul world gnashed his teeth. He saw that the dusk drum and the Coral Empress prayer beads had become Liu's possession. He was so angry that he was about to explode on the spot. Law King Jidu searched for the Heavenly Fate Crystal Ball, but he was killed by Liu. He did not obtain the Heavenly Fate Crystal Ball and even threw in the sky-splitting halberd. However, he never imagined that history would repeat itself. This time when Granny Lulan searched for the dusk drum, she did not obtain it. Instead, she was killed by Liu again and the Coral Empress prayer beads was thrown in. There were only 2 magic treasures of the 8 divisional pagoda left in the blood soul world. Liu, you bastard! I will tear you into pieces, skin you alive, refine your body into blood plasma, drink it bit by bit, and refine your soul into a malicious ghost that will never reincarnate. The blood god Heavenly Venerable trembled in anger. He was no longer in the mood to look at the rankings. He wanted to kill Liu immediately and take back all the 8 divisional pagoda from him. At this moment, countless people from the immortal realm who were watching the rankings immediately noticed the change in information from the 8 divisional pagoda. Everyone was shocked to see the dusk drum and Coral Empress prayer beads fall into Liu's hands. They did not expect Liu to be so quick. Before the rankings were announced, he had already obtained the ownerless dusk drum. He had even killed the red-robed sovereign of the blood soul world, Granny Lulan. In an instant, the various orthodox sects and the factions hostile to the blood soul world were overjoyed and applauded. Chapter 322, Thank you, revered God. Magic Treasure Rankings. Number 9, Demonic Abyss Sword. Magic Treasure Rating, Ancient Divine Artifact. Owner, none. Current World, Burial Earth. Magic Treasure Rankings. Number 8, Chiman Duinjia Disc. Magic Treasure Rating, Ancient Divine Artifact. Owner, Morong Xingqiao. Origin, 3,000 worlds. That's quite a large. As expected, the top 10 is that's quite a large's home ground again. TSK Tisk. The Chiman Duinjia Disc is the ancestor of array formations, a supreme treasure created by the 9 Heavens Dark Lady. Yeah, with the Chiman Duinjia Disc, any array formation in the world can be broken. Another ownerless divine artifact in the Burial Earth world. Today's Burial Earth world is really going to shake the world. This isn't a good sign. What kind of world is this Burial Earth world? Seeing the Burial Earth appear on the rankings again, countless people from the immortal realm suddenly became worried. To most people, the Burial Earth was an unknown and ominous place. However, many top experts from various worlds had already gathered at the entrance of the Burial Earth world, preparing to enter to find those ownerless magic treasures. The entrance to the Burial Earth world was a huge spatial rift that seemed like a natural chasm. On both sides of the divine retribution was the nebula-like cliff wall formed by countless light spots. Countless bolts of lightning of different colors were constantly flashing. The depths of the crack was pitch black, like a black hole that devoured all the light. Waves of sounds of thunder or beast roars reverberated. There seemed to be an unknown figure wandering inside. The crack was like a scar in the starry sky or the mouth of a demon. It was the door to hell, filled with the aura of death and destruction, daunting. Looking up at the demonic abyss sword on the Heavenly Dao rankings again, countless people rushed into the crack. Soon screams and cries sounded, but it quickly calmed down. Magic Treasure Rankings. Number 7, Luo River Diagram. Magic Treasure Rating, Ancient Divine Artifact. Owner of Physique, Liu. Origin, 3,000 worlds. That's quite a large. Oh heavens, it's really Liu again. He really dominated the Magic Treasure Rankings again. Currently only Liu and his faction are on the rankings. This is unbelievable. Looks like Liu is the strongest person in the myriad worlds. To possess so many peerless treasures, Liu must have existed for countless years. Perhaps he's even older than we know. Yeah, this might be an ancient immortal who has survived until now. Everyone could not help but be surprised when they saw Liu's name appear on the rankings again. Everyone had no choice but to reconsider Liu's identity and background. As for the so-called 3,000 worlds, it was the location of that's quite a large. The meaning became even more intriguing. After all, they would never have imagined or believed that an ordinary lower realm faction could have so many extraordinary people and peerless treasures. Luo River diagram? Luo River. Is there a connection between the two? Some people from the immortal realm who were familiar with the Luoha ancient city suddenly thought of this. After all, the mystery, power and strangeness of the Luo River seemed to prove how extraordinary it was. If the Luo River is transformed from the Luo River diagram, then could Liu be the first person to cross the river back then and the controller behind the Luoha ancient city? Someone guessed. Of course, they did not know what had happened on the Luo River not long ago. However, on the bank of the Luo River, many people saw a golden light descend from the Heavenly Dao rankings and instantly land in the Luo River. In an instant, the water of the Luo River suffused with a layer of golden light that flashed. This is the Heavenly Dao's reward. This Luo River is formed from the Luo River diagram. So this is an ancient divine artifact. Oh heavens, no wonder this Luo River is so strange and powerful. Then if this Luo River is a divine artifact, could Fairy Luo he be the artifact spirit? Liu? Could it be the person chosen by Fairy Luo he that day was Liu? Everyone's eyes brightened up as they speculated, but their eyes were filled with shock and disappointment. The fairy we've been infatuated with for so many years is only an artifact spirit. No wonder she's indifferent to us. No, that's impossible. We saw it with our own eyes the day she has flesh and blood. She's definitely not as simple as an artifact spirit. Regardless of whether it's an artifact spirit or not, she no longer belongs here. She has already followed Liu. Silence. Everyone fell into a heartbroken silence again. In the village at the foot of the nine-tailed mountain, Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu, who was shoveling the ground in his courtyard, looked up at the Heavenly Dao rankings and said, "So Cultivator Li is really not in this sect. Yesterday he bought the farmhouse next door to Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming and became neighbors with him. They began a life of seclusion." Ah, no good. Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu's expression changed as he realized that he had accidentally shoveled away the vegetables when he was looking at the rankings. With a tap of his finger, the shoveled vegetables returned to the soil and took root. They grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hey, old Zhong, you can't do this. A head suddenly poked over from the fence beside him. It was Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming. If you want to turn into a mortal, you can't just put on an act. The first rule is that you can't use spells or divine powers. However, you don't have to be anxious. It was the same when I just descended to the lower realm. I think that if we want to truly return to the mortal world, we must first learn to forget our cultivation, our abilities, and even our past. We must become a mortal born and raised here. Moreover, I've really realized how difficult and tempering such a life is during this period of time. I think if we can really become mortal, we can definitely complete an extraordinary transformation and achieve the supreme great Tao. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming said earnestly. It's really difficult to do that. Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu nodded. It had not even been a day and he was already feeling uncomfortable. After all, to their Heavenly Venerables, this process of turning into a mortal was like a modern person who was used to having a phone and Wi-Fi suddenly returning to his original lifestyle. They drilled wood for fire and hunted and farmed. I really don't know how Cultivator Li did it back then. Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu looked at the hoe in his hand and the vegetable garden filled with weeds with a bitter expression. It was something that he could do with a thought, but now he had to shovel it away with a hoe. Just the thought of it gave him a headache. Cultivation, this is cultivation. Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu consoled himself. At the moment after Liu killed Granny Lulan in the chaotic divine region, he kept the others from the blood soul world into the heaven and earth cauldron as nourishment for Little Green. Currently, Little Green had already undergone a metamorphosis under the rewards of the Heavenly Dao rankings. It went from the Life Spirit True Flame to the Life and Death Reincarnation Flame, containing a trace of the Dao of Life and Death Reincarnation. After dealing with everyone from the blood soul world, Liu grabbed the dusk drum and gently stroked its smooth surface. The dusk drum immediately flickered with golden light and emitted waves of cheerful drum beats. At the same time, the instruments in the hands of the people from the Heavenly Cloud Palace seemed to be controlled by an invisible force as they automatically played immortal music along with the drums. Everyone was amazed by this scene, but they were instantly intoxicated by the moving immortal music. The immortal melody seemed to contain some sort of magical technique. Upon hearing it, one would feel refreshed, clear-headed, and light-headed. His weak body regained its vitality and his chaotic magic power calmed down. He felt that his soul had sublimated and his Dao technique realm seemed to have improved. "Thank you for treating us, revered God." Gongshu Ling immediately understood and was overjoyed. He knelt and kowtowed in thanks. Everyone from the Gongshu family and the Yi family followed closely behind and kowtowed in thanks. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing Saint Tian, the people from the Heavenly Cloud Palace and the others returned to their senses. They were equally grateful and immediately bowed with cupped hands. "Thank you, revered God." Li Yu was speechless. Chapter 323, Revered God's Teaching, 1, On the Ancient Road to Heaven. Ao Ing had encountered a strange dream cage during his mission on the fifth heaven. He had been trapped inside for an unknown period of time. No matter how he struggled, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the dream cage. In that illusory and unreal dream, the cycle repeated endlessly. He was well aware that if he could not break free from this dream cage, he would be trapped in this dream forever until his body died. His soul would also be trapped in it forever, unable to escape. Therefore, Ao Ing was afraid. Compared to death, what he had encountered was even more terrifying. Of course, this was after he regained consciousness. Otherwise, he should be immersed in the illusory dream constructed from desire, enjoying the fake glory and joy. He had defeated all the elites of the immortal realm and ascended to the top of the rankings. He had also ascended to the throne of the Dragon King and held great power, receiving the worship and admiration of millions of people. After that, he would unify the immortal realm, establish the immortal court, and conquer the various immortal realms. The dream repeated until Ao Ing suddenly realized that he was in a dream and his consciousness seemed to awaken slightly. However, he could not wake up completely. He felt as if he was in a nightmare. Although he knew that all of this was fake, he could not control his dream self. His soul seemed to be trapped in the dream and he could no longer sense his body. The scene in front of him alternated between blurry and clear. His voice was sometimes sharp and sometimes deep. His consciousness alternated between clear and sinking as he struggled bitterly. Ao Ing also tried to tell himself that everything was a dream, and he tried his best to put down the desires and ambitions in his heart, hoping to break through this dream born from desire. However, his struggles were futile. Suddenly a drumbeat sounded in his ear. Thud. Knock. Knock. As the drumbeat sounded, Ao Ing immediately felt his soul tremble violently. Along with it, he seemed to have instantly sobered up. Thump. 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 Another rhythmic drumbeat sounded. Ao Ing could feel his heart beating along with the drumbeat. Knock. Knock. Ao Ing could feel his blood trembling, his meridians trembling, and the magic power in his body vibrating. Knock. Knock. Ao Ing felt his body tremble as well as the scene in front of him. In the end, with a bang, the scene instantly dissipated. It was replaced by a blurry but extraordinary figure. He held a small drum in his hand and stood in front of him like a god. However, this scene disappeared in an instant. Ao Ing woke up as if he had a nightmare. He sat up abruptly and took a deep breath as if he was saved. "I'm finally awake," Ao Ing said with lingering fear. Fortunately, there was that mysterious drumbeat just now, otherwise he did not know if he could wake up. But where did that drum sound come from? Ao Ing looked around. It was dark here, and dead trees that bared their fangs and brandished their claws stood around like ghosts. The ground was filled with dead leaves and the air was filled with the smell of decay. There was no one within a few hundred kilometers, much less a human figure. Is it an illusion? But it doesn't seem like it. Ao Ing closed his eyes slightly as if he could hear the drumming again. That extraordinary figure from before appeared in front of his eyes again. However, when he opened his eyes, everything disappeared. How strange! Ao Ing was shocked. Although he was trapped in the dream cage just now and did not dare to close his eyes, the drumbeat and that extraordinary figure fascinated him. He closed his eyes again. The drumbeat slowly became clearer and the blurry figure appeared again. Although his exact appearance could not be seen, Ao Ing could still sense how extraordinary he was. Thump! 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 The drumbeat kept reverberating as if it contained some sort of profound power that pulled at Ao Ying's meridians, the surrounding power of heaven and earth, and a certain inspiration in Ao Ying's mind. In an instant, Ao Ying felt as if he had fallen into a mysterious state. His thoughts were clear. The drumbeat was no longer just a sound to him, it sounded more like some kind of great Dao inheritance, some kind of divine power technique. This time Ao Ying did not open his eyes, instead he was immersed in this mysterious state to comprehend the great Dao contained in the drums. After some time he suddenly opened his eyes and an invisible force seemed to surge out of his body. At the same time a drumbeat seemed to sound and the world space shook and the countless withered trees in the surroundings were instantly reduced to dust. Whoosh! Ao Ying heaved a sigh of relief and his eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. Just now he had actually comprehended a supreme divine power from the drumbeat. No, to be precise, that extraordinary figure had taught him a supreme divine power with the sound of a drum. Thank you, revered God, for your teachings. Ao Ying closed his eyes and kowtowed deeply to the figure. He did not know who that person was or why he had taught him a divine power. However, he could not help but feel grateful. That person had not only saved him from the dream prison, but he had also taught him such a powerful divine power. Kneeling and kowtowing were not enough to repay his kindness. Furthermore, when he was comprehending the divine power previously, he felt that he had vaguely heard the term revered God. He did not know if it was his imagination or if he had really heard it. Regardless, in Ao Ying's opinion, that person's extraordinary appearance was worthy of the title of revered God. Rumble. At this moment the ground under her feet suddenly shook violently. Ao Ying immediately soared into the sky. At the same time a giant centipede with a human face crawled out of the ground. The centipede was enormous, like a continuous mountain ridge. It stood in front of Ao Ying, its body extending into the distance. In terms of length, even Ao Ying, who was from the dragon race, could not compare. However, this was not the first time he had encountered such centipedes with human faces. They were everywhere. This fellow in front of him was many times larger than the ones he had encountered previously. Its aura was also stronger. It was clearly the king of this demon. Evil creature, you've come at the right time. I can test the power of my new divine power. A cold glint flashed in Ao Ying's eyes as she formed hand seals. A giant drum and the phantom of a divine dragon suddenly appeared in the air behind him. The divine dragon swung its tail and smashed heavily onto the drum. Thud! A sound wave swept out and instantly swept past the human-faced centipede. The human-faced centipede's expression changed as its squirming body and countless claws froze. Immediately the armor-like outer shell cracked open and bodily fluids seeped out. Its towering body smashed down with a bang, deader than dead. This divine power is indeed powerful. Ao Ying was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect that a single strike would kill the human-faced centipede king, who was countless times stronger than before. It had to be known that it had taken some effort to kill those ordinary human-faced centipedes. With this divine power it'll be much easier for me to clear the level. Ao Ying was overjoyed. I have to give this divine power a name. What should I call it? Ao Ying frowned and fell into deep thought. This name had to be unique and sounded impressive. He recalled the feeling when he first comprehended this divine power. The drums sounded and his meridians shook. When he used his divine power, the drumbeat sounded, shattering his meridians and organs. Yes, it's called the Great Meridian Art. Chapter 324, Location of the Kongtong Seal. After putting away the dusk drum and the Coral Empress prayer beads, Li Yu did not stay any longer and immediately flew away with Fairy Luo He. Goodbye, revered God. Gongshu Ling Yitsong and the others immediately shouted. Ao Bing looked at Li Yu's departing figure reluctantly. Her eyes were filled with disappointment and her heart suddenly felt empty. She really wanted to look at him a few more times. She wanted to stay by his side and sense the extraordinariness of his body and the rich Dao runes he emitted. She even thought of a reason why she could stay by his side even if she was only his servant. The thought gave Ao Bing a fright. As a dignified great saint of the Dragon King Hall, a proud daughter of heaven, her looks and talent were the best in the world, and she had countless admirers. Countless elites of the immortal realm were willing to kneel under her skirt, and she had never taken any man seriously. However, for someone as proud as her to have such a shameful and humble thought, it did make her feel ashamed and surprised. In the sky, golden light gathered on the magic treasure rankings, and the latest magic treasure appeared. Magic treasure rankings number 6, Kongtong Seal. Magic treasure rating, ancient divine artifact. Owner, none. Current world, 10 realms rift. Li Yu stopped and looked at the rankings. The Kongton seal is in the 10 realms rift? Li Yu thought he did not know where the 10 realms rift was, but he was in no hurry. Gongshujin and Yi Tianqing must know. He was preparing to leave the chaotic divine region and make a trip to the Yi family to inquire about the burial earth world. Of course, the main goal was the Holy Spirit Pearl. Luo, go back to the Luo River first before I figure out the heaven shrouding door. Guard the Luo River for me and don't let anyone pass. Li Yu instructed Luo He. Alright, Luo will protect the Luo River for Master. Fairy Luo He cupped her hands. I wish Master all the best. Okay, go ahead. Li Yu waved his hand. Fairy Luo He immediately left and flew in the direction of Luoha City. In a valley in the chaotic divine region, a large group of figures gathered in a huge rift at the bottom of the valley. The giant crack was new. Like a giant natural chasm, at the bottom of the crack lay an enormous dragon skeleton that stretched for more than 5 kilometers. On the dragon's head was a rusty sword. If not for the extraordinary aura emitted by the sword and the twisted void around it, no one would believe that this was a supreme-grade supreme artifact, the Pan-Emperor Void Sword. At the moment, 5 elders were surrounding the dragon skull, looking at the rusty sword helplessly. Almost all 5 of them stood at the top of the pyramid in the forsaken heaven immortal realm. The Situ family's Holy Lord Patriarch Situ Nyang. The Patriarch of the Phoenix Ancient Cave Tian Nye. Sun God Mountain's Holy Lord Patriarch Lai Yang. The Dragon King Hall's Holy Lord Patriarch Ao Wujin. There was also the Grand Elder of the Human Immortal Sect's Holy Lord Realm, Old Lord Sheng Tian. My old friends, I can choose not to fight with you for this Pan-Emperor Void Sword, but this dragon skeleton belongs to my Dragon King Hall. Ao Wujin said in a low voice. This dragon skeleton was not simple. Every bone was filled with mysterious Dao patterns that contained an extraordinary aura. It was probably the legendary responding dragon bone, or the even more powerful ancestral dragon bone, or an ancient dragon freak. In short, this was definitely an extraordinary existence. To the dragon race, the value of this skeleton was not inferior to the Pan-Emperor Void Sword. You make it sound like you can pull out that Void Sword just because we ask you to. Old Lord Sheng Tian of the Human Immortal Sect mocked. The few of them had already been studying it for a long time. They had used all their abilities but were still unable to pull out the Pan-Emperor Void Sword, let alone refine it to recognize its owner. Why don't the 5 of us give it a try together? The Situ family's patriarch Situ Nyang suddenly suggested. Then if we pull out this sword, who will it belong to? Sun God Mountain's patriarch Lai Yang asked coldly. Then let's discuss a plan that will satisfy everyone. Situ Nyang added. The Dragon King Hall only wants this skeleton. Ao Wujin said. In your dreams, the value of this skeleton is not inferior to the Pan-Emperor Void Sword. Your Dragon King Hall can forget about monopolizing it. Lord Sheng Tian said coldly. Although this dragon skeleton was not of much use to the Human Immortal Sect, he did not want the Dragon King Hall to obtain it. What does your Human Immortal Sect want this skeleton for? Ao Wujin asked coldly. Treat it like a club, a decoration, a stepping stone. It's fine even if we feed it to a dog. Lord Sheng Tian sneered. Are you trying to make things difficult for my Dragon King Hall? Ao Wujin glared at him. Their Dragon King Hall had a deep grudge with the Human Immortal Sect, and Grand Supreme Elder Sheng Tian had fought with him for countless years. Looking at the argument between Sheng Tian and Ao Wujin, Situ Nyang had a headache. It seemed that the idea of the 5 of them working together was probably impossible. At the moment, the people from the various families who had followed them could only wait at the side and watch everything silently. Suddenly the Pan-Emperor Void Sword trembled as a dark light flashed on its surface. Immediately the rust on the sword rapidly dissipated and it was replaced by a brand new and extraordinary sword. Upon seeing this, the 5 holy lords Situ Nyang, Tian Nye, Ao Wujin, Lai Yang and Sheng Tian looked at the Pan-Emperor Void Sword in surprise. Could it be, it has finally awakened? Everyone guessed that the Pan-Emperor Void Sword had just awakened. They thought that a turning point had appeared. Therefore no one rushed forward at the same time, wanting to be the first to draw their swords. However, the Pan-Emperor Void Sword shook again and a circle of spatial ripples spread out. Situ Nyang, Tian Nye, Ao Wujin, Lai Yang and Sheng Tian felt as if space had suddenly frozen. Immediately after, the spatial ripples that had previously spread out were like a rolling wave that rapidly surged back to the center from the surroundings. At the same time, the space around the Pan-Emperor Void Sword collapsed, forming a giant vortex. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the dragon's skull, the Pan-Emperor's Void Sword, and the 5 holy lords Sitanya Yang Tian Nye Ao Wujin Lai Yang and Sheng Tian disappeared on the spot. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the surrounding families changed drastically as they looked at everything that had disappeared in shock. Patriarch, they can't have transmigrated, right? Almost at the same time, Liu, who had just passed by a city on the outskirts of the chaotic divine region, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at the suddenly distorted void in front of him in surprise, then a massive object appeared out of thin air. Liu focused his gaze and could not help but be even more surprised. It was a gigantic skull that was like a small mountain with a gigantic sword shadow stabbed into it. In the sword shadows there were 5 old men who seemed to be restrained. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they floated in the air without moving. What's going on? Liu was slightly surprised. Immediately the giant sword shadow shrank back and the 5 elders regained their mobility. Their bodies rushed forward uncontrollably and almost collided. The appearance of the giant skull instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the city below. After all, they were all looking up at the Heavenly Dao rankings in the sky. The skull appeared out of thin air like a small mountain, blocking many people's view. The Pan-Emperor Void Sword trembled again, then under the shocked gazes of Sitanya Yang Tian Nye Ao Wujin Lai Yang and Sheng Tian, it automatically flew up from the dragon skull. Then it circled around and flew towards Liu. Chapter 325, Delivering Itself to Me. 1. Ding, collected the Pan-Emperor Void Sword. Liu only returned to his senses when the system's voice sounded. It turned out that the sword flying over was the ownerless Pan-Emperor Void Sword. But, did this sword chase me here? Thinking back to what he had just seen, Liu guessed the truth and could not help but smile. He did not expect such a thing to happen. He did not plan to find the Pan-Emperor Void Sword after all. Compared to opening the Heaven Shrouding Door and collecting the 8 Divisional Pagoda, the Pan-Emperor's sword was not that attractive to him. Furthermore, in his opinion, he could not lose this sword. Even if it fell into the hands of others, he would have a way to snatch it in the future. However, he did not expect the Pan-Emperor Void Sword to come knocking on his door. It even sent those old men who wanted it over. Looking at the interesting expressions on the 5 old men's faces, Liu could imagine everything. At the moment, Sitanya Yang Tian Nye Ao Wujin Lai Yang and Sheng Tian looked at Liu in shock and the Pan-Emperor Void Sword that had automatically fallen into his hand. On the one hand, Liu's extraordinariness shocked them. On the other hand, the Pan-Emperor Void Sword had actually flown into Liu's hand by itself. Furthermore, the Pan-Emperor Void Sword had traveled thousands of kilometers to this place. They were well aware that they had just been teleported by the Pan-Emperor Void Sword from the depths of the chaotic divine region to the sky above the chaotic god city. The Pan-Emperor Void Sword that they could not pull out no matter what they did had actually delivered itself to their doorstep. The contrast made their hearts ache. Comparisons are odious. More importantly, they had never seen or even heard of such a thing in their lives. At this moment, many immortals in the chaotic god city flew over out of curiosity. Everyone was shocked, not mentioning Liu's extraordinary abilities. Just the powerful auras of the 5 Holy Lord Realm experts were enough to make them tremble in fear, and they did not dare to take a step forward. They only dared to look from afar and did not know what was going on. Furthermore, as the Pan-Emperor Void Sword was pulled out of the dragon's skull, it rapidly disintegrated into dust that dissipated with the wind. Seeing this, Ao Wujin's heart ached so much that he was about to cry. My dragon head! Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the world. Ao Wujin's eyes flashed as he looked up at the sky in surprise. An illusory dragon's shadow surfaced above and circled around. It was a majestic phantom of a giant dragon that looked like an azure dragon but had golden dragon horns and fur. It's really the ancestral dragon. Ao Wujin was shocked. He did not expect that the dragon bone was really the ancestral dragon's. This made Ao Wujin's heart ache even more. The bone of the ancestral dragon was extremely precious to the dragon race. It was even more precious than the Pan-Emperor's Void Sword. In the end, it turned into ashes just like that. I wonder if the dragon bones in the valley can be preserved. Ao Wujin prayed in his heart. Nye Yang Tian Nye Lai Yang Sheng Tian and the others were also surprised. It was their first time seeing the ancestral dragon with their own eyes. Even though it was only an illusion. The giant dragon phantom circled in the air for a few rounds before rapidly shrinking. In the end it transformed into a small dragon the size of a baby's arm that was even more corporeal as it flew towards Liu. After circling around Liu for a few rounds it jumped onto Liu's shoulder and roared at the sky. Roar! Perhaps it was because it had shrunk, but this dragon roar sounded a little cute. Liu turned to look at the little dragon on his shoulder. In surprise he had to admit that even this mighty and domineering ancestral dragon looked a little cute when it turned into a tiny thing. Seeing Liu look over, the little dragon wagged its tail, then tilted its head and rubbed it against Liu's neck. Was it wheedling? The mighty ancestral dragon was actually wheedling to that person. Ao Wujin was dumbfounded as his worldview collapsed. He was well aware that this little dragon should be formed from the ancestral dragon's essence soul. Although it had transformed into a little dragon, it was still a grand ancestral dragon. It was the ancestor of their dragon race, the strongest existence in the dragon race. It was a divine dragon at the creation god level. Yet such a noble ancestral dragon was actually wheedling to this person in front of it. Look, that Pan Emperor Void Sword. There was a commotion among the spectators in the distance, and someone noticed the changes on the magic treasure rankings. Owner of the Pan Emperor Void Sword, Liu. Origin, 3,000 worlds. That's quite a large. Liu. He's Liu. The eyes of the 5 old fellows widened. It turned out that this extraordinary person was Liu. They had guessed and imagined who Liu would be and what he would look like. However, after seeing it today, they finally understood what it meant by knowledge-limited imagination. However, when they learned of Liu's identity, they suddenly understood. No wonder this person could dominate the rankings consecutively. No wonder he could obtain the favor of the Heavenly Dao rankings. This person was really too extraordinary. He's the true chosen one. This was a god, the embodiment of the great Dao. Liu put away the Pan Emperor Void Sword and reached out to touch the little dragon. Then he stepped into the air and disappeared under everyone's stunned gazes. However, just a moment ago the information about the new magic treasures on the rankings caused another stir. Magic treasure rankings number 5, Xianyuan Sword. Magic treasure rating, ancient divine artifact. Owner, Shinjizi. Origin, unknown. Magic treasure rankings number 4, Pango Banner. Magic treasure rating, ancient divine artifact. Owner, Shinjizi. Origin, unknown. Another unknown person. And who is this Shinjizi? He actually has 2 ancient divine artifacts. There are indeed some mysterious mighty figures hidden in the myriad worlds. Yeah, Shinjizi, I've never heard of this name. The most terrifying thing is that unknown background. It's intriguing. Pango Banner Xianyuan Sword TSK Tisk to possess these 2 ancient divine artifacts at the same time. This person is indeed not simple. In the sky above the chaotic god city, Sitanyang Tian Nye Ao Wajin Lai Yang and old Lord Sheng Tian had just recovered from the shock brought by Liu when they were shocked again by the appearance of Shinjizi on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Have you heard of this person? Situ Niang asked. Everyone shook their heads. There are still many things we don't know in the myriad worlds. I wonder who this person is. The few of them sighed as their expressions turned grim. As Liu flew, he looked at Shinjizi and was slightly surprised. He did not expect another unknown fellow to appear. However, Liu did not think too much about it. He looked ahead and saw that the Yi family was already in front of him. Just as Liu arrived at the Yi family, the blood god Heavenly Venerable arrived near the chaotic divine region. Liu, today is the day of your death. The blood god Heavenly Venerable had a ferocious expression as a cold glint flickered in his eyes. He noticed a new change in the Heavenly Dao rankings. The Holy Spirit Pearl that originally belonged to Yi Tianqing had become Liu's. A trace of surprise flashed through the blood god Heavenly Venerable's eyes. He's actually in the Yi family. Not long ago he saw that the owner of the Pan Emperor Void Sword had become Liu. Logically speaking, he should still be in the chaotic divine region. Why did he suddenly come to the Yi family? Without any time to think, the blood god Heavenly Venerable immediately turned around and flew towards the Yi family. Chapter 326, Blood God Heavenly Venerable dead. Magic treasure rankings number 3, Eastern Emperor Bell. Magic treasure rating, ancient divine artifact. Owner, none. Current world, secret. As expected, I had to hit the bell. Li Yu thought to himself when he saw the Eastern Emperor bell on the rankings. According to the system's notification, this Eastern Emperor bell needed to be struck to activate. Perhaps only by activating it could it recognize its master. The appearance of the Eastern Emperor bell on the rankings caused a commotion in the Yi family residence. TSK, the third place is actually the Eastern Emperor bell. The legendary primordial heavenly court, the magic treasure of the heavenly emperor Donghuang Tai. I didn't expect it to really exist in this world. Yeah, this Eastern Emperor bell is also known as the Chaos Bell. It's a connate cardinal treasure born from heaven and earth when the world was created. That's right, it's a divine artifact comparable to the creation god in the primordial era. It's said that when the world was created, Donghuang Tai used it to suppress the nebulous primordial chi. I didn't expect that such a connate cardinal treasure was only ranked third. Looks like the top two are likely to be connate cardinal treasures born in the primordial era. Could it be Pango's heaven-splitting divine axe or the Nuwa stone? That's possible. Whoever obtains this divine artifact will probably possess power comparable to the creation god. This ranking is getting stranger and stranger. The Eastern Emperor bell no longer shows the modern world. It's probably because this Eastern Emperor bell is too precious. It's afraid of triggering a calamity, so it's kept a secret. Those fated will get it. Even if the owner appears, it might be kept a secret. That's possible. The discussions of the Yi family fell into Li Yu's ears. He could not help but sigh that imagination was indeed a good thing. These people could actually imagine so many possibilities. However, the truth was that the Eastern Emperor bell was in his misty immortal island. The Heavenly Dao rankings were kept a secret because of him. Looks like I have to strike the bell to activate it if I want to turn this Eastern Emperor bell into my magic treasure. Sigh, another troublesome magic treasure. Cultivator Li, this Eastern Emperor bell will definitely belong to you in the future. Yi Tianqing suddenly said with a smile. He was not flattering Li Yu in his opinion. Only Li Yu was worthy of possessing such a divine artifact. Of course. Li Yu was not modest. The Eastern Emperor bell was with him now, so it naturally belonged to him. After he arrived at the Yi family, Yi Tianqing tactfully handed the Holy Spirit Pearl to Li Yu before he could ask for it. Li Yu was satisfied with Yi Tianqing's performance. He accepted the Holy Spirit Pearl and returned the 9-cauldron divine hammer to Yi Tianqing. After all, he already had so many magic treasures that he could not remember them all. There was not much use keeping so many magic treasures. Since the Yi family had submitted to him, he naturally had to leave some trump cards for them. Otherwise, if they were bullied in the future, he would have to help them regain their reputation. It was too troublesome. My underling can't be too weak either. Oh yes, Yi Tianqing, do you know anything about the burial earth world? Li Yu suddenly asked. Yi Tianqing hurriedly bowed and replied, I know a little. Does Cultivator Li want to enter the burial earth world? That's right. Li Yu nodded. There are many legends about that place. Some say that it was the cemetery of the immortals of the ancient immortal realm in the past, and many immortals were buried there. Some said that it was a battlefield in ancient times where countless ancient heroic spirits and many evil beings were buried. Some said that it was a world used by the ancient immortal realm to imprison, seal and bury some foreign creatures and ancient freaks. Others say that it was once the Netherworld, the underworld of the dead. In short, there are all kinds of theories, but one thing is certain, that place is indeed extremely dangerous. It's the most dangerous place known in the myriad worlds. There might be living beings stronger than heavenly venerable realm experts there, and there were many strange and unfathomable evil beings. At the same time, there were many unknown terrors there. Entering it might result in misfortune, curses and disaster. Our Yi family's ancestors had also entered there before, but they never returned. There was once a dynasty in the forsaken heaven immortal realm called the Great White Dynasty. Not long after their emperor returned from the burial earth world, the Great White Dynasty was suddenly destroyed overnight. Countless people in the dynasty had their vitality extracted and died. There were many similar examples. Of course, there were also many people who did not encounter any mishaps after entering the burial earth world and returned safely. For example, the new emperor of the Phoenix ancient cave Huowu. Furthermore, with Cultivator Li's extraordinary strength, any evil or ominous beings would definitely take a detour. No burial earth creature is your match. I believe that your trip will be smooth sailing, Yi Tianqing said sincerely. Hearing Yi Tianqing's words, Li Yu became even more curious about the burial earth world. A strange place with many magic treasures hidden. Just the thought of it was exciting. Li Yu, get the hell out here and accept your death. At this moment, a voice augmented by magic power resounded through the sky. The Yi family residence, which was filled with discussions, immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at the sky in shock, wanting to see where this idiot had come from. In the end, blood-red clouds enveloped the entire sky and even blocked the Heavenly Dao rankings. A bloody aura spread down and enveloped the entire Yi family city. So it's that idiot, the blood god Heavenly Venerable. Upon seeing who it was, everyone from the Yi family came to a sudden realization. They knew that the blood god Heavenly Venerable had come to seek revenge on Liu. The changes in the Coral Emperor's prayer beads on the magic treasure rankings earlier had already explained everything. Liu had killed the red-robed sovereign of the blood soul world, Granny Lulan. Therefore they were not surprised to see the blood god Heavenly Venerable seeking revenge. However, they did not expect that the blood god Heavenly Venerable would actually dare to seek revenge on Liu. Although they were both Heavenly Venerables, the blood god Heavenly Venerable was definitely the strongest among them. It was far beyond what Li Huo and the Dark Prison Realm could compare. However, in the opinion of the Yi family, no matter how strong the blood god Heavenly Venerable was, he was probably not Liu's match. After all, he was too extraordinary. It seemed like the blood soul world would cease to exist after today. Thinking about it, this was something worth celebrating and looking forward to. The blood soul world was definitely one of the top threats to the various ancient families of the Grand Desolate World. Many disciples of the Yi family had died in the hands of the blood soul world. It was a pity that no one could truly shake the power of the blood soul world. However, that might not be the case now. Liu, get out here and accept your death. The blood god Heavenly Venerable's figure surfaced from the blood mist. His expression was ferocious as he roared angrily, and his voice shook the faces of everyone from the Yi family to the point of turning pale. Liu looked at the detestable old man in the sky with a strange expression, then looked at Yi Tianqing beside him and asked, "Who is this person?" "The blood god Heavenly Venerable of the blood soul world," Yi Tianqing explained. "Oh." Liu nodded, so it was him. Liu looked at the blood god Heavenly Venerable in the air again and said calmly, "Come here and die." Before he finished his sentence, the high and mighty blood god Heavenly Venerable, who was like a ferocious god that made one shudder in fear, suddenly had a change in expression. His body seemed to be controlled by a power that even he could not resist, and he began to roll. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone from the Yi family, he rolled down from the blood mist and smashed in front of Liu with a bang. Liu pulled out his sword, raised it, and swung it down. The sword light reflected the blood god Heavenly Venerable's shocked and terrified expression as it streaked through the air and past his body. Poof! With a single strike, the blood god Heavenly Venerable was dead. Chapter 327, second on the magic treasure ranking. Silence rang out. Liu's sword slashed down as if he was cutting cabbage, easily slicing the blood god Heavenly Venerable, who reigned supreme in the 9 heavens, into two. Yi Tianqing and the other members of the Yi family were dumbfounded by this scene. They knew that Liu could kill a Heavenly Venerable and possessed the power to destroy a world. They also guessed that Heavenly Venerable blood god was definitely not Liu's match. However, they did not expect Liu to be so terrifying. With a single word, he made the high and mighty blood god Heavenly Venerable roll down from his blood soul domain to accept death in front of him. Then he was killed by a single strike. The process was simple, casual, simple and rough. If it were to spread in the future, even storytellers would not know how to tell this story. They thought that even if the two of them could not fight for 300 rounds, they would at least have to fight for 30 rounds. No matter how strong Liu was, the two of them would probably have to experience a fight. However, who would have thought that a single sentence and a strike would be enough? The blood god Heavenly Venerable, who had once terrified the various large factions, was killed just like that. Of course, although the process was short, the shock and impact were even more intense. Yi Tianqing finally understood the fear of Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming. He was really a god. The blood god Heavenly Venerable lay in a pool of blood. At the same time, a drop of blood essence flew out automatically. Ding! Collected Zhu Juin's blood essence. The system's voice sounded in Liu's mind. Ding! Great Desolate Steel collected. Ding! Blood Drinking Ruler collected. Ding! As the system spoke, magic treasures that originally belonged to the blood god Heavenly Venerable automatically flew into the system space. However, right at this moment, a ball of light that looked like a heart flew out of the blood god Heavenly Venerable's corpse and rushed into the blood mist in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Liu frowned. He knew that the blood god Heavenly Venerable should not be completely dead. He did not expect him to have some tricks up his sleeves. However, it was not that easy for him to escape. Get back here! With that said, the blood mist instantly shrank and finally condensed into the appearance of the blood soul Heavenly Venerable. His face was filled with horror as he struggled to escape, but his body rolled down from the sky again. In the end, it lay in front of Liu again and spat out 3 feet of blood. The blood soul Heavenly Venerable's body seemed to be condensed from blood plasma that emitted a fishy smell. His body's surface kept squirming and one could vaguely see a ferocious face inside. He looked extremely terrifying and disgusting. "Please spare my life, please spare my life, I am willing to submit to the expert forever, please spare my life." The blood god Heavenly Venerable hurriedly begged for mercy. He did not want to die. He had cultivated for countless years to achieve what he had today. Although his physical body had been killed by a single strike from Liu, his essence soul was damaged and he had lost tens of thousands of years of cultivation. He still did not want to die. Still living was better than dying. He was really scared out of his wits and even his soul was trembling. Liu's power terrified him and made him despair. His words were law, and the power of heaven and earth and the laws of the great Dao were all at his disposal. In his opinion, Liu was not human at all. He was a god who had long surpassed all living beings and transcended the world. He regretted coming all the way here to seek revenge on Liu. He should have known that there were many strange things about Liu and how extraordinary he was. It was a pity that his anger had blinded his mind. He was about to die before he even finished reading the rankings. "Submit to me? No need, you're too ugly." As he spoke, Liu slashed again. Swoosh! The blood god Heavenly Venerable's body condensed from blood seemed to have vaporized, turning into mist that dissipated. The heart-like ball of light inside also let out an unwilling wail before finally collapsing into a wisp of smoke. This time the blood god Heavenly Venerable was really dead. Just as Liu killed the blood god Heavenly Venerable, the second-ranked magic treasure was announced on the rankings again. As the top 10 were announced, the attention of the rankings had already reached an unprecedented height. The appearance of the Eastern Emperor Bell made the last 2 magic treasures on the rankings even more anticipated. Magic Treasure Rankings Number 2, Gate of Fortune. Magic Treasure Rating, Ancient Divine Artifact. Owner, None. Current World, Chaotic Star Domain. The Gate of Fortune? Another ownerless item. This divine artifact is actually in the Chaotic Star Domain? Countless people were pleasantly surprised when they saw the Gate of Fortune. Compared to the Burial Earth world, the Chaotic Star Domain was clearly safer, therefore many people immediately set off for the Chaotic Star Domain. Could this Gate of Fortune be the one in the Chaotic Star Domain? Someone suddenly had a bold guess. It's possible. That door might really be an ancient divine artifact. The main world isn't hidden this time. Perhaps it's because we already know the location of the Gate of Fortune. That's possible. Countless people speculated. At the same time, some Heavenly Venerable sovereigns and Holy Lord realm experts cultivating near the door to heaven in the Chaotic Star Domain gathered near the ancient and mysterious door again. They looked at the ancient door that came from nowhere and stood here in surprise and disappointment. The door that they had studied for countless years but could not open. So this door is the Gate of Fortune. So it's only a divine artifact. Everyone was slightly disappointed. There was no Heavenly Dao reward for the ownerless items on the Magic Treasure Rankings. However, just as the Gate of Fortune was on the rankings, the door that had been silent for countless years flickered. Everyone guessed that the mysterious door they once called the Door to Heaven and the Door of Everlasting Life was probably the Door of Creation on the rankings. It was only a magic treasure, not the door to the extraordinary world and the path to godhood in their hearts. It might not be the door that gave them eternal life. Furthermore, even though it was a divine artifact even more extraordinary than the Eastern Emperor Bell and was ownerless, no one could obtain it. Over the years, countless people had studied this ancient door, some even wanted to enter and investigate. However, without exception, no one could understand its power, much less control it. It was the same for them. They had been cultivating here and studying this door for countless years, but they had not made any progress. If not for the Heavenly Dao rankings, they would probably never know the true name of this door. The Gate of Fortune. Not long after the Gate of Fortune was on the rankings, the changes in the rankings instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Look at that blood god Heavenly Venerable's name. The names of all the blood god Heavenly Venerables on the Heavenly Dao rankings suddenly turned gray and the word deceased appeared behind their names. In an instant it was as if a meteorite had fallen into the sea, causing a huge commotion. Countless people gasped in shock. When they saw the changes that followed, they were shocked again. Great desolate steel owner, Liu. Liu killed the blood god Heavenly Venerable. Countless people exclaimed in their minds. Chapter 328, first on the magic treasure rankings. 1. Liu killed the blood god Heavenly Venerable. Countless people exclaimed in their minds. Although they knew that Liu was powerful, they also knew that the blood god Heavenly Venerable was equally powerful. Those were the strongest among the many Heavenly Venerables' powerful existences that many Heavenly Venerables feared. They did not expect such an existence to be killed by Liu. His power had refreshed their understanding again. However, while many were surprised, most were happy. With the blood god Heavenly Venerable killed, the greatest threat to the orthodox sects and human factions was eliminated. Liu is indeed a member of our orthodox sect, the elders of the primordial Dao immortal sect remarked with a smile. Our human race is indeed the strongest race. Liu is indeed the strongest. The human immortal sect master, the Deva sect master, remarked happily. All hail the revered god. Everyone from the Gongshu family knelt and kowtowed in the direction of the temple. At the moment, Heavenly Venerable Xian He was also pleasantly surprised. On the one hand, the blood god Heavenly Venerable was an enemy and a threat to him. Liu killing him was equivalent to helping them eliminate the threat in their hearts. On the other hand, he guessed that Liu should be in the Yi family at the moment. Not long after the Holy Spirit Pearl changed hands, the blood god Heavenly Venerable died. Clearly the blood god Heavenly Venerable had guessed that Liu was in the Yi family, so he rushed over to take revenge. However, the blood god Heavenly Venerable would never have imagined how unimaginably powerful Liu was. Men, bring the gift I prepared for Liu immediately and follow me to the Yi family of the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm, ordered Heavenly Venerable Xianhe. Almost at the same time, Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming, Heavenly Venerable Emptiness, and the others thought of this. They rushed to the Yi family with the gifts they had prepared for Liu. However, the first to arrive was Qin Jingyun. Qin Jingyun brought along several Qin family disciples, 5 beauties selected from the Qin family's direct line of descent, and 3 sons of destiny found in the lower realm not long ago. There was also his ancient saint weapon, the suppression monument, and the many rare treasures that his family had accumulated over the years. He came to give Liu a gift to apologize. Hold on, I'll inform the family head. The Yi family disciple said and walked into the palace. Qin Jingyun waited outside the door with a nervous expression. Beside him was a handsome Qin family disciple, his eyes filled with anticipation. It was Qin Shuhua in disguise. Upon hearing that her father was coming to visit Liu, Qin Shuhua insisted on coming along to see who Liu was. However, Qin Jingyun was afraid that his precious daughter would be fancied by Liu, so he got Qin Shuhua to use a powerful disguise magic treasure to disguise herself as a man from the Qin family and follow him here. After a long while, the person returned again. He cupped his hands and said, "I'm sorry, Cultivator Li has just left." What? Qin Jingyun's expression changed. Why did he leave so soon? May I ask where Cultivator Li went? I don't know, please leave, Master Qin. That person cupped his hands and sent the guest off. Qin Jingyun and Qin Shuhua looked at each other in disappointment. Looks like I can only pay a visit to Cultivator Li's sect. Qin Jingyun thought. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly saw a silver river descend from the sky. It was Heavenly Venerable Xianhe leading a group of beauties over. Master Qin, you're here. Heavenly Venerable Xianhe said with a smile. Then he looked at the 5 women behind Qin Jingyun and said, "The women of the Qin family are indeed magnificent." You flatter me, Heavenly Venerable. How can the women of my Qin family compare to the fairies of the Skywater realm? Qin Jingyun said with a smile. He looked at the beauties that Heavenly Venerable Xianhe had prepared for Liu and could not help but sigh that there were indeed many beauties in the Skywater realm. Heavenly Venerable Xianhe had brought 20 beauties with him, and all of them were stunning beauties. He was tempted. I wonder if Cultivator Li will take a fancy to it. Heavenly Venerable Xianhe sighed. Oh yes, Heavenly Venerable Xianhe. We're unlucky. I heard that Cultivator Li has just left. Ah. Heavenly Venerable Xianhe looked disappointed. Sigh, I was still a step too late. I'm about to head to the Qingyun sect. I wonder if you would like to join me? Qin Jingyun asked. That's good too. Regardless of whether we can see Cultivator Li or not, I'll send you my sincerity first," said Heavenly Venerable Xian He. Hearing the conversation between his father and the Heavenly Venerable Qin Shuhua, who had her head lowered, frowned slightly as a trace of disappointment flashed through her eyes. "I didn't expect Li Yu to be a lecher," Qin Shuhua thought. She did not understand what her father meant when he brought those Qin family women over. Now she understood that it was meant for Li Yu. No wonder her father asked her to disguise herself. He was afraid that Li Yu would take a fancy to her. Qin Shuhua was disappointed when she thought of how Li Yu was actually a person who coveted beauty. She had thought that he would be an extraordinary man, but she did not expect him to be a vulgar person. Just as Qin Jingyun and Heavenly Venerable Xian He were about to leave, Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming and Heavenly Venerable Emptiness flew over one after another. Like Heavenly Venerable Xian He, the two of them brought a large group of beauties. This was especially true for Heavenly Venerable Emptiness. He had brought almost 100 beauties with him. They were all charming in their own ways. In his opinion, an extraordinary expert like Li Yu could not satisfy him without hundreds of beauties serving him at the same time. If not for the lack of time, he would have given Li Yu 1,000 beauties of different styles and races for him to choose from. Chapter 329, First on the Magic Treasure Rankings, 2. Furthermore, he had carefully selected the top 100 from the beauties in his harem that he had yet to enjoy. It would definitely be able to mesmerize Taoist Li every night. Then let's go to the Jingxing realm together, Heavenly Venerable Emptiness said with a smile. Shuhua, you can follow your brothers back first, Qin Jingyun said to Qin Shuhua. Qin Shuhua nodded. She had already lost interest in Li Yu. No matter how strong a lecherous person was, he was only a mortal. He was too boring. Therefore she left with the other Qin family disciples. However, right at this moment the power of heaven and earth fluctuated violently. Multicolored lights and auspicious signs filled the sky. Golden light flourished on the rankings as thousands of phenomena flickered. Upon seeing this, Qin Jingyun, Heavenly Venerable Xian He and the others looked up at the Heavenly Dao rankings. They were well aware that the most anticipated first place was about to be announced. Furthermore, they were no strangers to such a phenomenon. It was a reward that only belonged to the first place on the rankings. It was the same when the first place on the bloodline rankings and physique rankings was announced. I wonder what kind of divine artifact the first place will be. It must be a connate cardinal treasure, a creation divine weapon. I wonder if this divine weapon is also ownerless. The possibility of it being ownerless is high. Such a divine artifact of creation is not something an ordinary person can control. As Qin Jingyun, Heavenly Venerable Xian He, Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming and Heavenly Venerable Emptiness discussed, the golden light on the Heavenly Dao ranking slowly gathered to reveal the first place. Magic Treasure Rankings Number 1, an ordinary looking sword. Owner of Physique, Li Yu. Origin, 3,000 worlds. That's quite a large. Reward, Sacred. Additional reward, Secret. Silence rang out. The moment they saw the first place on the Magic Treasure Rankings, Qin Jingyun, Heavenly Venerable Xian He, Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming and Heavenly Venerable Emptiness widened their eyes and even forgot to breathe. Although they had once guessed that Li Yu might occupy the top spot again when Shinjizi's name appeared when the Eastern Emperor Bell and the Gate of Fortune were on the rankings, their views had also changed slightly. They did not expect that the first place would be Li Yu again. They did not expect the first place on the Magic Treasure Rankings to be an ordinary sword. This puzzled them greatly. What kind of sword was an ordinary-looking sword? At the same time, the countless creatures watching the rankings in the various immortal realms were puzzled. After they saw the Eastern Emperor Bell and the Gate of Fortune on the rankings, they felt that the first place was either the legendary Nuwa Stone or the heaven-splitting Divine Axe. However, no one expected the first place to be such a magic treasure. It was an ordinary sword. This name was exactly the same as the previous human body and type A blood. They even felt that this sword might be as ordinary as its name suggested. It was probably only because it was Li Yu's magic treasure that it could become the strongest. However, Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming, Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu and Heavenly Venerable Xian He, who had seen Li Yu kill the demon Venerable Yin Yu with a single strike, as well as the members of the Yi family who had just witnessed Li Yu kill the blood god Heavenly Venerable with a single strike not long ago, were well aware. It was reasonable for this sword to reach the top of the rankings. Perhaps this was only a peerless divine weapon with a different name, just like Li Yu himself. He seemed to be from a lower realm faction and an ordinary mortal. He did not have a prominent background or any reputation. However, his power was enough to make the myriad worlds submit and reverse the universe. Therefore this sword could not be defined or judged by its name. It should be the strongest magic treasure in the myriad worlds. The blood god Heavenly Venerable should have come to seek revenge on Liu after reading the rankings. Perhaps he would have changed his mind after that. Yi Tianqing teased as he looked at the bloodstains that had not been completely cleaned. Tisk. The reward this time is another secret, and there's even an additional reward. The favoritism of the Heavenly Dao rankings towards Liu is indeed not just a bit. I'm really curious about the rewards the Heavenly Dao rankings give Liu every time. He's so rich and powerful that any reward seems meaningless to him. That's right, and why must it be kept a secret every time? Many people paid attention to the first place reward again. At the moment, Liu, who had once again become the center of attention in the myriad worlds, was also looking at the rewards on the Heavenly Dao rankings curiously. Reward: Primordial Origin True Body. Additional reward: Door to Heaven Appointment Order. Although the rewards of the Heavenly Dao rankings were unknown to others, they could be seen in Liu's eyes. At this moment, a golden light descended from the Heavenly Dao rankings and instantly descended on Liu. An extraordinary token flew over with the golden light. Sensing the golden light begin to transform his body, Liu immediately took out the Mi Lui Mortal Palace and flew in to enter seclusion to absorb the Heavenly Dao rewards. At the same time, in the Qingyun sect, a golden light descended from the Heavenly Dao rankings and instantly penetrated the protective mountain array before landing in Liu's courtyard. It transformed into an extraordinary heavenly gate that no one could see, standing between heaven and earth. At this point, the dust had settled on the rankings, but the chain reaction brought by the rankings was still brewing. Countless people were still fervently discussing the peerless magic treasures on the rankings. They discussed Liu Shinjizi and Ji, the three people who possessed ancient divine artifacts, and they could not calm down for a long time. Of course, many people searched for magic treasures in the ancient battlefield or headed to the burial Earthworld. Liu, who was in the Mi Lui Mortal Palace, had finally fused and absorbed the Heavenly Dao reward to obtain the Primordial Origin True Body. The so-called Primordial Origin True Body was similar to the Great Dao Golden Body. They both added powerful buffs to the body. Now Liu could freely switch between the Primordial Origin True Body and the Great Dao Golden Body. When he switched to the Primordial Origin True Body, his body seemed to have returned to its original state. He could conceal all the extraordinary phenomena and Dao runes and become an ordinary person. However, one could sense and control the energy and power at the beginning of everything. It could be called vital energy or the power of the primordial chaos. This was the ability of the creation god. It possessed the power to split the heavens and earth apart. At the same time, it could return all Dao techniques to the primordial state and all matter to the primordial era. In short, as long as Liu was willing, he could use this power to open up a space in the chaos that was divided by heaven and earth. At the same time, it could turn a space into a chaotic state, make a mountain disappear, and turn into some sort of primitive energy and state. If he combined the Great Dao Golden Body and the Primordial Origin True Body, he would almost have the abilities of a creation god. One created the world while the other revolved the laws of the Dao. If one could possess the ability to create living beings, he might really become a creator. As for the Door to Heaven and Appointment Order, although Liu had only obtained the appointment order so far, he knew that the Door to Heaven had been sent into the Qingyun sect by the Heavenly Dao. Furthermore, when the reward descended, information regarding the Door to Heaven and the appointment order automatically fused in his mind. These two were the magic treasures used by the Heavenly Court of the ancient immortal realm to evaluate, select soldiers, immortals, and confer titles. The Door to Heaven was the end of the ancient road to heaven. As the people of the immortal realm had guessed, the ancient road to heaven was the place where the ancient immortal realm used to test and select immortals. Anyone who passed the ancient road to heaven's trials and tests could truly enter the Door to Heaven and enter the heavenly court to become a heavenly general. As the name suggested, the appointment order was a magic treasure that exercised the authority of appointment and contained many abilities. They could confer titles and manage the immortals of the heavenly court. At the same time, they could be bestowed with certain authority, such as controlling the weather of a world, the cycle of life and death, etc. What does this mean? Do you want me to rebuild the heavenly court? Liu was curious. As he thought, the largest, most eye-catching system pop-up window in history popped up in front of him. On it was the new system mission: rebuild the heavenly court and rule over the myriad worlds. I knew it. Li Yu's eyes widened. He now suspected if the system was in cahoots with the Heavenly Dao rankings. The task of rebuilding the Heavenly Court is not easy. Li Yu rubbed his chin, but this mission should be interesting. Which man did not like power and status? If he could establish the Heavenly Court to rule the world and command the heavens, it would be something to look forward to. Chapter 330, Activating the Eastern Emperor Bell. 1. After Li Yu fused with the primordial origin true body, he discovered that his understanding of the origin of that world had become more thorough, and he had a new understanding of the power contained within. When he used the natural source of the Lingtian immortal realm to experience that world again, he made a shocking discovery. Looks like I really have to make a trip to the Burial Earth world. However, before entering the Burial Earth world, he still had something he wanted to complete. Ring the bell. Activate the Eastern Emperor Bell. As a creation-level divine artifact, Li Yu needed to understand and control its power. Hence he arrived at the misty immortal island from the Mi Lu Immortal Palace. With a thought, Li Yu immediately arrived at the immortal fruit garden. Morong Xingqiao Zhongyu and the others were there. Master, you're back. How was it? Did everything go smoothly? The first to welcome him was the divine beast Qilin. Morong Xingqiao, great immortal Mi Lu, and Zhongyu followed closely behind a group of fairies who were busy in the immortal fruit garden, gathered excitedly. Yes, it went smoothly. Li Yu replied casually. Have you gone to the other side of the Luo River? In fact, Qilin was more curious about the unknown world on the other side than Li Yu. What is there? Qilin asked curiously. It's not much different from other worlds. The Luo River is just a scam. It's a long story. I'll get Fairy Luo He to tell you about it later. Li Yu said. Fairy Luo He? Qilin was even more surprised, and Morong Xingqiao was also curious. The Luo River is formed from a magic treasure. She's the artifact spirit of the Luo River. Now the Luo River has already acknowledged me as its master. Li Yu explained briefly, and then he looked at Great Immortal Mi Lu and continued. Great Immortal Mi Lu, if you're willing, you can join our Qingyun sect in the future and become an elder. In Li Yu's opinion, as the original owner of the misty immortal island, Great Immortal Mi Lu could be considered to be fated with him. In fact, from a certain perspective, he could be considered to have done his junior brothers a favor. I can't ask for more. Great Immortal Mi Lu was delighted and immediately bowed with cupped hands. Over the past few days, she and Zhongyu had learned everything about Li Yu and the Qingyun sect from Qilin. While they were shocked, they were also fascinated by the Qingyun sect and Li Yu. Furthermore, there were people from the Lingtian immortal realm there. This made her look forward to entering the Qingyun sect and cultivating there. Otherwise, she really did not know where to go. Therefore, he was naturally overjoyed when he heard Li Yu's words. Li Yu nodded with a smile, and then he looked at Zhongyu, who was staring at him intently. Miss Zhongyu, follow me to the Immortal Palace. I would like to talk to you alone about your background. Oh, all right. Zhongyu was slightly surprised and even nervous for some reason. She thought that Li Yu would invite her to join the Qingyun sect, but she did not expect him to say such a thing. Zhongyu was not too sure about her background, so she became nervous when she heard that Li Yu wanted to talk to her about it. She was worried that there was something wrong with her background. Li Yu did not say a word as he brought Zhongyu to the Mi Lu Immortal Palace. As she followed behind Li Yu, Zhongyu felt her heart beating rapidly. However, it was not only because she was nervous. Li Yu's extraordinary figure made her heart race. At the moment, the extraordinary great Dao phenomena and Dao runes on his body were hidden, making him look like an ordinary person. However, in Zhongyu's eyes it was still tempting. Furthermore, for some reason she sensed an aura from Li Yu that she was infatuated with. It was a familiar, comfortable, warm aura that she wanted to hug and get close to. When he arrived at the entrance of the Mi Lu Immortal Palace, Li Yu suddenly turned to look at Zhongyu behind him. At the moment, her cheeks were like the rosy glow of the morning sun reflecting the snow. There was a hint of redness in her white skin and she was charming. Her eyes sparkled and she seemed a little nervous, but she was still pretending to be calm. Don't be nervous, we're just having a casual chat about your background in life. Li Yu smiled. However, after saying that, he felt that he was a strange uncle who kidnapped girls. However, his smile instantly relieved Zhongyu's nervousness. His heart seemed to have melted as the strange feeling in his stomach surfaced again. A voice in her heart suddenly seemed to be shouting, "Chat as you please, flirt as you please. Let's go in." Li Yu brought Zhongyu into the Mi Lu Immortal Palace. The door was closed and a layer of restriction instantly enveloped the entire Immortal Palace. After a long while a bell seemed to ring in the sky above the misty immortal island. As the bell sounded there seemed to be a faint moan that made men excited and women blush. Clang! 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 The bell began to ring rhythmically. In the end it became faster and faster. Clang! 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 Great immortal Mi Lu Morom Xingqiu and the group of fairies listened to the bell echoing in the sky in surprise and curiosity. They did not know where the bell came from. Furthermore, the frequency of the bell striking was so fast, fierce, and lasting. Their hearts seemed to be beating violently along with this rhythm, and their bodies tensed up as if they were pressed down and could not breathe. Chapter 331, Activating the Eastern Emperor Bell. 2. After an unknown period of time the bell suddenly stopped. The world seemed to have fallen silent for a moment. Only then did the women feel their tensed bodies finally go limp. At the same time the color of the world suddenly changed. An ancient and mysterious power spread out from the Mi Lu Immortal Palace and instantly swept through the entire misty immortal island. Purple gas filled the sky as multicolored light shone. Immediately an enormous ancient bell surfaced from the purple gas. The ancient bell was like a mountain or a pagoda. It was majestic, emitting 5-colored profound light. The bell was surrounded by the sun, moon, stars, earth, water, fire, and wind. Mountains, rivers, and lands were faintly visible on the surface of the bell, and it was extremely extraordinary. In the next second, the ancient bell suddenly descended and enveloped the Mi Lu Immortal Palace. In an instant, space shook as the power of heaven and earth gathered. The purple gas and light that filled the sky surged towards the ancient bell. At the same time, the Mi Lu Immortal Palace that Liu had placed in the forsaken heaven immortal realm to connect to the outside world was also enveloped by the enormous ancient bell. Purple clouds gathered in the sky above the immortal realm, and red clouds filled the skyballs of chaotic energy condensed from the void and finally gathered above the Mi Lu Immortal Palace like a vortex of tribulation clouds. However, there was no lightning in the vortex, only the chaotic aura was surging. Countless mysterious powers gathered inside before transforming into a tornado-like vortex that descended from the sky into the Mi Lu Immortal Palace. It was injected into the ancient bell. This shocking scene instantly alarmed countless people in the immortal realm. Many powerful divine senses searched for the phenomenon but discovered that a mysterious power seemed to have blocked their divine senses. Everyone did not know what was going on as they searched for the phenomenon and flew over from all directions. However, when they arrived, the phenomenon had already disappeared. The ancient bell that enveloped the hall had also disappeared. They only saw an immortal palace that sat abruptly in the canyon in front of them. Mi Lu Immortal Palace? Everyone looked at the signboard in surprise. Could it be that the appearance of this immortal palace just now triggered a natural phenomenon? It should be, but this immortal palace feels like an ordinary Dao artifact. It doesn't seem like an extraordinary magic treasure. I didn't expect it to cause such an unbelievable phenomenon. Yeah, that phenomenon just now was too shocking. We've never seen such a phenomenon in the world. Everyone discussed as they sized up the Mi Lu Immortal Palace. But it looks like a new magic treasure. Everyone looked up at the magic treasure rankings in the sky to see if there were any new magic treasures on it. He immediately noticed the changes on the magic treasure rankings. Look third on the magic treasure rankings. Everyone looked up and saw that the owner of the Eastern Emperor Bell, ranked third on the magic treasure rankings, had become Liu. Everyone's eyes widened in shock when they saw this. The Eastern Emperor Bell has been found by Liu. How? How did Liu find the Eastern Emperor Bell? This is unbelievable. The rankings have only just been announced and he has already obtained the Eastern Emperor Bell. Yeah, the current world is unknown, yet he can find it like this. Liu is too freakish. An extraordinary person is indeed not something we mortals can understand. Hey, do you think that phenomenon just now was related to the Eastern Emperor Bell? Maybe could the Eastern Emperor Bell be in this immortal palace? In that case, Liu is also in this immortal palace. This immortal palace belongs to Liu. A voice suddenly interrupted everyone's discussion. Everyone looked over in surprise and saw an old man appear out of nowhere. If Liu was here, he might recognize that this old man was the boss of the tea house in Luoha City. Everyone looked at the old man. They did not know him, but they were shocked when they heard his words. In that case, the phenomenon just now was really triggered by the Eastern Emperor Bell. No wonder such an extraordinary phenomenon could appear. However, they could not understand how Liu had found the Eastern Emperor Bell. The news of Liu obtaining the Eastern Emperor Bell shook the myriad worlds again, shocking countless people. They did not expect the Eastern Emperor bell to be found so quickly, and they could not understand how Liu had found it. Of course, everyone who knew Liu could understand, especially the Situ family's patriarch, the Dragon King Hall's patriarch, and the Phoenix Ancient Caves patriarch. In their opinion, the Eastern Emperor bell had probably come knocking on his door again. However, while everyone was paying attention to the Eastern Emperor bell, no one noticed a new change in the magic treasure rankings. The owner of the withered tree sword, Gu Zhang, had already become a member of That's Quite a Large. At this moment, Gu Zhang was already so happy that he forgot about home. This was simply a blessed land for immortals. The immortal aura and Dao runes here were extremely rich, and his cultivation speed here was more than hundreds of times faster than before. They could also drink immortal spring water, eat immortal pills, immortal herbs, and immortal fruits. Furthermore, there were many extraordinary experts and beautiful senior sisters here. Compared to them, his senior sisters and junior sisters, who thought they were as beautiful as fairies in the past, could only be described as ordinary. Chapter 332, Activating the Eastern Emperor Bell. 3. The main reason was that the people here were very friendly, the sect was harmonious, and there was no despairing sense of class, there was no scheming or deception. This allowed Gu Zhang to quickly find a sense of belonging. Compared to this place, his previous sect was worlds apart. The only thing he missed there was his alcoholic master. But if my master knew that I could cultivate in such a blessed land, he would probably be relieved. Gu Zhang thought. Our sect master is the best. The Eastern Emperor Bell has already become our sect master's magic treasure. Look, those masterless, peerless magic treasures on the Heavenly Dao rankings must belong to our sect master. The surrounding senior brothers discussed. We have to work hard on this trip too, we can't embarrass our sect master. Yeah, is anyone coming with me to the Dao Seeking Tower for training? I won't come out until I reach the 9th level this time. Junior brother Gu, do you want to cultivate in the Dao Seeking Tower together? A senior brother hugged Gu Zhang and asked. Sure. Gu Zhang nodded with a smile and followed his senior brothers to the Dao Seeking Tower. Outside the Qingyun sect, Qin Jingyun, Heavenly Venerable Xian He, Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming, Heavenly Venerable Emptiness, and a large group of beauties descended from the sky. This lineup stunned the patrolling disciples at the mountain gate. Of course, it was not that they had never seen beauties before, it was just that they were a little surprised to see such a large group of beautiful women suddenly descend. Furthermore, anyone would take a few more glances at so many beauties at the same time. It's here. The Qin family member leading the way said the last time he came here he was chased away by an old man. Fortunately, the magic treasure rankings sounded the alarm in time. Otherwise, the Qin family would probably be consigned to eternal damnation. Qin Jingyun, Heavenly Venerable Xian He, and the others looked at the mountain gate. Qingyun sect. So Cultivator Li's sect is called the Qingyun sect. It seems like Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu and Heavenly Venerable Laming have been here for some time. Heavenly Venerable Xian He turned to look at the village at the foot of the mountain and thought. At the same time, they sensed the divine senses of Heavenly Venerable Laming and Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu probing over. Looks like our guess was right, said the Heavenly Venerable Emptiness. After we present the gifts, we'll go over and reunite with them. Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming smiled. They were not surprised to see Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming and Heavenly Venerable Xianyi here. He also knew why they were living in seclusion in the village at the foot of the mountain. After all, they had witnessed how extraordinarily Yu was back then, so the other Heavenly Venerables would definitely think of the same thing. There was definitely a reason why an extraordinary person like Liu lived in seclusion here. There must be the cultivation path they wanted to explore and find here. Young friends, please inform them that Heavenly Venerable Xian He, Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming, Heavenly Venerable Emptiness, and Qin families Qin Jingyun have brought gifts for Sect Master Li. Qin Jingyun stepped forward and cupped his hands. Even though he was only facing a mortal, his attitude was still incomparably humble. Another gift? The Qingyun sect disciples were surprised. They looked at the large group of beauties and felt even more puzzled. However, they did not say anything else and only cupped their hands. Please wait a moment, seniors. Chapter 333, Heavenly Venerable Village. 1. After a long while the disciple returned. The person who walked over with him was Elder Nya. Elder Nya was also surprised by his disciple's report. Not long ago, Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu had come to hand over Gu Zhang to Liu. He did not expect a few Heavenly Venerables to form a group to give gifts today. He wondered what was going on in the higher realm. This did not match his previous definition and impression of a heavenly venerable. A mighty heavenly venerable was the top expert on the path of cultivation. He was the master of a world in existence that surpassed the heavens. For many people in the immortal realm, heavenly venerables only existed in legends. They were rarely seen. In the past, it was the large factions of the various immortal realms who worshipped them. They might not even come into contact with them when giving gifts to curry favor. When had he ever seen a group of heavenly venerables come all the way here to give gifts to others? I wonder what the sect master did in the upper realm. Elder Nya was curious in his opinion. Even if they had seen Liu kill the blood god heavenly venerable and dominate the rankings in a row, it was unlikely for them to put down their dignity as heavenly venerables and come to pay a visit. After walking out of the mountain gate, Elder Nya was also stunned by the scene in front of him. At a glance, there was a large group of fairies outside the mountain gate. They were thin and fat, and they were filled with charm. Every one of them was a peerless beauty that was enough to mesmerize all living beings together. They were even more visually striking. However, what surprised Elder Nya was why these heavenly venerables brought so many beauties here. This is our sect's Elder Nya. Seniors, please tell our Elder Nya if you have anything to say. The disciple who reported bowed and cupped his hands. Greetings, heavenly venerables. Elder Nya bowed with cupped hands. I'm flattered, Elder Nya, you're too kind. I hope you don't mind our sudden visit and our intrusion. That's right. The few heavenly venerables hurriedly agreed. I'm the Skywater Realm's Lord Shin Heezy. Heavenly Venerable Xian. He cupped his hands again and said with a serious expression, we were fortunate to see Sect Master Li previously. Seeing how extraordinary he was made us worship him. However, because he was busy with the Flower Realm's matters and had no time to care about anything else, we didn't dare to disturb him. Later on, we were fortunate enough to know that your sect was here, so we came to pay a visit and offer some small gifts to Sect Master Li. We hope that Elder Nya can accept them. On behalf of Sect Master Li. As he spoke, Heavenly Venerable Xian, he looked at the 20 fairies behind him. Although they hesitated, they still walked forward obediently and lined up. Exquisite wooden boxes and jade boxes appeared in their hands, and they were held in front of their chests. The wooden boxes and jade boxes emitted dense immortal energy and Dao runes. The 20 women lowered their heads slightly, their eyes dim and worried. After all, they knew that they were about to be sent to the lower realm as a gift for Liu. Everything here was unknown to them, and the unknown represented fear and uneasiness. Furthermore, who would be willing to leave their hometown and come to a completely unknown place? They did not even know what their future would be like. Although Heavenly Venerable Xian, he had described Liu's appearance and extraordinariness to them, they had never seen it with their own eyes, so they were naturally skeptical and could not imagine it. Furthermore, a lecherous person's appearance and aura in their hearts were never good. This is a connate sacred herb. This is a natural oddity, the one heavenly true water, and this is a supreme grade Dao artifact. Heavenly Venerable Xian, he began to introduce the various rare treasures he had prepared for Liu. Elder Nya's eyes brightened up. As expected of a heavenly venerable, he was really generous. If these treasures were placed in the immortal realm, they would probably attract countless immortals to risk their lives for them. Of course, other than these rare treasures, there are also the 20 fairies of my Skywater realm. They are all proud daughters of our Skywater realm. Every one of them has an extraordinary background, and the lowest cultivation is at the golden immortal realm. Furthermore, they are all talented and beautiful like these two. They are my sisters and my disciples. They possess the water spirit Dao body and have already reached the pseudosate realm. Upon hearing this, Elder Nya's face was filled with surprise. He looked at the 20 fairies and the other 100 beauties. They were all sent by the heavenly venerable to Liu. What was going on? Could it be that he's worried that this woman from the lower realm isn't worthy of Liu, so he specially chose a large group of fairies to send over? Or were they using the excuse of giving gifts to send their disciples' daughters and granddaughters into the Qingyun sect to cultivate? Elder Nya did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he could not refuse Liu's kindness, nor could he say anything. He could only smile and say, Heavenly Venerable Xian, he is too kind. Then I'll thank you on behalf of our sect master. It's not a big deal, it's what we should do in the future. We might have to rely on Sect Master Li's care. Heavenly Venerable Xian, he continued to be polite. At this moment, Heavenly Venerable Emptiness could not wait any longer. He hurriedly walked forward and said, I'm Emptiness of the Great Void World. Like Heavenly Venerable Xian, I also admire Cultivator Li greatly. Cultivator Li's killing of the blood god Heavenly Venerable this time has satisfied me even more. My admiration for you is already like a torrential river. I really don't know how to express my gratitude, so I've specially prepared a small gift for you. I hope your sect will accept it. As he spoke, Heavenly Venerable Emptiness waved his hand. A large group of over 100 beauties walked forward, instantly stirring up a fragrant wind. Chapter 334, Heavenly Venerable Village, 2. After that, Heavenly Venerable Emptiness introduced the gifts he had given Liu. Although they were slightly inferior to Heavenly Venerable Xian, Heavenly Venerable Emptiness still had confidence on his face. He felt that he was definitely the person with the deepest heart. Finally, there are 100 fairies. They are also daughters of famous families from our great void world and the various immortal realms. All of them are proud daughters of heaven with outstanding talent, understanding, and gentle as water. Heavenly Venerable Emptiness began to introduce the fairies he had chosen for Liu. According to him, these women all had unique skills that could guarantee Liu's enjoyment every night. Upon hearing this, Elder Nya was dumbfounded. He felt that there must be some misunderstanding among these heavenly venerables. Why did he feel that they treated the sect master as a lecherous person? What did this sect master do in the upper realm? Elder Nya had 100,000 questions in his heart based on his understanding of Liu. He was definitely not a person who coveted women. Furthermore, there were many peerless beauties in his sect and he had never seen Liu fall for anyone. Compared to beauties, he seemed to prefer delicacies. Elder Nya, please tell Cultivator Li that if he's not satisfied with these fairies, feel free to tell me. I'll definitely prepare more and better beauties for Cultivator Li next time. Heavenly Venerable Emptiness said with a flattering expression. No, these should be enough. I'll thank you on behalf of the sect master. For now, we'll talk about it after the sect master returns. After that, Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming introduced the gifts he had prepared for Liu. They were similar to Heavenly Venerable Emptiness, but he had only prepared 10 women. After the few heavenly venerables finished their gifts, Qin Jingyun walked forward with a guilty expression and cowed out deeply. Greetings, Elder Nya. I'm the Qin family's master, Qin Jingyun. Previously, my Qin family's disciples were blind and had once offended your sect. They deserve to die. I'm afraid and hope that your sect can forget the past. The Qin family is willing to submit to Cultivator Li in the future and do as you please. I hope to obtain your sect's understanding. I've also brought some meager gifts for your sect today. I hope Elder Nya can accept it. As he spoke, Qin Jingyun waved at the people behind him. He had not only brought women this time but also a few men. The first is the Suppression Monument. It's the Qin family's cornerstone ancient saint weapon. It's also the magic treasure on the rankings. This time I present this magic treasure to express my sincerity. Qin Jingyun also began to introduce the gifts he had prepared. He had to admit that he had really invested heavily this time. He had almost emptied most of his assets. After all, this loss was nothing compared to the life and death of the Qin family, the luck and fortune that had been shaved off by the Heavenly Dao. Furthermore, although Qin Jingyun only brought 5 beauties this time, he brought 3 sons of destiny. Elder Nya looked at Qin Jingyun meaningfully. Some troublemakers had come before, but they were basically blocked outside by the Grand Array formation and returned empty-handed. Therefore, he did not know who the other party was. Seeing that Qin Jingyun had even brought his family's legacy ancient saint weapon, it was clear that he was really afraid. It's good that you know. I hope there won't be a next time. I'll accept it on behalf of the sect master. As for whether he forgives your Qin family, that will depend on the sect master. Elder Nya said with a straight face. Yes, I will definitely discipline my disciples strictly in the future and not do anything to offend your sect. Moreover, the Qin family will forever submit to your sect. Qin Jingyun said in horror. Elder Nya nodded and did not say anything else. However, he was secretly pleased. These people in front of him had once been unattainable and awe-inspiring existences. Now he was so humble and polite in front of him, even as reverent as Qin Jingyun. This satisfied Elder Nya's vanity greatly. Although all of this was because of Liu, it felt good to use his connections to intimidate others. The few heavenly venerables specially instructed the fairies they brought along to serve Liu well in the future and not embarrass him. Although most of these women were unwilling, they could not disobey their superiors' orders. They could only obediently follow the flow. Alright, Elder Nya, we won't disturb you anymore. We'll pay a visit after Sect Master Li returns. Heavenly Venerable Xian, he cupped his hands. Alright, I won't send you off then. Elder Nya cupped his hands. Heavenly Venerable Xian, he and the others cupped their hands and left together. After sending off the few heavenly venerables, Elder Nya looked at the 100+ beauties in front of him and shook his head helplessly. No matter what, he had to settle these women down properly. Come with me, Elder Nya said before turning around and walking into the sect. The women followed behind Elder Nya with grave expressions as they walked into the sect. However, when they arrived at the 9-tailed mountain, their originally dim eyes sparkled. After the 3 of them left the Qingyun sect, they went straight to the village at the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, Qin Jingyun brought his men back to the immortal realm. My old friends, how have you been? Heavenly Venerable Xian He walked into Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming's courtyard and greeted them with a smile. Although they did not have a good relationship in the past, they were now kindred spirits who could temporarily put aside their prejudices. Why are you here? Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming asked coldly. Same as you two old friends. Heavenly Venerable Xian He smiled. You guys really look like genuine mortals in this outfit. Heavenly Venerable Emptiness laughed strangely. In the future we'll be neighbors, ha ha ha. Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming laughed. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming frowned. He knew that these three fellows must have noticed something amiss and came to the lower realm to become mortals. There would probably be more Heavenly Venerable and Supreme Experts coming in the future. If this continued, this village would probably become a Heavenly Venerable village. What's the point of becoming immortal in that case? It's just that these old fellows had changed places to continue scheming. You can come to the lower realm to live in seclusion, but I'll have to trouble the few of you to change villages. There's another village 5 kilometers from here, go there. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming ordered coldly. I think this place is pretty good. In the future it'll be lively for us old friends to gather. Heavenly Venerable Xian He laughed. Forget it, I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself one day and attack you. Let me tell you, the entire Jingxing realm is under the control of Cultivator Li. If we really cause any trouble, everyone will get the hell out of here, said Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming. That's right, the three of you can go to another village. We don't want to be neighbors with you. Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu added. Since the two of you say so, I Xian Heezy will choose this place to live in seclusion. Heavenly Venerable Xian He said with a sinister smile. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming and Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu's faces darkened. They really wanted to fight this Heavenly Venerable Xian He. However, they thought about how they had finally found the feeling of being immortal. They could not fall for Heavenly Venerable Xian He's trap and ruin their cultivation. Get out, you're not welcome in my courtyard. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming said angrily. He really did not want to talk to these three fellows for fear that he would fly into a rage at any moment. On the misty immortal island, Li Yu walked out of the Mi Lu immortal palace with Zhongyu. At the moment, Zhongyu's cheeks were rosy and his skin glowed like a seedling nourished by the spring rain. However, her aura had already undergone a tremendous change. The biggest change was in her beautiful eyes. They were incomparably deep and firm. It was the firmness that came from the powerful strength within her, the profoundness condensed from the accumulation of time. After unsealing the power of the Eastern Emperor Bel, Zhongyu obtained incomparably powerful strength and divine powers. She could restrict time and suppress space, reflect the attacks of any treasure or divine weapon, and ignore the damage of all divine powers and spells. Her body had also undergone earth-shattering changes. It could be said that no one in this world could harm her body except Li Yu. No one could even touch her body. However, her memories were still incomplete. She only had the memories after she transformed into a human. There were only some broken fragments of her previous memories. A portion of it was that she was in the vast chaos and primordial energy. Part of it was about the primordial world and the broken memories of the primordial heavenly court. However, because these memories were broken, she was unwilling to recall them, nor did she tell Li Yu about them. Chapter 335, Danger in the Burial Earth World. Zhongyu's change was obvious to great immortal Mi Lu Morong Xingqiu and the others, not to mention that such a phenomenon had occurred not long ago. However, no one asked anything. Seeing that Li Yu and Zhongyu had no intention of saying anything, they understood tacitly and did not say a word. Xingqiu. Li Yu suddenly walked in front of Morong Xingqiu. Is there any information about the Heaven Shrouding sect in your memories? Li Yu was well aware that Morong Xingqiu should have experienced at least 3 lifetimes in the previous life. It was the Mystic Bird. She controlled the Mystic Bird Palace and lived in the era before the last calamity of the ancient immortal realm. She also personally experienced the ancient immortal realm in the cultivationless age and was destroyed after the arrival of the 7 demon gods. In the end, it collapsed into many immortal realms. Not only that, but the level of the world seemed to have decreased significantly, be it the immortal energy or the rules of the world. The power of heaven and earth in the current immortal realm was far inferior to the former ancient immortal realm. To put it simply, it was like a disaster. However, her first life was the 9 Heavens Dark Lady, one of the immortals of the ancient immortal realm's initial era. However, her memories of this were already very vague and only a small portion of it remained. She vaguely remembered that she eventually died in a war between the gods and the ancient immortal realm. It seemed to be the beginning of the end of the ancient immortal realm's heavenly court. Heaven's Shrouding Door? She seemed to have heard of this name before, but that portion of his memories seemed to be blocked by some sort of power. No matter how she thought about it, she could not remember the exact details. I think I've heard of it, but I can't remember anything. Morong Xingqiao shook her head slightly as if she was still trying to remember something. Heaven's Shrouding Door? She murmured softly. On the other hand, Great Immortal Mi Lu and the others were puzzled. Clearly they had never heard of this name. As for Zhongyu, Liu had asked about it earlier and she knew nothing about it. Forget it, you don't have to be in a hurry to think about it. Once I return from the burial Earthworld, I'll bring you to see the Heaven's Shrouding Door. Perhaps you'll remember something. Liu said. He knew that the Heaven's Shrouding Door was definitely something from the ancient immortal realm, so only Morong Xingqiao might know about it. However, he was not in a hurry. Even if Morong Xingqiao could not remember, she would eventually understand where that mysterious door led to. Oh yes, Xingqiao, Big Qilin, bring Great Immortal Mi Lu back to the sect later. Liu added. He planned to head to the burial Earthworld next. Bringing Morong Xingqiao and the others along would be troublesome. Morong Xingqiao's current cultivation had not fully recovered to the peak of her previous life, nor had she truly recovered all the memories of the Nine Heavens Dark Lady. It would probably be dangerous for her and the Qilin to enter the burial Earthworld. If they were to stay on the misty immortal island forever, they might as well return to the sect to cultivate. After all, that place was more suitable for cultivation. As for Zhongyu, her main body was a magic treasure. Even if she had already transformed into a human and possessed a physical body, she was so powerful that she would become Liu's helper even in the burial Earthworld. Furthermore, she was a magic treasure. Now that her power was unsealed, she could freely switch between her body and the Eastern Emperor Bell. It was more convenient for him to bring her along. Yes. Morong Xingqiao and Guo Qilin replied. Cultivator Li, are you going to the burial Earthworld? It's dangerous there, you must be careful. Great Immortal Mi Lu advised earnestly. Yes, it's indeed dangerous for me to go to the burial Earthworld. However, it's not that I'm in danger, but they are. Liu said with a smile. His words stunned Great Immortal Mi Lu for a moment before she smiled. She was naturally joking with Liu, but she did not know that Liu was telling the truth. Perhaps to others the burial Earthworld was really dangerous. However, to him his arrival was the true danger to the creatures of the burial Earthworld. When Liu and the others walked out of the Mi Lu Immortal Palace, there were already tens of thousands of people gathered outside. They were densely packed and filled with people. These people were attracted by the phenomenon. Although some had already left, more people arrived in droves. They had also heard that the Mi Lu Immortal Palace was Liu's magic treasure. Knowing that Liu might be here, everyone waited here hoping to see Liu's face with their own eyes. Therefore, the moment Liu walked out of the Mi Lu Immortal Palace, countless gazes gathered on him at the same time, and their eyes revealed surprise. However, right at this moment a voice seemed to echo through the world, all of you may return. The moment he said that, everyone felt as if their bodies were enveloped by an uncontrollable force. Then the world reversed. When they returned to their senses, they had returned to the place they came from. This was especially true for the ancient city closest to the Mi Lu Immortal Palace. Most of the people here had rushed to the Mi Lu Immortal Palace, causing the city to suddenly become empty. In the next second, countless figures instantly returned to the city as if time had reversed. Then the entire city was in an uproar. Why are we back? What happened? Everyone was shocked and did not know what was going on. However, they immediately guessed that this might be a divine power cast by Liu. Liu is really a god. His words carry the power of a god. This is unbelievable. He actually sent us all back with a single sentence. No wonder this person could dominate the rankings time and time again. Seeing him today, Liu is indeed extraordinary. Although it was only a quick glance, Liu's extraordinary appearance still shocked them. As everyone in the city sighed, another change occurred on the Heavenly Dao rankings. The name of the original owner of the 8-divisional Furnace Patriarch Corp suddenly turned gray. Then the word deceased appeared behind his name. This change immediately attracted the attention of many. The white-robed sovereign of the Blood Soul World Patriarch Corps has also died. Could he have been killed by Liu too? But didn't we just see Liu? Could it be that he can follow the law and kill across realms? It's possible he might just destroy the Blood Soul World with a single sentence. But old demon San Ying is still alive? Just as countless people were making wild guesses, the owner of the 8-divisional furnace became a new name. Owner of 8-division furnace, Ching. Origin, Burial Earth World Netherworld Divine Ho. Gasp. Upon seeing this information, countless people were in an uproar and their fear of the Burial Earth World increased. He was killed by a Burial Earth creature. Oh heavens, that's a Supreme Realm expert. He actually died in the Burial Earth World. The Netherworld Divine Ho. This name sounds sinister. Ching. This name is strange too. However, no one knew that the death of Patriarch Corpse was only the beginning. Just as Liu left the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm with Zhongyu and flew to the entrance of the Burial Earth World, some experts on the Heavenly Dao rankings who had once been on the Physique rankings, Bloodline rankings and Magic Treasures rankings died one after another. Some names were replaced by the creatures of the Burial Earth World. The series of changes gradually shrouded the hearts of the people from the various immortal realms with a layer of terrifying dark clouds. They had always believed that there were many horrors and inauspicious things in the Burial Earth World. They were afraid that so many people from the immortal realm might enter and cause a disaster. There seemed to be an ominous sign. At the moment in the Burial Earth, the gray sky and the white bones were the main colors. There was no sunlight here. The turbid sky always gave one a suffocating feeling, like a scene from a nightmare. The entire world was filled with a deathly aura as sinister winds blew. Countless dead trees were like dried corpses that were stabbed into the desert. Countless strange white bones were like stones that lay on the charred ground. The black and white formed a sharp contrast, making the white bones look even more dazzling and striking. Many mountains here were piled up with bones. One could even see many towering skulls that were over 1,000 meters tall. The wandering ghosts wandered among the bones, searching for the smell of flesh that fascinated them. The Burial Earth beast that was like a giant corpse worm or worm lay dormant in the pile of bones, waiting for its prey to appear. Giant monsters that looked like dried corpses occasionally flew past in the sky. Some of them had many figures sitting on their backs. They were all creatures of the burial land, although they seemed no different from humans from the outside world from afar. However, they were filled with a deathly aura. Their faces were pale and their eyes were green. Their lips were black and purple, giving one the feeling that they were zombies. Some creatures were like corpses, as if they were only wrapped in a human skin bag. Ha ha, our Ghost Valley will definitely top the immortal hunting competition this time. A Burial Earth creature standing on a flying monster said. He was a Saint King Realm expert from the Burial Earth World's Ghost Valley, Sha Xin. Not long ago he had led the Ghost Valley experts to kill an outside living being at the Holy Lord Realm. He was in a good mood. The living beings of their Burial Earth used the death energy and baleful energy here to cultivate. They possessed strange and unpredictable abilities, and they were like fish in water in the Burial Earth. As for the living beings of the outside world, they would be invaded and disturbed by the death energy here, and their strength would be greatly reduced. They might even be accidentally infected by some strange sinister curses and get injured. Therefore, the Burial Earth creatures could cross realms to kill those outside creatures. This was also the reason why Sha Xin could kill a Holy Lord Realm expert. After the magic treasure rankings revealed that many ownerless magic treasures were in the Burial Earth World, countless people from the immortal realm rushed here to take the risk and seek treasures. Therefore, one of the top factions of the Burial Earth World, the Immortal Soul Emperor of the Ancient Tomb Divine Kingdom, issued an immortal hunting token. All Burial Earth creatures and factions could participate in the hunt for foreign creatures. The treasures obtained by the living beings they killed belonged to them. The Immortal Soul Emperor only wanted their soul essences, and they could use them to exchange for the bounty from the Immortal Soul Emperor. Furthermore, after the immortal hunting competition ended, those who killed the most living beings from the outside world would obtain additional treasures as rewards. Therefore, countless Burial Earth creatures began to search for living beings from the outside world to hunt, causing many people from the immortal realm to be killed. Also, if you meet any women, especially young and beautiful ones, remember to capture them alive. Selling them to the 10 Kings Palace will bring you another large sum of money. Sha Xin continued. Yes. Everyone from Ghost Valley replied in unison. Alright, everyone disperse. Report to me when you find prey. Sha Xin ordered. At the same time, at the entrance of the Burial Earth World, Liu flew here alone. Zhongyu had already been temporarily kept in the system space. Liu frowned slightly as he looked at the spatial rift that seemed like the door to hell or the enormous scar of the vast starry sky. Many people were flying into the crack. They were clearly here to take the risk for those ownerless magic treasures. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. It was the same in any world. Liu looked at the spatial rift before flying in as well. Chapter 336, Young Master Hold On. 1. After everyone from the Ghost Valley dispersed, the four of them began to search for traces of foreign creatures. In this world filled with death aura, their divine senses could easily detect the aura of living beings from the outside world. After all, they emitted a rich vitality that could not be concealed no matter what. On the other hand, as burial earth creatures were filled with death aura, it was difficult for them to be discovered by the divine senses of other creatures. As long as they used special secret techniques and magic treasures, they could make themselves seem to have the ability to become invisible and completely avoid the divine sense of living beings. Therefore, to foreign creatures in this burial earth world, it was like being in the dark forest. Their enemies were hidden in the dark while they were in the light. They had no idea where the danger was hidden and when death would descend. I didn't expect that even the four evil gods of the Netherworld Divine Ho would come out of their coffins this time. Yeah, as expected of the most terrifying, mysterious and powerful faction in our burial earth world, this Netherworld Divine Ho is indeed extraordinary. They actually killed the white-robed sovereign of the blood soul world, Patriarch Corpse. I heard that this Patriarch Corpse is similar to us burial earth creatures. He's the same as us here, unrestricted. In fact, if you don't know him, it's difficult to tell if he's a burial earth creature or an outsider. That's right, Patriarch Corpse is a regular visitor to our burial earth world. I heard that he has a good relationship with the immortal soul emperor. That's because the blood god Heavenly Venerable has some relationship with the immortal soul emperor. That's why this Patriarch Corpse dares to come and go freely in the burial earth world. In this burial earth world, only the people from the Netherworld Divine Ho would dare to attack him. I have to say that the four evil gods of the Netherworld Divine Ho are really terrifying. I heard that the evil god Ching killed Patriarch Corpse in one move. Even if the blood god Heavenly Venerable comes, he might not be Lord Evil God's match. If the four evil gods of the Netherworld Divine Ho are so powerful, how powerful is Lord C of the Netherworld Divine Ho? I'm afraid it's beyond our imagination. Anyway, everyone who saw Lord C is dead. I'm curious, between Lord C and the immortal soul emperor, who is more powerful? I think Lord C should be more powerful. The immortal soul emperor is only more famous. The fact that Netherworld Divine Ho dared to kill Patriarch Corpse directly proves that they don't care about the ancient tomb divine kingdom at all. Now that the evil gods of the Netherworld Divine Ho are out of the coffin, no one from the outside world can dream of leaving alive. As they spoke, a few people from the Ghost Valley suddenly stopped in their tracks. Their divine senses seemed to have sensed the aura of the living beings outside, and they immediately fell silent. They looked at each other and quietly approached. At the moment Liu had already flown into the entrance of the burial earth world. A strange power instantly assaulted him from all directions, as if countless ghost claws were tearing at his body. However, when those powers touched Liu's body, they instantly dissipated. The two sides of the spatial rift seemed to be filled with vast nebulae. It was a spectacular sight, but the starlight could not shine into the rift. All the light disappeared after falling into the void around him. It was like a black hole that devoured all the light in front of him. After flying forward for a moment, Liu felt that he had suddenly passed through a black cloud. Countless energy balls emitting halos suddenly appeared in front of him, flowing in the void. There were also monsters hidden in these energy balls. These monsters were not unfamiliar to Liu, and they were similar to the monsters he had encountered in the Lingtian mystic realm. As Liu approached, those monsters attacked, but they all died under Liu's sword in the end. After passing through this area, many spatial vortexes appeared in front of him. Liu did not hesitate to fly into one of them. When the scene in front of him became clear again, he had already arrived in the burial earth world. Let's find the morning bell first. Liu opened the system mission interface and looked at the location of the morning bell. Although it was not very close to him, it was not difficult to find it according to the system's guidance. After flying in the direction indicated by the system for a while, Liu saw two burial earth creatures that looked like zombies suddenly crawl out of the pile of bones below and instantly block his path. Haha, we're in luck today. One of the dried-up corpses said eccentrically. Big brother, this guy's bounty can belong to me this time, right? The guy at the side, who seemed to have a third of his head cut off, said. Alright, but the spot must be on my head, said the corpse-like man. Deal. Swoosh. Before the two burial earth creatures could finish their sentence, Liu slashed them into pieces with a single strike. Liu put away his sword expressionlessly and continued flying forward. However, Liu could tell from their conversation that these burial earth creatures seemed to be hunting outside creatures to exchange for rewards. This should be the reason why so many people on the Heavenly Dao rankings had suddenly died. Somewhere in the burial earth world in a valley filled with energy, a gigantic black shrine stood between heaven and earth. There was a ferocious evil god standing on each of the four corners of the divine altar. The four evil gods had different appearances. They stared at the surrounding bones with their ferocious eyes, and they were stepping on the four divine beasts: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Chapter 337, Young Master, hold on. 2. However, those divine beasts looked sinister and did not look like real divine beasts. The base of the altar was carved with the images of all living beings, and countless strange totems, countless ghost shadows could be vaguely seen on it. 2 words were carved on the front of the altar: innate. This was the location of the most powerful and mysterious faction in the burial earth world, the Netherworld Divine Ho. Below the altar was a huge underground palace with 9 floors. The space on each floor was extremely vast, like a small city. On the 9th floor of the underground palace, a howling energy filled the air like fog. The pale light reflected the pale and sinister faces on both sides of the hall, making it even more terrifying. Those figures with 2 neat rows of faces were dressed in red robes. They were expressionless and their eyes were sunken and bruised. They looked straight ahead without moving, as if they were corpses that could not even breathe. In the depths of the hall, an incomparably huge figure seemed to be sitting behind a white curtain. His appearance could not be seen clearly, and only his outline could be seen through the music. He was like a small mountain. At this moment, a stooped figure rushed in. He was a strange man with only one mouth on his face, but 4 arms, each covered in eyes. The robe he was wearing was made from the skins of human faces, making him look terrifying. Greetings, Lord innate. The hunchbacked freak arrived in front of the white curtain and knelt down to kowtow. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? A slightly turbid voice sounded from behind the curtain. Lord innate, I just discovered that there was suddenly a drop of blood on the divine bone used to divine the heavenly secrets. I divined it and... Speak! The voice behind the curtain became sharp. A great calamity seems to have descended on our burial earth world, the hunchback said in horror. Hearing that, Lord innate behind the curtain fell silent for a moment. The entire hall was instantly deathly silent, so quiet that it was terrifying. Where did the calamity come from? Lord innate asked. I don't know either. The divination this time is very strange and I can't understand it either. But I guess it might be related to foreign creatures. In that case, let's kill them all. It's time to let the outside world know that this is their forbidden area. Lord innate said. Please instruct me, my lord. The hunchbacked man kowtowed and listened quietly to Lord innate's next order. Let Qinghong Zhao and buy out, they must be hungry. My lord, are you really going to release them? It wasn't easy for you to suppress them under the shrine back then, the hunchback asked in surprise. Yes, because now I'm also one of them. As Lord innate spoke, threads of black thread stretched out from behind the curtain like worms and climbed up to the curtain and the surrounding walls, outlining strange totems. In an instant, the entire hall became another space. Countless ferocious eyes surfaced in the surroundings and countless whispers echoed. The eyes in the palm of the hunchback man widened in shock, but he immediately kowtowed again. Congratulations, my lord, you have finally grasped the power of the gods. After flying in the direction indicated by the system for a while, Liu suddenly sensed 4 ignorant burial earth creatures flying over. However, Liu did not care at all. He knew that he would definitely encounter many such flies along the way. He would just kill them. The 4 burial earth creatures stood in front of Liu and one of them chuckled. He, there's only one person, looks like he slipped through the net. This person really has good looks. Why don't we capture him alive? I believe the 10 Kings Palace's Lady Desire will be interested. Another fellow suggested. Liu looked at the 4 burial earth creatures in front of him. They were really ugly, even uglier than the zombies in the zombie movies in his previous life. Moreover, they talked too much. This time Liu did not even bother to draw his sword. He directly mobilized the power of his primordial origin true body, intending to turn them into primordial chi. However, right at this moment, Liu suddenly noticed 4 figures flying towards him at high speed. He looked over in surprise and saw 2 supreme elders flying over with 2 young women. The woman in the lead was dressed in emerald green clothes. Her skin was fairer than snow and her features were picturesque. She was delicate, elegant, and otherworldly. From her aura, she was a Saint King realm expert. To be protected by 2 sovereigns at the same time, this woman's background was not simple. Although the woman following beside her was slightly inferior to her in terms of appearance and bearing, she was still a Saint King. Furthermore, if not for this woman's comparison, her appearance could be considered peerless. Liu glanced at the four of them curiously before retracting his gaze with a thought. The power of the primordial origin true body instantly enveloped the four burial earth creatures, blocking the way. Their expressions changed as their bodies suddenly twisted, collapsed and shrank. Almost at the same time, the beautiful woman in emerald green clothes formed hand seals with her fingers and slapped out a vermilion bird manifested carrying torrential flames and the powerful magic power of the same king as it instantly bombarded the four burial earth creatures. Blast! Chapter 338, Young Master hold on. 3. The vermilion bird phantom collapsed, turning into a wave of fire that surged forward. The four burial earth creatures seemed to have vaporized as they instantly disappeared on the spot. These four ugly monsters can't even take a hit. Seeing that he had actually burned those four burial earth creatures to ashes with a single move, Liu was shocked. A trace of surprise surfaced in the delicate woman's eyes. However, her crystal clear eyes immediately locked onto Liu. When she saw Liu look over, her beautiful eyes flickered with a lively glow and a smile surfaced on her lips. She was about to step forward and speak to Liu when she saw Liu retract his gaze expressionlessly and continue flying forward. The woman was stunned, wondering how this person could be so rude. I saved him, but he didn't even thank me. But, since he's so handsome, I'll forgive him. Young master, wait a moment. The woman immediately chased after him with a smile on her face again. Greetings, young master, my name is Xing Miao. Liu cupped his hands in return. Young master, why are you here alone? Did your companion unfortunately encounter danger? Sigh, these burial earth creatures are too detestable. We came here for the sake of finding treasures and we didn't mean to offend them, but they hunt outside creatures everywhere. I heard that the ancient Toon divine kingdom of the burial earth world released some sort of immortal hunting competition that allowed all the creatures of the burial earth world to hunt foreign creatures everywhere in exchange for rewards. It's too despicable. However, young master, you don't have to worry, you can travel with me, I can protect you. Thank you, but there's no need. Liu interrupted Xing Miao and cupped his hands slightly. Then he continued flying forward. The woman called Xing Miao was slightly surprised and disappointed to be rejected by Liu. She frowned and said loudly, Young master, I'm not exaggerating, it's difficult for you to leave here alive alone. Before the woman finished her sentence, Liu suddenly stopped in his tracks. The woman was overjoyed, thinking that Liu had agreed to accompany her. However, right at this moment, two balls of grey clouds arrived from afar and instantly arrived in front of Liu and the others. In the grey fog were two enormous burial earth monsters. Many burial earth creatures stood on their backs looking at Liu, Xing Miao and the others with excitement. They were from the Ghost Valley. Valley Master, are you satisfied with this prey? Shot Xin asked a dark-skinned old man beside him with a flattering expression. This old man was the most human-looking among the burial earth creatures. If not for his dense death aura, he would not be much different from the living beings outside. Not long ago, Shah Xin received news from his subordinate that he had discovered an outsider at the Supreme Realm along with two stunning women. Therefore, Shah Xin immediately reported to the Ghost Valley Master Tan Nye. He even gathered all the experts of the Ghost Valley to hunt the big fish this time. Not bad, kill the man the woman should be able to sell for a good price in the Ten Kings Palace. Tan Nye grinned. Valley Master, I think that pretty boy has good character too. I believe that the Ten Kings Palace's Lady Desire will definitely be able to offer a good price. Another person said. The Weeping King has a point, let's kill the two old men and capture the other three alive. Tan Nye said coldly. Chapter 339, You will wake the wrong person. The two sovereigns behind Xing Miao immediately blocked him. One of them said coldly, Don't seek your own death. We are from the four spirit worlds and this is the daughter of the vermilion bird, Heavenly Venerable. If you attack us, you will be making an enemy of our four spirit worlds. Do you know that even the immortal soul emperor has to show respect to the Heavenly Venerables of our four spirit worlds? Tisk, so she's the daughter of the vermilion bird, Heavenly Venerable. No wonder she's such a feast for the eyes. Very well, I'll squeeze this girl's juice dry and sell it to the Ten Kings Palace. Tan Nye grinned. If it were in the past, they might be afraid of the people from the four spirit worlds. However, the immortal hunting competition was held by the immortal soul emperor. If anything happened, the immortal soul emperor and the ancient Toon divine kingdom would take responsibility. You talk too much. Liu was impatient and pulled out his sword with a swish. Xing Miao, who was furious after hearing Tuni's insult, had already taken out a token. It instantly transformed into an enormous flaming vermilion bird. It was like a blazing sun falling from the nine heavens, or a monstrous wave formed by heavenly fire that instantly drowned everyone from the Ghost Valley. Blast! As the fire waves surged, a loud explosion sounded. The enormous vermilion bird quickly transformed into a small vermilion bird phantom that soared into the sky. It circled around and disappeared. As for the people from Ghost Valley, they had already vanished into thin air with the two flying beasts. Not even ashes were left. Heavens, is the vermilion bird token my father gave me that powerful? Xing Miao could not help but be shocked when he saw that he had actually burned the large group of people from Ghost Valley to ashes with a single strike. He blinked in disbelief. The vermilion bird token her father had given her could instantly unleash a strike equivalent to the full power of a heavenly venerable. However, she did not expect that it could burn so many burial earth experts to ashes. After all, the other party had Supreme Realm and Holy Lord Realm experts. Furthermore, they were protected by the death aura in the burial earth world, so their strength could not be underestimated. It seems that burial earth creatures are more afraid of fire. Xing Miao thought otherwise. There was no other explanation. She was in a fit of anger earlier and did not notice Liu's sword strike that was as quick as lightning. The two sovereign realm elders were also shocked when they saw this. Although they had just seen Liu attack, they could sense that Liu's strike did not have any magic power fluctuations, nor did they see any traces of sword chi or spells. It was as if he had casually slashed at the air with his sword. Furthermore, even if he did use some sort of offensive method, it was impossible for him to make these people from Ghost Valley dissipate into ashes with his sword. Therefore, they could only believe that the vermilion bird token had displayed some unbelievable power, or that the flames had an unimaginable restraining effect on the creatures of the burial earth. Of course, despite their thoughts, they still felt that something was amiss. It was just that they could not understand what was going on for a moment. A bunch of ugly monsters who don't know their place. Now you know how powerful I am. Xing Miao clapped his hands proudly. He had vented all his anger just now and he felt great. Liu did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the smug Xing Miao. She probably really thought that he had insta-killed everyone with that strike. However, Liu could not be bothered to expose her. He withdrew his gaze and immediately flew forward. Hey young master, why are you leaving again? Aren't you afraid of danger? Seeing Liu leave again, Xing Miao's expression changed as she hurriedly chased after him. The two sovereigns looked at each other and smiled helplessly. They could naturally tell that their young miss had taken a fancy to that handsome man. Furthermore, they could vaguely sense that Liu was not simple. After all, they could not sense any aura or magic power on him. His cultivation seemed unfathomable, and he seemed to have an extraordinary aura that no one dared to underestimate. Young master, wait for me. These burial earth creatures will not let this go. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Xing Miao chased after him. Liu suddenly stopped and turned to look at the persistent Xing Miao. He was naturally aware that this girl had taken a fancy to him. He was used to such things. He had no choice. He was too charming and eye-catching. However, he did not want to bring a girl on a vacation. If he had not seen her help previously, even though he did not need her help, it would be a favor for her to help him. Otherwise, he would definitely freeze Xing Miao on the spot and leave alone. Miss, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need your help. I have something important to do, so let's part ways here. Liu said with a serious expression. Seeing that Liu had already made it clear that he did not want to be disturbed, Xing Miao was disappointed. However, she could not pester him anymore, as that would be too rude. Therefore, he could only sigh and say, all right. Be careful, young master. Liu cupped his hands again before continuing to fly forward. All right, young master, I still don't know your name. Before Xing Miao could finish her sentence, Liu had already flown far away. She was too embarrassed to chase after him and ask, so she could only sigh in disappointment. I hope he doesn't encounter any danger. Xing Miao whispered. After separating from Xing Miao and the others, Liu sped along. This time, after he encountered the burial earth spirit, he did not care about its intentions and killed it with a single strike without a word. In any case, he already knew that these guys were basically here to hunt him down. There was no need to show mercy. After flying for a long time, Liu finally approached the location of the morning bell. However, right at this moment, a bell chime resounded through the world and a strange magic power seemed to spread out. Liu could even sense the power of heaven and earth gathering towards the source of the bell chime. Looks like someone has already found the morning bell, Liu thought. However, this was normal. After all, the various large factions had sent people here to find the morning bell immediately. Furthermore, the people of the burial earth world were probably searching for it too. Therefore, someone would definitely find the morning bell before him. As Liu had expected, more than 20 figures stood in the air where the morning bell was. Below them was an ancient tomb. In the middle of the tomb stood a huge bronze bell. It was like a grand hall that emitted a powerful and heavy aura.
Brotherly, let's try again. We should be able to break through the domain outside this morning bell.
A middle-aged man in black armor said. He was the master of the desolate ancient family in the mixed heaven immortal realm, Sun Bingyuan. As for the person he had addressed as brotherly, he was the master of another ancient family in the mixed heavens immortal realm, Li Changshang.
The people here were from the Li and Sun families.
Originally the two families acted alone. However, after learning about the immortal hunting competition for burial earth's creatures, the two families decided to travel together for safety reasons. They did not expect to be so lucky as to discover the location of the morning bell first. However, they did not know that the morning bell was not the first to be discovered, nor did they know that it had already become a huge bait while the hunter was hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment a ghost condensed from the stone tablet beside the ancient bell. It was an old man with a wrinkled face. He looked at the Li family and the Sun family and said in a low voice, "You shouldn't have come here. And don't touch that ancient bell, you'll wake up the person you shouldn't have." Everyone looked at the ghost old man and their faces darkened. The old man's words were like an alarm bell that woke up their greedy hearts, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts.
Wake up someone who shouldn't be woken up? Was there a terrifying existence suppressed under this bell?
They were well aware that many terrifying existences were buried and sealed in this burial earth, so they were afraid for a moment. If they really awakened an unknown terrifying existence, they might have to pay with their lives. However, just as they were hesitating, human skins floated down from the sky like paper cutouts. Immediately the human skins began to expand, rapidly transforming into ferocious-looking ghost children. They were connected by red lines, setting up a strange blood-colored barrier in the air that trapped the Sun family and the Li family. At the same time, a strange man with an extremely old face like a big-headed baby crawled out of the ground with a sinister smile.
"Humph, we've got our prey." This strange person was the evil sovereign of the Netherworld, divine Hope Gutong.
In fact, this place was first discovered by Patriarch Corpse. After he broke through the array formation that hid the tomb, he did not have the time to admire the morning bell. He unfortunately encountered the evil god Cheng, who was also looking for the morning bell, and the evil sovereign Gutong. They had killed Patriarch Corpse and occupied this place. They wanted to use this morning bell as bait to attract foreign creatures, kill them and devour and refine their flesh, blood and soul. However, not long ago the evil god Qing was called back by Lord Insi, so only this Gutong was left here. He did not expect that a new prey would take the bait so soon.
Oh no! Li Changxing's expression was ugly as a chill ran down his spine. "Patriarch, what should we do?" Sun Bingyuan looked at his holy lord Patriarch. "We're in big trouble." The Sun family's ancestors' expression was equally ugly. The barrier set up by the human-skinned ghost children gave them an almost despairing threat. As for the big-headed baby in front of them, it was at least at the sovereign realm, judging from its aura. In this burial earth world, even if they encountered burial earth creatures of the same realm, their chances of winning were not high, let alone encountering an expert at the sovereign realm. "Think of a way to break this barrier, otherwise we'll all die here," the Li family's holy lord Patriarch ordered. "Okay."
Everyone replied. They immediately circulated their magic power and used divine powers to try to break through the barrier. However, the demon child laughed wildly. Immediately he formed hand seals, and the surrounding human-skinned ghost children immediately became even more ferocious as they began to attack everyone in the barrier crazily. The Li family and the Sun family were soon severely injured by the suppression of the barrier and the siege of Gutong. The patriarchs of the various holy lord realms were pale, as if they could not hold on much longer. "It's almost time to end your pain." Gutong let out another ear-piercing sinister laugh before he took out 8 talismans and a disc. The disc flew above the barrier and instantly transformed into an ancient altar. The talisman transformed into 8 zombie-like figures that floated around the altar. In an instant a strange power enveloped them. Chains shot out of the zombie's mouth and instantly penetrated the chests of the Li family and the Sun family, imprisoning them and beginning to mercilessly devour their blood essence. This time the Li family and the Sun family fell into complete despair under the dual attacks of this strange array formation and barrier. They could no longer resist. However, just as they thought they were doomed, the chains that had penetrated their bodies suddenly dissipated and the power that restrained and suppressed them disappeared. At the same time a figure appeared on the altar. He waved his hand and the barrier and array formation below instantly vanished. Chapter 340, Say Goodbye to This World. 1. Li Yu's sudden appearance caused the evil sovereign Guton's expression to change drastically. He looked at the 8 scattered zombies and the instantly dissipating barrier in shock. Not only that, but those ghost children also left his control. They were like deflated balls that instantly shriveled up before finally turning into human skins that fell from the sky. This was the power of Li Yu's primordial origin true body. It formed a special domain around him and all the spells instantly vanished. Whoosh! After escaping the power of the barrier and array formation, the Li family and the Sun family were like drowning people coming ashore. They could finally catch their breaths and looked up. The disc that had originally turned into an altar instantly shot out and headed straight for the evil sovereign Guton below. At the same time, a handsome and extraordinary figure appeared in their field of vision. They did not know this person, but at this moment he made them feel extremely at ease, respectful and worshipful. Swoosh! The disc was extremely fast and Guton barely had the chance to dodge before his body was smashed by his magic treasure. With a bang, the air swept up dust and rushed in all directions. The entire ground cracked inch by inch. Even the ground under the morning bell sank a little and the entire bell tilted. Guton's body was sliced into 2 by the disc's attack. Then he seemed to have become a piece of paper burnt by the flames, turning into grayish-black ashes. At the same time, on the ground not far away, a piece of human skin that had just scattered instantly transformed into the appearance of Guton. This was the death substitute art mastered by Guton. However, this evil art could not be used a second time in a short period of time. Furthermore, every time it was used a huge price had to be paid. Guton looked at Li Yu with fear. He knew very well that the feeling this person gave him was even more terrifying than their Lord Evil God. Therefore, almost the moment his body manifested, he activated another forbidden evil technique, Filthy Earth Escape. In an instant his newly appeared body turned into ashes again, turning into a pile of filthy soil. Li Yu frowned as he looked at the changes in front of him. He had to admit that the experts of the burial earth world did have many strange and unpredictable methods. If not for his great Dao golden body, the heart of heaven and earth, and the primordial origin true body, he would probably have escaped. Get back here! Li Yu ordered coldly. At the same time, tens of thousands of kilometers away in the 7th underground level of the Netherworld, divine Ho clay sculptures of large-headed babies were arranged. These clay sculptures were made from the filthy soil and mud transformed from human blood essence in corpses. The filthy soil used by this clay statue was extracted from the ashes of more than 100 human corpses. Suddenly one of the clay statues emitted a blood-red glow. Immediately the clay statue slowly transformed into the appearance of Guton, who possessed divine colors and aura. Phew! That was close. Guton heaved a sigh of relief after escaping death. He did not expect such a terrifying expert to be among the foreign creatures. If he did not have so many evil techniques, he would probably have died there. Men! Guton shouted, and a grey-robed figure immediately appeared at the door. Immediately informed Chang. Before he could finish, his body suddenly froze and his expression froze before he turned into a clay statue again. Evil sovereign? The grey-robed figure looked at the clay statue in surprise and called out a few more times, wondering what was going on. At the moment, the pile of filthy soil in the tomb garden had transformed into Guton's body again. What's going on? Guton was shocked. He had clearly used the filthy earth escape and returned to the base. Why was he pulled back here all of a sudden? He looked at Li Yu in horror, at the sword he had pulled out, and at the gaze that made him shudder. Who was this person? At this moment Guton felt an unprecedented fear. He felt that this person was more terrifying than an evil god or even Lord Insi. Swoosh! As Li Yu's sword descended, Guton's horrified expression was forever fixed on the large head that was out of proportion to his figure. In the end, his entire body and essence soul seemed to be minced by countless blades and dissipated into ashes. In an instant, the entire tomb garden seemed to fall silent for a moment. The Li family and the Sun family looked at Li Yu in a daze. As the ones who had been saved, they had just experienced how powerful and terrifying that strange person was. They had also witnessed everything that had just happened. As members of the ancient families, they were naturally knowledgeable and could tell that the strange person had a strange divine power, the substitution technique and the escape technique. Even the strongest heavenly venerable would probably be helpless. However, he did not expect that Li Yu's words seemed to turn back time. The strange person who had already fled had returned to his original spot. Then he was reduced to ashes by a single strike. They felt that even if he used a wooden stick instead of a sword, the outcome should be the same. The sword was only a form of his attack, and the essence of the attack was a powerful divine power that they could not understand. It was a method that could turn everything into nothingness. This was what truly shocked them.
Thank you for your help, expert. Li Changxing cupped his hands first.
Everyone returned to their senses and immediately cupped their hands in thanks. However, Li Yu only nodded slightly. He focused his attention on the morning bell and immediately flew in front of it. Chapter 341, Say Goodbye to This World, 2. As he reached out to touch it, the morning bell seemed to have awakened. All living beings echoed as its surface emitted a dazzling golden light. This morning bell looked extraordinary, but it paled in comparison to the Eastern Emperor bell.
No, don't wake them up, they will bring destruction and disaster to this world.
The ghost old man manifested from the stone tablet again and shouted in panic.
Who are they? Li Yu asked the old man.
Those who shouldn't awaken, the old man replied.
Let me ask you, who are they?
Li Yu frowned. This old man was indeed a ghost who spoke nonsense. The life-devouring ancient emperor and his two generals, Skeleton and Ash. If they wake up, they will definitely bring disaster to this world again. Living beings will become bones and everything will turn into ashes. Their chances of survival will be devoured. Upon hearing the ghost's words, Li Yu looked at the surrounding burial ground. It seemed that the three fellows inside were the culprits. Of course, Li Yu knew that the appearance of the burial earth world was probably not that simple. There might really be a terrifying existence suppressed under this morning bell, as that old ghost had said. They had once brought calamity to this world and endless death and destruction. In the end, he was suppressed here. However, they were definitely not the true culprits of the burial earth world's existence. They deserve to die from what you said. Li Yu sneered. That's right, but no one can really kill them. Death is only a form of sleep to them. When they wake up again, they will become even stronger, the ghost old man added.
They can't be killed? Oof, then today is their death date.
Hearing this, Li Yu's interest grew. He really wanted to see if there was really a living being in this world that he could not kill. No, they're people cursed by the Heavenly Dao. No one can kill them as long as the life-devouring ancient emperor is tainted by a trace of vitality. He will immediately revive. As for the skeleton general and the ash general, their bodies are made of bones and ashes. As long as there are bones and ashes in this world, they will definitely revive again. Then he will lead an army of billions of skeletons and torrential ashes to destroy all life and civilization, the ghost old man said in a low voice. His words made the expressions of the Li family and the Sun family turn ugly. They even subconsciously took a few steps back.
Is that so?
Then I'd like to see it for myself, Li Yu said with interest. Then he waved his right hand and the morning bell instantly rose from the ground. As the bell echoed, it rapidly shrank until it became a small bell that he kept in his pocket. At the same time, an ancient altar appeared in front of him. On it were one red and two black coffins. The red coffin in the middle was engraved with strange totems and runes that emitted a faint glow. It's over, it's over, it's over. You shouldn't have done this, you shouldn't have, the old ghost said with a horrified expression. At the same time, the totem on the red coffin lit up. Countless natural energies surged into the coffin, causing it to tremble slightly. However, the first to awaken was the ash general in the black coffin on the left. Countless ashes spread out from the cracks of the coffin like dust. In the end, under the shocked gazes of the old ghost, the Li family and the Sun family, it condensed into a tall figure in silver armor with black flames burning on the surface. At the same time, the Heavenly Dao rankings suddenly changed. 3 new names appeared in the top 10.
Physique rankings number 4, God-devouring forbidden body. Owner, life-devouring ancient emperor.
Origin, burial earth world.
Physique rankings number 9, bone demon curse body. Owner, skeleton general.
Origin, burial earth world.
Physique rankings number 10, ashen curse body. Owner, ash general.
Origin, burial earth world.
3 new physiques appeared on the physique rankings at once, instantly attracting the attention of many.
When they saw the name of the physique and its owner, panic instantly spread among the various immortal realms.
It's over, our people must have accidentally released the terrifying existence sealed in the burial earth world. 3 terrifying fellows have appeared at once. I knew that nothing good would come out of so many people entering the burial earth world. This time it's really going to attract disaster. Oh no, I'm afraid an unknown disaster is coming.
When he saw the names of the God-devouring forbidden body, the bone demon curse body, and the ashen curse body, he felt uneasy. Furthermore, these three physiques were ranked 10th and the god-devouring forbidden body was ranked 4th. It was clear that this physique was extremely powerful.
The owner must be a terrifying existence.
Therefore, many people who were already afraid of the burial earth world fell into unease and panic. In the burial earth world, the Li family and the Sun family noticed the changes in the Heavenly Dao rankings, and the surprise in their eyes intensified. He did not expect that the fellows in these three coffins were not simple after all. The god-devouring forbidden body, the bone demon curse body, the ashen curse body, were they really cursed by the Heavenly Dao? In his gaze, the Ash General slowly opened his eyes. His blood-red pupils were also burning with black flames. His gaze swept across Liu, the Sun and Li families. The vitality they emitted made the Ash General reveal a greedy expression. Chapter 342, Say Goodbye to This World. 3. His black tongue could not help but lick his purplish lips. He did not speak. His mouth suddenly opened wide, and the tongue that stuck out suddenly turned into a black snake head that stuck out its tongue. Immediately it shot out of his mouth with a whoosh. It grew in the wind and almost instantly transformed into a black python that was like a flood dragon. Its body was burning with black flames as it pounced towards Liu. However, Liu's expression remained the same as he casually slashed out with his sword. Blast! The giant python condensed from black flames instantly dissipated. The Ash General's expression changed and fear surfaced in his eyes as he hurriedly retreated. However, after taking a few steps back, his body collapsed as well, turning into ashes that filled the sky and dissipated. However, Liu still grabbed at the air. Countless tiny black particles seemed to be extracted from the air before condensing into a ball of black ashes that was carried to Liu by an invisible force. You're really going to die this time. Say goodbye to this world forever, Liu said with a smile. As he spoke, a howl seemed to sound from the ashes, but soon all the ashes turned into primordial energy that dissipated into nothingness. The howling disappeared as well. The black coffin disappeared with him. The name of the ashen curse body on the Heavenly Dao rankings vanished too. As expected of the burial earth creatures, they're indeed a group of strange fellows. Liu thought to himself, this Ash General was indeed a special existence. Every smallest grain of ash was his clone. As long as a grain of ash that was difficult to detect with the naked eye and divine sense was still alive, he could rise from the ashes and be reborn. Therefore, when he sensed Liu's terrifying sword might, he separated some tiny particles to keep his clone. However, he did not expect that under the perception of Liu's heart of heaven and earth, even if he transformed into an atomic nucleus, he could not escape Liu's perception. Therefore, it was extracted from the air by Liu and transformed into nothingness with the power of the primordial origin true body. Upon seeing this, the old ghost's illusory face was filled with shock and he could not believe it. Was the so-called undying Ash General really dead? However, the Li family and the Sun family were equally surprised. They looked at the name that had first turned gray on the Heavenly Dao rankings and the word deceased that had appeared in the end. It completely disappeared from the rankings. They knew that the Ash General had really been killed by Liu. At this moment, their understanding of Liu refreshed again. This person could only be described as resourceful. No wonder he dared to ignore the ghost's advice and insist on keeping the morning bell. On the account of the three people who should not be awakened, they were probably going to have a deep sleep this time. After the Ash General was killed, the totems on the red coffin seemed to crawl into the coffin like worms. At the same time, the coffin lid slowly opened. A figure covered in talismans stood up from the coffin. The scene made Liu feel as if he was watching a zombie movie. However, this guy in front of him looked much more terrifying than those zombies in the movies. It was not only his appearance but also the aura he emitted. Whoosh! He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of turbid gas. Inside were countless miserable ghosts, but they were sucked back into his stomach in the end. As the life-devouring ancient emperor came out of the coffin, another black coffin beside him shook slightly as if the skeleton general was about to wake up. Chapter 343, Lady Desire is actually 1. After the life-devouring ancient emperor stood up from the coffin, the talismans on the surface of his body immediately burned, automatically turning into balls of blood that fused into his body, filling his corpse-like body again. Seeing the appearance of the life-devouring ancient emperor and sensing the terrifying aura he emitted, the Li family and the Sun family felt their bodies turn cold as they subconsciously retreated far away. If they had not just witnessed Liu's power not long ago, they would probably have turned around and fled by now. I finally smell vitality again. The life-devouring ancient emperor took a deep breath and everyone's vitality was immediately sucked away by him. Seeing this, the power of Liyu's primordial origin true body instantly formed a barrier that isolated and dissolved the devouring power. The life-devouring ancient emperor's expression changed as his ferocious eyes widened. A sword condensed from talismans instantly appeared in his hand. Kid, what a move! However, you will be the first food I resurrect. As he spoke, the life-devouring ancient emperor stepped forward and rushed towards Liyu in the air. Liyu was expressionless as he raised the sword in his hand and slashed down again. At the same time, the lid of the remaining black coffin flew up with a bang. Who woke me up? With a furious shout, a figure in black armor jumped out of the coffin. The body under the armor was a white skeleton, an endless aura of death and decay spread from his body. However, the moment he appeared, the life-devouring ancient emperor who was charging at Liyu with his sword let out an unwilling roar and the shrill cries of countless ghosts under Liyu's sword. The life-devouring ancient emperor's body collapsed into a bloody mist. Countless ferocious ghosts roared and bared their fangs. Soon the ghosts and blood mist turned into smoke and nothingness as if they had never appeared. This scene fell into the eyes of the skeleton general who had just rushed out. The moment he landed, 2 bones fell to the ground. Liyu looked at the 2 bones on the ground and felt that they were kneecaps. Blast! As the life-devouring ancient emperor died, the red coffin collapsed randomly. In the end, it was also reduced to ashes that were annihilated in the air. The skeleton general stood on the spot in silence for a moment, and no expression could be seen on its skull. You shouldn't have woken me up, the skeleton general suddenly said, so I'm going to continue sleeping. Don't disturb me anymore. As he spoke, the skeleton general grabbed the coffin lid and jumped back into it. However, when he closed the coffin lid, he accidentally broke his skeleton-like left palm and dropped it outside the coffin. Then the broken palm seemed to be frightened as it jumped up from the ground and crawled back into the coffin. In the end, the entire coffin lid closed again and it was silent inside. The Li family and the Sun family looked at each other. For some reason, the scene just now made them want to laugh. However, Liyu frowned and snorted, "You still want to escape?" Before he finished his sentence, he slashed down and the black coffin collapsed into ashes. However, Liyu's strike was still a little too slow. The skeleton general instantly reincarnated on another corpse nearby. However, his movements could not escape Liyu's perception, so he immediately turned around and slashed down again. This time his target was a tomb on the side. Blast! With this strike, a huge ravine was slashed open on the ground. The surrounding ground collapsed again and a miserable cry sounded from the ravine. When the dust settled, the names of the life-devouring ancient emperor and the skeleton general on the physique rankings turned gray one after another, and the word deceased appeared behind their names. Immediately, the names of the god-devouring forbidden body and the bone demon curse body disappeared from the Heavenly Dao rankings again. Silence. The Li family and the Sun family watched everything that had just happened with their mouths agape. Other than shock, they had no other emotions. The old ghost's face was also filled with shock, but after the shock he revealed a relieved smile. "They're really dead. They're really dead," the old ghost muttered. Perhaps his obsession had been eliminated and his fate had been freed, or perhaps his wish had been fulfilled. His figure began to become more and more illusory and blurry before slowly disappearing. The stone tablet he was originally attached to seemed to have experienced 10,000 years in an instant and become dilapidated. With the death of the ancient emperor, the skeleton general and the ash general, the entire cemetery began to collapse. The ground cracked and countless souls crawled out of the cracks. They looked up at the sky with relieved expressions, then, like the old ghost earlier, they turned illusory and disappeared into the air. Liyu could sense that they had returned to the cycle of reincarnation. Next target, the 8-divisional furnace and the fire spirit pearl. Liyu looked up at the owner of the 8-divisional furnace and the fire spirit pearl on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Divine Ho of the Netherworld Qing. The Heaven Burial Sect's Heavenly Venerable Huazang. Looks like I'll have to catch a burial earth creature to lead the way. Liyu thought, and then he took a step and immediately flew into the distance. Chapter 344, Lady Desire is actually, 2. At this moment, the Li family and the Sun family finally recovered from their shock. Recalling everything he had just experienced, Li Changsheng said with lingering fear, "Patriarch, let's end this trip here." "Okay." The Li family's ancestor nodded. The morning bell had already been obtained. As for the other ownerless magic treasures, they would probably be difficult to obtain. Currently, the creatures of the burial earth were hunting the creatures of the outside world everywhere. Those top-notch burial earth creatures were also active. If they continued to stay here, they would probably be doomed. "Let's go back together."
Sun Bingyuan decided to leave too. What happened not long ago had left them with lingering fear. Seeing that the owners of the god-devouring forbidden body, the bone demon curse body and the ashen curse body had all died and the three new physiques had disappeared, the people from the various immortal realms heaved a sigh of relief, their uneasy emotions calmed down a little. However, everyone was curious as to why these three strange fellows had suddenly died as if they were a flash in the pan. Who released them? Who killed them? Obviously nothing was known for the time being. However, before everything calmed down, a new name appeared on the Physique rankings. Physique rankings number 6, Fallen Divine Body. Owner, Ri Tian. Origin, Burial Earth World. The appearance of this new name planted unease in many people's hearts again. Look, the owner of the Morning Bell has already become Li Yu. So Li Yu has entered the Burial Earth World too. Indeed, these ownerless magic treasures can't escape from Li Yu. Do you think the life-devouring ancient emperor, the skeleton general and the ash general were killed by Li Yu? It's possible. As everyone discussed, a new change occurred on the rankings. Demonic Abyss Sword Owner, Mo Yuan. Origin, Burial Earth World. Everyone was in an uproar again when they saw this change. Demonic Abyss Sword's owner, Mo Yuan? Did this magic treasure take on a human form? No, this demonic abyss might be the original owner of this sword. Oh no, it's probably another terrifying mighty figure who broke out of the seal. I wonder what the appearance of these guys means and what kind of disaster it will bring to the myriad worlds. I hope they can be killed like the life-devouring ancient emperor. The changes in the Heavenly Dao rankings made the uneasiness spread again. At the same time, somewhere in the Burial Earth world, Heavenly Venerable Ji Xingzi of the Demon God Hall led a group of people to kneel on the ground. In front of them was a huge altar. Dried corpses that had just had their blood essence sucked dry were arranged into strange totems on the altar. In the middle of the totem sat a middle-aged man, a purple demon sword pierced through his body and endless demonic chi constantly gathered around him. He slowly opened his eyes and many strange golden runes flickered in his purple pupils. Welcome back, Lord Demon God. Ji Xingzi and the others from the Demon God Hall called out in unison. They were incomparably respectful and pious. Phew, the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the weak humans in front of him and then at his new body before standing up. Poof. He pulled out the demonic abyss sword that had pierced through his body. At the same time, demonic chi gathered and the wound rapidly healed. Welcome back, old friend. Gongxu Shirtuo walked forward and greeted with a smile. You are? Mo Yuan looked at the person in front of him in surprise. Suddenly his eyes flashed. You're Crafty? That's right, congratulations on your new life, old friend, said Crafty with a smile. Why is your aura so weak? Asked Mo Yuan. I'm not as lucky as you. My essence, soul and power aren't as well preserved as you. The rebirth ritual was even affected by someone, causing my power to still be weak until now. Crafty said with a bitter smile. That's unfortunate, said Mo Yuan. But I'm fine. The anomaly is even more unlucky than me. Crafty said with a sinister smile. Come, let's get out of here first. Okay. Mo Yuan nodded. His current strength was not as good as back then and he had been sealed for countless years. He did not know much about the current world and everything needed to be considered at length. After Li Yu left the tomb, he began to search for Burial Earth creatures. Indeed, before long he sensed a few Burial Earth creatures flying towards him. After all, his powerful vitality was like the blazing sun in the night. It was simply too eye-catching. Soon those Burial Earth creatures appeared in front of Li Yu and blocked his path. At the same time, Li Yu sensed another group of Burial Earth creatures flying towards him. Furthermore, those people's auras were several times stronger than these guys. Do you know where the Netherworld Divine Ho and the Heaven Burial Sect are? Li Yu was the first to ask. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, the Burial Earth creatures looked at Li Yu as if he was a fool, thinking that he was a fool who had just arrived. He did not know that he was in danger and actually asked for directions. Furthermore, from the two names he asked, it was clear that he was after the magic treasure on the Heavenly Dao rankings. He was simply a fellow who did not know the difference between life and death, not to mention a mysterious and terrifying existence like the Netherworld Divine Ho. Even the Heaven Burial Sect was not something ordinary living beings could provoke. Chapter 345, Lady Desire is actually 3. This kid was simply courting death.
Haha kid, the Netherworld Divine Ho is not a place you can go instead of sending yourself. Those burial earth creatures were halfway through their sentence when their expressions suddenly changed. Then they looked at the group of people flying over from the side. Yes, they're from the Ten Kings Palace. It's the Ten Kings Palace's Lady Desire. A few people exclaimed. Liu had long sensed that group of people and looked over curiously. He saw 6 skeleton horses in red armor pulling a magnificent carriage. The carriage was like a gorgeous pavilion with light gauze curtains swaying in the wind. An enchanting figure could be vaguely seen lying inside. There were 20 burly men in armor following the carriage. They were fully armed and only a pair of eyes could be seen. Furthermore, their auras were powerful, at least at the Saint Realm. As for the woman in the carriage, from her aura her cultivation was probably at the Sovereign Realm. However, what surprised Liu was not the cultivation of these people but the woman in the carriage and the 6 maidservants following beside it. They did not seem like burial earth creatures and there was no death aura on them. Instead, they were filled with vitality. However, their faces were pale and their auras were weak, as if they had lost too much blood. The beauty of a stranger is like jade, and the young master is unmatched in the world. I've lived for so many years and I'm finally fortunate enough to see such a peerless young master. A charming voice sounded from the curtains, clearly excited. At the same time, the woman stood up as well, immediately revealing an extremely proud figure. Immediately a jade popped out of the veil. Her skin was smooth as jade. She lifted the veil and a graceful figure walked out. In an instant the grey world seemed to brighten up. Liu's eyes widened slightly as he looked at the woman who walked out of the carriage in surprise. What he saw was completely beyond his expectations. This woman was actually a peerless beauty with the appearance of an angel and the figure of a devil. She was dressed boldly and her entire body was filled with temptation. If one said that some people were born on the laughing point of others, then this woman was born on the exciting point of men. The kind that could steal one's soul with a single look. Of course, what surprised Liu the most was not her appearance but that she was no different from a human from the outside world in terms of appearance and aura. The only difference was the charming and demonic mark on her glabella. Liu found it strange. He had clearly heard from the burial earth creature that she was Lady Desire. Moreover, it was not the first time he had heard of the Ten Kings Palace and Lady Desire. He could basically confirm that this person should be a living being from this burial earth and a powerful faction here. However, why was there no trace of death aura on this woman? Instead, she was filled with vitality. However, Liu quickly understood. He glanced at the few women beside the carriage with dispirited auras. He thought of the information he had heard previously. The Ten Kings Palace seemed to be willing to spend money to buy women from the outside world. It seemed that these human women had provided vitality to Lady Desire, making her look no different from anyone else. However, at this moment when her eyes met Liu's, Lady Desire felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body went numb and her heart pounded. The feeling that had not appeared for countless years arose spontaneously. Her gaze seemed to sink into Liu's eyes and she could no longer escape. Her soul seemed to have fallen into it and she could not extricate herself. Rumble. At this moment thick clouds suddenly gathered in the sky and thunder rumbled. A vortex rapidly condensed from the clouds and lightning flashed inside as if a tribulation cloud had descended. No. Lady Desire's expression changed drastically as she immediately looked away. Her jade-like hand grabbed the mark on her glabella and her nails even cut through her skin, causing dark red blood to gush out. No! I beg you, don't hurt him. She revealed a pained expression as if she was wailing and begging. Her nails scratched her forehead but a strange light shot out from between her fingers. Liu was surprised, not knowing what had happened. Chapter 346, Young Master, please get on the carriage. 1. The lightning in the sky was still accumulating energy. Lady Desire was also trying her best to control the curse power in her body and calm her heart. The more she tried to suppress her emotions and her true self, the more intense her desire and feelings became. The memories that had been sealed for countless years, the feelings that she had buried in her heart, kept drilling out. It pulled her thoughts back to countless years ago when she had endless expectations for the future and beautiful fantasies about love. At that time she was still Princess Yu of one of the 3 ancient countries, the Tian'in dynasty. As she was drop-dead gorgeous, she was once known as the #1 beauty in the ancient immortal realm. She was once the center of attraction for countless men and the envy of countless women. However, as the saying went, beauty was a source of calamity. Her beauty had brought a terrifying disaster to her country and family. The most powerful ancient country at that time, the immortal emperor of the Sun dynasty, seemed to have his soul hooked after seeing her once and insisted on marrying her. However, she was the beloved daughter of immortal Emperor Tian'in. His father was naturally unwilling to marry her to someone around his age. Furthermore, she already had someone in her heart at that time. The person she liked was the #1 prodigy of the top immortal sect, the Heavenly Sword sect, Changhe. Therefore, the Sun dynasty actually launched a war to force immortal Emperor Tian'in to submit and marry him. However, this was only the beginning of the disaster. The obsession and madness of the Sun dynasty's immortal emperor made the empress's jealousy of Princess Yu reach a perverse level. Later on, she invited a terrifying demon from somewhere and made a crazy deal. He had exchanged the lives of 5 million immortals of the Sun dynasty for the help of demons. He planted the terrifying curse mark on Princess Yu's glabella, making her in existence like a lonely star in the sky. The person she loved or was attracted to would be killed by that strange tribulation lightning. Those she touched would immediately be infected by the strange curse and die. Her parents, her siblings, and the people she loved were all struck to death by the tribulation lightning in front of her. This included the #1 prodigy of the Heavenly Sword sect, Long River, who had once tempted her and made her admire him. This curse had brought disaster to her family and the Tian'in dynasty. It had also destroyed her life and all the beauty in her heart. She had once thought of committing suicide, but what was more terrifying was that she could not die. This curse allowed her to obtain an eternal body, and all her divine powers and techniques were useless against her. This meant that she could not end the source of all this calamity and the pain in her heart by dying. She could only face all the sorrow and watch her loved ones die in front of her. In the end, she gave birth to her alone and endured the immense grief and torture until the end of time. In the end, the Tian'in dynasty was almost destroyed. In order to take revenge on the empress of the Sun dynasty, she hid the fact that she was cursed and agreed to marry the immortal emperor of the Sun dynasty. Then on the day of the wedding, she witnessed the emperor of the Sun dynasty being poisoned to death. Then she personally killed the empress, her children, and finally destroyed the entire Sun dynasty by herself. From then on, she became the demon in everyone's hearts, the terrifying demoness in the mouths of countless people. She was an ominous person, a person who made people's faces turn pale. She was no longer worthy of love, of having friends and family. She had become an anomaly, like a lonely star. She was alive, but she was already dead. Until one day she was treated as a demon and sealed away forever. When she woke up from the seal again, she had already become a member of the burial Earthworld. Later on, she became the Lady Desire of the Ten Kings Palace. Gradually, she forgot who she used to be and her original appearance. Although her body was ageless and eternal, her body was filled with death energy due to the special environment of the burial Earthworld. She was like a zombie and her appearance had turned ashen. Therefore, she could only rely on devouring the vitality of the outside world to maintain her vitality and her current appearance. She could not touch or even fall in love with anyone, not even for a moment. However, deep in her heart, she still yearned for love and a hug. She yearned to be like a normal woman and stay with the person she loved. This was an extremely simple task for a mortal woman, but it became an extravagant hope for her. Over the years, she had thought that she had long become a zombie. She had no feelings, nor would she fall for anyone, let alone the heart-throbbing feelings she had when she was young. However, she did not expect that the moment she saw Liu, she seemed to have returned to the past in a daze. She did not expect that the nightmare-like scene would appear in front of her again. When the tribulation clouds gathered and the thunder sounded, she instinctively fell into panic and could not extricate herself. She even imagined Liu's body turning into ashes after the lightning struck. No! As she cried out in horror, a thick bolt of lightning that was like a flood dragon instantly descended and struck towards Liu. Liu's expression changed as he cursed. He was not afraid of the lightning, but he did not expect it to strike him. Chapter 347, Young Master, please get on the carriage. 2. What was going on? However, halfway through the lightning strike, it suddenly disappeared. The vortex-like tribulation clouds seemed to have been dispersed by an invisible force, and the world instantly returned to calm. Lady Desire looked at the disappearing tribulation cloud in shock, then at the unharmed Liu, her face filled with surprise. The terrifying scene did not repeat itself. You're fine. This curse is useless against you. The surprise in Lady Desire's eyes turned into surprise as her lips curled into an excited smile. It had to be said that if he did not know that she was a burial earth creature, that smile would have the charm to overthrow all living beings. Of course Li Yu was not discriminating against the living beings of the burial earth, it was just that the fellows he had seen earlier had given him an established impression of the burial earth world. Therefore, even though there was a woman with a demonic figure and an angelic appearance standing in front of him, he was not interested in her at all. This is great. Lady Desire was excited. After countless years she had finally met someone who was not afraid of her curse, someone who could make her heart race again. That joy made her forget herself for a moment. She only wanted to rush up and hug him tightly. She wanted to feel the warmth of his embrace again and the happiness of being close to others. She stepped on the carriage and pounced towards Li Yu, opening her gentle arms. However, before she could touch Li Yu, he grabbed her neck and held her in his hand. Upon seeing this, the experts of the Ten Kings Palace wanted to attack, but they were stopped by a gesture from Lady Desire. As for the burial earth creatures who were preparing to hunt Li Yu earlier, they were also dumbfounded. They were unaware of the curse on Lady Desire. They had only heard that she was beautiful and liked handsome men. She was extremely powerful and could definitely rank in the top 5 in the Ten Kings Palace. Yet such an expert was grabbed by Li Yu. Even if Lady Desire did not use her full strength because she liked him, she should not be strangled by him. Furthermore, the lightning tribulation that had just struck down had disappeared into thin air. It was strange. All the signs pointed out that this man from the outside world was definitely not simple. Fortunately, they did not have the time to attack just now, otherwise they would probably be the ones in danger. Lady Desire did not resist when Li Yu grabbed her neck. Instead, she seemed to enjoy it. Her entire face flushed red and her body went limp as she looked at Li Yu excitedly. "Young master, you're fine. Even when you touch me, looks like my curse is really useless against you." Lady Desire grabbed Li Yu's arm around her neck excitedly and pressed her entire face against it. "This is great, this is really great. I'm finally not alone anymore." As she spoke, tears of excitement flowed down her face. She was not faking it, she was really excited. A person who had endured endless loneliness yearned to experience the feeling of touching others again. However, Lady Desire's strange reaction confused Li Yu. He pushed her away and frowned slightly as he thought carefully. He seemed to understand what was going on. Another cursed person? Li Yu thought it seemed like this woman was a jinx. Anyone she liked and interacted with would be struck by lightning or cursed. However, he had the great Dao golden body and the primordial origin true body. All curses and spells were useless against him. Therefore, he had become the only person who could be touched in the eyes of Lady Desire. No wonder she was so excited. When he thought of the screams and grief when she first saw the lightning tribulation, Li Yu felt that she should not be a wicked person by nature and should have some conscience. Perhaps she had a hard life. However, he was not in the mood to save a girl who had lost her footing. Otherwise, he would probably die from exhaustion. "Young master, you're too strong, you're hurting me." Lady Desire pouted. Li Yu ignored her words and asked coldly, "Let me ask you, do you know where the Heaven Burial Sect and the Netherworld Divine Ho are?" Of course, not many people in this burial earth know about the Netherworld Divine Ho. You is one of them. If I'm not wrong, you're probably looking for that chain, right? Lady Desire approached Li Yu again and pulled the loose collar that had fallen under her shoulder with a smile. She naturally knew that Li Yu was here for those magic treasures. Therefore, when he heard these two names, he immediately guessed that Li Yu wanted to obtain the 8th divisional furnace and the fire spirit pearl. Li Yu raised his brows. He did not expect this woman to be so quick-witted. It was much more convenient to deal with smart people. "That's right, do you know that fellow called Qing?" Li Yu asked. "Of course Yuer has seen this evil god before. If you want to find him, then ask Yuer for help," Lady Desire said charmingly. "Lead the way," Li Yu ordered. "Yuer can lead the way for you, but you have to agree to my request. You have no right to negotiate with me." Li Yu snapped coldly. "Young master is so domineering, Yuer loves it." "Young master, please get into Yuer's carriage, it's fast and stable. I can also serve you on the way. We'll arrive at the Netherworld Shrine when you're feeling lightheaded," Lady Desire said with a seductive gaze. Li Yu looked at Lady Desire. There was no doubt that her carriage was indeed fast and stable. "No need, you lead the way alone," Li Yu said. If he walked over, his feet would at most be sore. If he really got into that carriage, his waist would probably be sore and his legs would be weak. "All right." Lady Desire turned to her subordinates in disappointment and said, "You may return." "Yes." All the subordinates bowed in response. "Young master, save me." "Young master, save us." The women suddenly knelt and shouted.
Li Yu looked over and said to Lady Desire, let them go. Since young master has spoken, Yor will naturally give you face. Lady Desire formed hand seals. Golden light flashed on the women's bodies and the power restraining them disappeared. Thank you for your help, young master. Those human women were endlessly grateful. They immediately kowtowed, got up and flew into the distance. We've only met by chance and you're actually willing to save those women. You're indeed a heroic person. Yor has liked heroic men since I was young. However, since young master is willing to save them, why don't you save Yor too? As she spoke, Lady Desire suddenly looked weak as she placed her hand on Li Yu's shoulder and leaned towards his chest. In the end, he was pushed away by Li Yu. Cut the crap and lead the way. Li Yu really wanted to whip her, but to make her dishonest. Young master, you really don't know how to cherish women. Lady Desire pouted, but she could only lead the way obediently. However, how could she bear to bring Li Yu to the Netherworld Divine Temple? Although she felt that Li Yu was extraordinary, she knew better than Li Yu what kind of place the Netherworld Divine Ho was, not to mention the mysterious and terrifying Lord Netherworld. Just those few evil gods were not something ordinary people could deal with. In her opinion, if Li Yu went to find the evil god Qing to snatch the treasure, he would be courting death. Therefore she would not send Li Yu to his death. It was not easy to meet a man who made her heart race and was not afraid of the curse. She could not wait to cherish and protect him. It could be said that she could fight anyone who dared to touch a hair on Li Yu's head. Even if she could not defeat him, she would think of a way to restrain him to death. Therefore leading the way was a lie. The most important thing was to make this young master bow down to her. However, in the past, as long as a man looked at her, he would be seduced by her and lose his mind. This made her not know how to conquer a man. This was especially difficult for someone like Li Yu, who was unmoved by his beauty. After some thought, she thought of an idea. Since Li Yu had a chivalrous heart, she might as well play the emotional card and exchange sincerity for sincerity. It might be effective. Chapter 348, Please Send Me Off. 1. Young master, do you know why Yor is called Lady Desire? Lady Desire suddenly looked at Li Yu with a serious expression. Li Yu did not interrupt her this time. He was indeed curious about the story of what happened to this woman. Such a peerless beauty was a jinx. This was a persona filled with stories. Seeing that Li Yu did not speak, Lady Desire was secretly delighted and hurriedly began to talk endlessly about her background and past. Memories were a painful thing for her. Although countless years had passed, the mention of it still made her eyes water. Especially when she said that she watched her parents and family and her loved ones were killed by the tribulation lightning. Li Yu also recalled the painful expression she had when she saw the tribulation lightning not long ago, that struggle and despair, that fear and helplessness. Moreover, true stories and emotions were often more touching, and Li Yu could not help but sigh in his heart. He sighed at how unlucky this woman was. They lamented that beauties had a poor life since ancient times and that jealousy was the most terrifying demon in the world. So Yor became an undying existence that was neither human nor ghost. I don't know when I became Lady Desire. At this point, Yunyang's face was filled with sorrow and she even laughed bitterly. Although countless years had passed and she had already become indifferent to many things in the past, her healed scars still hurt when she touched them again. Fortunately, she had finally waited for a miracle, a man who would not be harmed by the curse. Actually, I've also visited experts everywhere in the past in hopes of finding a way to break this curse seal. Later on, I encountered an immeasurable heavenly venerable. She once told me that if I want to break this curse seal, the only way is to fuse yin and yang and lose my virginity. However, the power of this curse seal prevented me from coming into contact with anyone. I could only wait for a miracle, a man who was not afraid of the curse power. The moment the curse is broken, I will welcome true death. My soul will be freed and enter the cycle of reincarnation to reincarnate as a human. Perhaps eternal life is something that many yearn for. In fact, many people cultivate for eternal life. On the other hand, I will rather die a worthy death than live like this. Even if I can only become a normal person for a day, I'm willing. Therefore, I'd been waiting for this miracle to appear for countless years, from anticipation to disappointment to despair. In the end, I didn't even believe that such a person existed. Until I met young master. You're the only person in this world who can save me and free me. Therefore, I beg you, young master, please send me off and allow me to reincarnate. I'm willing to repay your kindness with my life and my next life. At this point, Yunyang knelt in front of Li Yu and looked at him pleadingly. Her sincere gaze moved him. He could tell that Yunyang really hoped to be freed and die.
However, Liu had a nagging feeling that Yunyang had probably encountered a lecherous old liar back then. Only a desperate person like Yunyang would believe such lies. Liu did not even need to think to know that the immeasurable heavenly venerable back then had probably ended up in a miserable state. Did the immeasurable heavenly venerable who told you this method back then die? Liu suddenly asked. This question stunned Yunyang for a moment before she answered truthfully. Later on, she accidentally touched my body and was turned into a stone statue by the curse power. I knew it. Liu knew that the so-called immeasurable heavenly venerable was a big liar. However, Yunyang clearly believed it. After all, to a desperate person, no matter how ridiculous the hope was, it would become the truth. That was the reason for her survival. Don't worry, lead the way first. If you really want to die, my sword can help you find peace, Liu said in a low voice. Seeing that Liu was still unmoved, Yunyang was disappointed. She did not expect that her sincere prayers would not move Liu. However, she would never give up, just like that she had persevered through all these years, so why should she be afraid that the clouds would not bloom and the moon would shine? She did not believe that she could not move Liu. Yunyang flew aimlessly in the burial earth world with Liu, but she knew that this was not a solution. Therefore, after some thought, he decided to bring Liu to the Heaven Burial Sect first. After all, it was not a problem for him and Liu to deal with the Heaven Burial Sect. However, after flying for a while, Yunyang's expression suddenly changed. She stopped in her tracks and immediately changed directions, preparing to fly in the other direction. Hold on. Liu stopped Yunyang because he sensed the commotion ahead. There were a few familiar auras there. They were from Xing Miao and the four spirit worlds. In addition, there were 3 burial earth creatures with powerful auras. The weakest was similar to Guton he had encountered. Of course, what attracted Liu's attention was that the Dragon King ruler, the Morning Bell, and the Dusk Drum in the system space seemed to have sensed something and had the same reaction. After that, he checked the system mission notification regarding the 8 divisional pagoda. Indeed, the name of the 8 divisional furnace was flashing. Chapter 349, Please Send Me Off. 2. Although the system would only provide guidance to the ownerless magic treasures, the system would give a certain hint about the magic treasures involved in the mission. Coupled with Yunyang's strange reaction just now, he was even more certain. That fellow called Qing should be there. Liu did not question why Yunyang deliberately did not bring him along. He could guess the reason. Follow me. Liu flew towards the 4 spirit worlds. Yunyang's expression changed as she hurriedly chased after Liu and stopped him. Young master, you can't go there, it'll be dangerous. I'll bring you to the Heaven Burial Sect first, Yunyang said in a panic. Don't worry, that Qing isn't my match, Liu assured. He knew what Yunyang was worried about. The evil god of the Netherworld Divine Ho is very powerful and strange. That fellow called Qing has the ability to split infinitely. If you use all means to kill him, not only will he immediately revive, but he will also split into 2 stronger versions. No one can kill him, Yunyang said in a low voice. It's an undying body. This doesn't seem to be a rare existence in your burial earthworld. I just killed 3 guys who claim to have undying bodies not long ago, Liu said with a smile, and then he continued flying forward. Young master, even if you can kill the Qing, the terror of the Netherworld Divine Ho is beyond your imagination. It's the most terrifying faction in the burial earthworld. If you offend them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yunyang was still trying her best to dissuade Liu. Liu did not say anything else. He knew that Yunyang was advising him out of goodwill, but he had nothing to explain. Strength was the best answer. At the moment, over at the 4 spirit worlds, the 2 sovereigns accompanying Xing Miao were already severely injured and bathed in blood. Xing Miao was also in a state of shock. She could clearly sense the threat of death and her pretty face turned pale. If her father, the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable, and her uncle, the Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable, had not arrived in time, they had probably already died in the hands of these 3 terrifying fellows. Sir, my daughter is insensible. If she has offended you, I hope you can forgive me. I will bring her away from here immediately and never set foot in the burial earth world again. The Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable cupped his hands and said. He had seen many people on the Heavenly Dao rankings die one after another in the burial earth world. He had also seen the death of Patriarch Corpse, so he was worried that something would happen in the burial earth world and his daughter would be in danger. He came over with the Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable and prepared to bring Xing Miao back. He did not expect that his daughter would encounter an accident and actually encounter the evil god and the evil sovereign of the Netherworld Divine Ho. If he had not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Few people in the outside world knew the name of the Netherworld Divine Ho. However, as the heavenly venerable of the four spirit worlds and the top expert of the myriad worlds, the vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable naturally knew more about the burial earth world than most people. Therefore he had heard of the Netherworld Divine Ho and knew that it was a mysterious and powerful faction. Even the various heavenly venerables were unwilling to provoke anyone from this faction. Furthermore, in the battle just now, the green-robed man with a strange mask on his face made him wary the other party's cultivation was not inferior to his. Coupled with the fact that the death aura weakened his strength in this burial earth world, he was confident that he could kill the other party. Therefore it was better to make peace than to risk his life. Lord Insi has ordered that all outsiders shall be killed. The green-robed man said coldly. Are you really going to be an enemy of our four spirit worlds? The vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable frowned as his expression darkened. That's right, our four spirit worlds have never interfered with your burial earth spirit. Well, why must you kill us all? The azure dragon Heavenly Venerable roared angrily. If not for the fact that he could not unleash his full strength in this burial earth world, he would definitely teach this group of burial earth creatures a lesson. So what? Even if you don't die today, you will die in the future, the green-robed man snapped coldly. As he spoke, he was the first to attack, heading straight for the vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable. A cold glint flashed through the vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable's eyes. Although the other party was indeed powerful, he was not afraid. It was wishful thinking for the other party to want to kill him. Lin, bring Miss away first. As he spoke, the vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable had already stepped forward. The powerful magic power of the Heavenly Venerable realm transformed into a giant vermilion bird. Scorching flames instantly burned the entire sky red, distorting space. Blast! The red and clear magic powers collided in the air, instantly tearing apart the entire sky. Miss, let's go. The old man called Lin said at the moment he and the other old man were already severely injured. Staying behind would be a burden. They could only risk their lives to protect Xing Miao and escape from the burial earth world. Xing Miao did not say anything else. She knew very well that she would be a burden if she stayed. If she could successfully escape, her father and the others should have a way to escape. However, just as Xing Miao and the others were about to leave, 5 yellow paper effigies appeared out of thin air and instantly transformed into 5 ghost-like puppets that blocked their path. Seeing this, Xing Miao did not say a word as he took out the last vermilion bird token on him. It instantly transformed into a giant vermilion bird that carried torrential flames that instantly devoured the 5 puppets. Xing Miao was confident that this strike could definitely kill those 5 puppets with auras around the Saint King realm. However, just as she was about to continue forward, the 5 puppets rushed out of the flames and pounced at Xing Miao. Chapter 350, Please Send Me Off. 3. Seeing this, the expressions of Lin and the other sovereign realm elder changed drastically. They immediately ignored their heavily injured bodies and stood in front of Xing Miao to fight the 5 puppets. Bang! 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 After a while, the 2 supreme realm elders' injuries worsened. They spat out blood and almost died on the spot. It had to be said that these ghosts were like fish in water in the environment of the burial earth world. Their lethality was ridiculous. Why did the vermilion bird token not work just now? Xing Miao was surprised. The strength of these puppets was only at the Saint King or Holy Lord realm. His vermilion bird token had once instantly killed an honorable burial earth creature. However, they were not defeated this time. Just as Xing Miao was puzzled, a voice suddenly sounded. You're the Netherworld Divine Host Qing? Along with this voice, Li Yu's figure appeared in the air. It's him! Xing Miao's eyes widened in surprise and a smile subconsciously surfaced on her lips. However, that smile immediately vanished because she saw the woman who had followed Li Yu here. It was a beautiful, proud and graceful woman. Looking at the size of her chest, Xing Miao subconsciously reached out to touch it. She was truly ashamed of her inferiority and jealous. Evil God Qing looked up at Li Yu slightly and did not speak. Instead, he slapped out with his palm, and a green light was like a sharp blade that headed straight for Li Yu. Yun Yang's expression changed when she saw this. She rushed in front of Li Yu almost without hesitation. She was well aware that she had an undying body and blocking this strike would at most shatter her body. However, if it hit Li Yu, his life would probably be in danger. Li Yu did not expect Yun Yang to rush in front of him and take this blow for him. It seemed that she really did not want him to die. For some reason, he felt inexplicably touched when he saw that fearless figure. F***ck, this damned sensibility.
Yun Yang circulated her magic power and took out a supreme bone wanting to withstand Xie Shenqing's attack. However, right at this moment the green light vanished instantly when it was 30 meters in front of Liu. Just stand aside and be a spectator with that little ability of yours. Liu pulled Yun Yang behind him and pulled out the sword behind him. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. They did not know what had just happened and why the green light had suddenly disappeared. They clearly did not see Liu use any divine powers or magic treasures, nor did they sense any magic power fluctuations other than the green light. The all-out attack of evil god Qing seemed to have been devoured by a mysterious power. This was especially true for the vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable. He had personally experienced how terrifying that strike from evil god Qing was, even he could only be at a disadvantage in front of him. Looks like this person isn't simple. Heavenly Venerable Vermilion Bird's eyes brightened as she looked forward to what would happen next. At the same time evil god Qing was also shocked. He did not know what had just happened for his attack to strangely disappear. However, as the evil god of the Netherworld Divine Ho, he naturally did not believe in such a thing. Therefore his figure flashed and immediately rushed towards Liu, preparing to fight Liu in close combat and personally dig out his heart. Swoosh! Liu did not waste his breath. He slashed out with his sword and it tore through the void as an invisible sword might instantly descended on Qing. Sensing the strange and terrifying sword might, Qing's face under the mask revealed a shocked expression and his charging body instantly froze. Immediately his entire body collapsed inch by inch under the shocked gazes of the vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable, the Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable Yun Yang, Xing Miao, and the other two evil sovereigns of the Netherworld Divine Ho. Chapter 351, I'm the Calamity of the Myriad Worlds. 1. Under Liu's sword evil god Qing's body began to collapse inch by inch. However, in the next second a strange scene occurred. After the evil god's body collapsed, two more bodies condensed out of thin air. However, the two bodies began to collapse halfway. Then it split into 4 bodies. Immediately the 4 bodies collapsed at the same time. In the end 8 more split off and condensed into 16. In the end, after splitting into 32 clones, the 32 bodies roared in unison. Impossible, impossible. However, along with the roar, the 32 bodies that had just condensed rapidly collapsed. This time they really collapsed. In the end it completely disappeared and no new body condensed. So 32 is the limit. I thought it could really split infinitely. Liu looked bored. However, it made sense. How could it really split infinitely? That did not conform to the law of conservation of energy. Silence rang out. Other than Liu, everyone's faces were filled with shock. At this moment Yun Yang finally understood why Liu dared to snatch evil god Qing's magic treasure, why he did not listen to her advice at all, and why he was not afraid of the curse on her. His power far exceeded her understanding and imagination. At this moment Xing Miao finally understood why he had insta-killed those burial earth creatures earlier. It turned out that she did not kill those people, but it was Liu. Thinking of how smug she had been in front of Liu and how she had even said she would protect him, Xing Miao's face flushed red with embarrassment. Of course, besides the shame and shock in her heart, there was also a trace of special feelings. Her heart was pounding non-stop and her body was burning. Her eyes were already stuck on Liu's body, unable to extricate themselves. Liu was definitely the most powerful, handsome, and extraordinary man she had ever seen. After meeting him, how could he let go of anyone else? Ding! Successful collection of the 8 divisional furnace. Ding! Collection of an evil god's bone. Ding! The system's voice sounded one after another as the spoils of war were kept. However, at this moment the 2 evil beings had already returned to their senses. With faces filled with fear, without a word they turned around and fled. However, they were horrified to discover that their bodies seemed to be restrained by the power of heaven and earth, making it difficult for them to move. At the same time Liu swept his sword horizontally. Their bodies immediately turned into ashes that were annihilated into nothingness. As evil god Qing died, his name on the magic treasure rankings turned gray and the word deceased appeared. The Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable, the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable, and Xing Miao looked up at the magic treasure rankings, waiting for the name of the 8 divisional furnace after it changed owners. They wanted to see who this extraordinary expert was. Soon the name of the owner of the 8 divisional furnace changed. Owner of the 8 refinement furnaces, Liu. Origin, 3,000 worlds. That's quite a large. Liu. He's Liu. Heavenly Venerable Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable Azure Dragon. Xing Miao and the others widened their eyes and looked at Liu in surprise. The vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable and the azure dragon Heavenly Venerable had heard of Liyu's name from the black tortoise Heavenly Venerable back when the melon separated from the fire world. The black tortoise Heavenly Venerable was present and had witnessed Liyu's power and extraordinariness. However, he did not see it with his own eyes. Furthermore, the black tortoise Heavenly Venerable was not good with words and did not describe Liyu's exact appearance. Therefore, they did not recognize that the person in front of them was Liyu. Only when Liyu killed evil god Qing with a single strike did they remember what the black tortoise Heavenly Venerable had said back then. Now that he saw Liyu's name and confirmed his guess, he was still shocked. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Even their imagination could not simulate Liyu's true demeanor. This person's power and extraordinariness could only be experienced with his own eyes. It was like the supreme profundity of the great Tao. Any description was pale and one-sided. Only those who had truly comprehended it knew how unbelievable it was. Xing Mao's heart beat faster and even her breathing quickened. She had never imagined that the young master she liked was Liyu. She did not expect to be fortunate enough to meet him. The excitement and joy in her heart were beyond words. Yunyang was similarly surprised. Her jade-like hands gripped the clothes in front of her chest tightly as she looked at Liyu with a burning gaze, as if she was getting to know him again. She did not expect that this person was the famous Liyu who dominated the top of the various rankings. No wonder this person is so extraordinary and powerful. No wonder the Heavenly Dao rankings repeatedly gave Liyu additional rewards and favored him. This person was indeed worthy of the favor of the Heavenly Dao. They really wanted to dote on such a man alone. Qing's death instantly shook the myriad worlds. This fellow who had once killed Patriarch Corpse had actually died in Liyu's hands. This made countless people who were afraid of burial Earth's living beings feel more at ease. At the moment, Liyu was like the blazing sun in the endless deep sky. As long as he was around, the vast galaxy would not be cold and the night would not envelop the Earth. Of course, the most shocked were naturally the countless burial Earth creatures and the top experts. Only they knew what the Netherworld Divine Ho represented. Only they knew how powerful and terrifying evil god Qing was. Chapter 352, I'm the Calamity of the Myriad Worlds. 2. How strong is this Liyu? Even evil god Qing was killed by him. Yeah, isn't Qing rumored to have an undying body? How could he be killed? We have to be careful when we hunt immortals. Next, we must not touch Liyu. This guy even dared to kill the evil god of the Netherworld Divine Ho. He's really courting death. Lord Yin-Si will definitely not let him off. Of course, in our burial Earth world, Lord Yin-Si is the true ruler. He's in existence like the Heavenly Dao. Perhaps he doesn't know that the other party is the evil god of the Netherworld Divine Ho. Countless burial Earth creatures discussed. An uneasy dark cloud suddenly enveloped their hearts and they no longer dared to hunt foreign creatures without restraint. In the ancient tomb's divine kingdom, the immortal Soul Emperor looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings in shock and said, how could this Qing die? As one of the top experts of the burial Earth world, the immortal Soul Emperor naturally knew a lot about Qing. They had even fought before. He was well aware of how powerful and strange this fellow was. There were many undying bodies and ancient monsters in the burial Earth world that possessed many unimaginable abilities. Qing was definitely one of the best. If he encountered a fatal attack, his body would constantly split apart and become stronger. In the end, he might have to face dozens of green beasts alone. There was no way he could fight them. Unless one used some sort of sealing method or devouring magic treasure to seal it, it was impossible to kill it. It was impossible to kill him. This is too unbelievable. What kind of method did Liyu use to finish the filming? The immortal Soul Emperor's expression was slightly ugly. He could not help but think of the life-devouring ancient emperor, the skeleton general, and the ash general who had appeared briefly on the physique rankings. These three guys were also one of the ancient freaks who possessed unbelievable power and undying bodies. At first he thought that they might have lost their undying bodies for some unknown reason and were killed. However, from the looks of it, they might have died in Liyu's hands. It was clear that this fellow had some sort of method to deal with an undying body. This was a little scary. At the thought of this, the immortal Soul Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. He felt the shadow of death envelop him. This was a sense of death he had never felt before, as he possessed an undying body and an undying soul. Your Majesty! A man in black armor knelt on one knee and called out, "The Heavenly Emperor mirror has been found." Oh! The immortal Soul Emperor raised his brows and a trace of joy finally appeared on his grave face. Where is it? At the moment in the Netherworld Divine Ho, the hunchbacked monster with only one mouth and 4 arms was crawling in the hall of the 9th floor of the underground palace. Lord Insi, perhaps Liu is the calamity of our burial earthworld, said the hunchback. Lord Insi did not speak behind the curtain, but the curtain in front of him seemed to be stained with blood as it slowly turned red. The entire hall shook slightly as terrifying magic power transformed into energy ripples that surged back and forth in the hall. The hunchback man trembled in fear. He knew that Lord Insi was really angry. Suddenly a scarlet tentacle wrapped around the hunchback and lifted him up. It was so strong that his body twisted. Please calm down, Lord Insi, the strange person shouted in horror. Throw away the damned bone of yours. Stop exaggerating. What calamity? I Insi am the calamity of the myriad worlds. What can a mere Liu do? Even the Heavenly Dao can't do anything to me. Lord Insi roared angrily, and his voice seemed to be emitted by countless people of different tones. Hearing this voice, the hunchback was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He hurriedly begged, please spare my life, please spare my life. I won't dare to say it again. Blast! The hunchbacked man was smashed to the ground heavily and his eyeballs fell out of his palm. Get lost. Yes, yes. The hunchback picked up the fallen eyeball and ran out of the hall in fear. Just a little more. Once I fuse with this power, I'll make the world submit to us, the figure behind the curtain said. I'm still short of the last Mingwang axe. Liu thought. Now that he had obtained the 8th divisional furnace, the next step was the Fire Spirit Pearl. After obtaining the Fire Spirit Pearl, he could deal with the Grey Fog in the Lingtian immortal realm. Thank you, Heavenly Venerable Li, for saving us. Heavenly Venerable Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Venerable Azure Dragon, and the others stepped forward and cupped their hands. Heavenly Venerable Li? He had an additional form of address. You're welcome. Liu replied casually. Young master, I didn't expect you to be the famous Liu. I've embarrassed myself in front of you before. We must be fated to meet again. Well, if you're interested in the future, you can come to our 4 spirit worlds to play. Xing Miaomiao said with a sweet smile. Her fair cheeks were flushed red and her sparkling eyes stared fixedly at Liu. Okay. Liu nodded non-committally, then he looked at the Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable and the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable and cupped his hands. I still have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. With that said, he flew into the distance with Yunyang. Xing Miao's heart flew away with him. Xing Miao, do you like Liu? The Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable looked at his daughter and asked with a smile. Ha? No way. Xing Miao returned to her senses and shook her head in embarrassment. I'm just admiring him. Chapter 353, I'm the calamity of the myriad worlds. 3, alright, let's leave this place first, we can't stay here for long. The Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable added. Oh. Xing Miao nodded. He reluctantly looked at Liu, who had already disappeared into the horizon, and then he followed the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable, the Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable, and the others to the entrance. Young master, I've always had a question. I wonder if you can tell me? Yun Yang suddenly asked. What doubts? What does your bloodline mean? What is that strange symbol? Yun Yang asked. This was indeed the question in her heart. It was not only her, countless living beings in the world wanted to understand this matter. Type A blood. Invincible blood. Liu replied. Invincible blood, type A blood. Yun Yang nodded. Although the name sounded strange, it sounded extraordinary. You or I have another question. What does that's quite a large mean? Yun Yang asked. How far is the Heaven Burial Sect? Liu changed the topic. Oh, there's still some distance. Yun Yang replied. Seeing that Liu did not answer her question, she tactfully did not ask further. After you help me complete the mission this time, I'll think of a way to help you resolve that curse mark. Liu suddenly said. Young master is willing to release you from purgatory. This is great. Yun Yang was overjoyed as she hugged Liu's neck and wrapped her legs around his waist. However, she was immediately pushed away by Liu. He really gave her a chance to rub against him. Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to mess with you. I'm saying that I'll think of a way to help you break the curse seal. Although I don't know what it is, I'll try my best. Liu assured. He had just seen Yun Yang block Qing's attack for him without hesitation, and his impression of her changed. Although she did have an undying body, she could still rush up immediately when facing someone much stronger than her.
That moment did move Liu.
One would not hit a smiling person, let alone someone who treated him as the only one, the love of his life and everything else. As they spoke, Liu suddenly sensed another group of burial earth creatures flying over. He seemed to sense that the other party had ill intentions and he frowned. Yun Yang immediately sensed who it was and said, "It's someone from our 10 Kings Palace." Soon a large group of burial earth creatures flew over on a skeleton dragon.
Are you alright?
The leader, a rough-looking man with 2 horns on his head, asked while he stared coldly at Liu with an unfriendly gaze. He had just passed by when he realized that Yun Yang was with a living being from the outside world. Worried that something had happened to Yun Yang, he immediately brought his men over. "Tan Long, don't be so nervous, I'm fine, this is the miracle I've been waiting for," Yun Yang said with a smile, and then she suddenly hugged Liu's arm.
"Did you see that?
He's not afraid of my curse,"
Yun Yang said happily.
The man called Tan Long revealed a shocked expression, but his expression suddenly darkened and his gaze became complicated.
"There really is such a person?"
Tan Long frowned even more. Then he suddenly circulated his magic power and his figure flashed as he pounced towards Liu.
Chapter 354, Burial Earthworld Seal 1. Tan Long, what are you doing?
Yun Yang stood in front of Liu again and shouted angrily.
Tan Long instantly stopped in his tracks and said indignantly, "I can't let you die. If he really lifts the curse on you, you'll definitely die."
"So what?
I'd been waiting for this day. Don't you know how painful my life is?" Yun Yang shouted.
"I know, but I can't bear to see you die,"
Tan Long said.
He had always liked Yun Yang. Although he could not touch her, it was enough to see her every day, talk to her and meet her. However, if Yun Yang removed the curse seal, she would die forever and leave him. He could not accept this fact for a moment. Furthermore, when he thought of the method to remove the curse seal, the jealousy in his heart was about to drown his rationality.
Liu was his enemy.
"Tan Long, don't seek your own death. Evil God Qing has just died in his hands. You should know your place. I'll decide my own life. We're friends, and I don't want you to seek your own death either." Upon hearing Yun Yang's words, Tan Long's expression changed. The other experts of the 10 Kings Palace were also shocked, and their gazes at Liu were filled with fear.
"So he's Liu?" Tan Long exclaimed in his heart, and his killing intent instantly weakened. He knew how powerful evil God Qing was. He was an ancient freak with an undying body.
However, they were actually killed. This matter shocked them.
A guy who could kill an immortal must be a freak.
Tan Long looked at Liu and then at Yun Yang. Although he was unwilling, he did not dare to say anything. After all, he could not change anything in the face of the absolute difference in strength.
Have you really thought it through?"
Tan Long looked at Yun Yang indignantly, hoping that she would change her mind.
You don't have to persuade me about this," Yun Yang said. Then she changed the topic. "Where are you planning to go?"
Yun Yang knew Tan Long very well. As his name implied, he was a greedy fellow. It must be profitable for him to suddenly leave the 10 Kings Palace and come here.
"The Heavenly Emperor Mirror has been discovered. I want to try my luck,"
Tan Long said in a low voice.
"The Heavenly Emperor Mirror? No wonder."
Yun Yang smiled. She knew that Tan Long would not wake up early without benefits. For him to come all the way here, a treasure must have appeared.
"Where is the Heavenly Emperor Mirror?" Liu suddenly asked.
Tan Long frowned and glanced at Liu without answering. He did not want to tell Liu this news. Yun Yang immediately understood what Liu meant. She looked at Tan Long and said, "Bring us there." "Even if I bring you there, I might not be able to obtain it. I'm only going there to try my luck." "I heard that to obtain the Heavenly Emperor Mirror you have to defeat yourself in the mirror," said Tan Long.
"What's so difficult about that?" Yun Yang asked. She knew herself best. What was so difficult about defeating him?
"No, this is extremely difficult. The you in the mirror is stronger than you are. Furthermore, he knows all your thoughts and divine powers. I heard that many experts have already tried many times there, but they were all defeated. Some even lost their lives because of this,"
Tan Long explained. "It's stronger than his main body?"
"That's a little difficult."
Yun Yang frowned as well. "Interesting."
Liu was interested. Fighting him sounded interesting.
He wanted to see who was better. "Let's go take a look together,"
Yun Yang hurriedly said when she saw Liu's expression. Although Tan Long was unwilling, he could not refuse. Even if he did not lead the way, Yun Yang could still find the Heavenly Emperor mirror through the 10 Kings Palace's intelligence network. Furthermore, he did not believe that Liu could obtain the Heavenly Emperor mirror just by going there. After the Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Venerable Xing Miao and the others parted ways with Liu, they began to search for the exit from the Burial Earth world. It was easier to enter the Burial Earth world, but it was relatively difficult to leave. When they entered, they would fly along the starry sky Heavenly Chasm and see many spatial vortexes in the depths. Any one of them could enter the Burial Earth world. However, the location was unknown. When they left, they needed to pass through those spatial vortexes that would appear at any moment, so they could only search. If he was lucky, he might find it soon. If not, he would have to search for a long time. However, those who had been to the Burial Earth world generally knew about the few places where vortexes often appeared. They only needed to wait quietly to see the appearance of the spatial vortex. The Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Venerable, and the others were lucky enough to encounter a spatial vortex soon. "It's here. Let's go," the Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Venerable, said, and immediately led everyone to prepare to fly into the vortex. However, just as they approached the spatial vortex, red threads suddenly appeared in the void, instantly weaving into a giant red net that sealed the spatial vortex like a firmament. Upon seeing this, the Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Venerable's expression changed. He immediately joined forces with the Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable, to unleash their divine powers and magic treasures to attack the red net. However, what shocked them was that the giant red net was indestructible. Their attacks did not damage it at all. The giant red net immediately fused into the spatial vortex and it disappeared. "What's going on?" The expressions of the Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Venerable, and the Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable, changed. They looked at each other and felt that the situation was not looking good. Chapter 355, Burial Earth World Seal 2. Normally, after the spatial vortex appeared, it would stabilize for a long time before disappearing again. As if the strange red line had patched up the space, the spatial vortex disappeared. However, what worried them the most was whether the giant red nets had temporarily sealed the spatial passageway or were permanent. Would the other spatial channels be stitched up? If all the spatial channels were permanently sutured, they might be trapped here forever. Who could have the ability to seal this spatial passageway? The Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable, was shocked. Putting aside the fact that the spatial passageway was permanently sealed, the ability and power to seal it was already shocking. This was something even they found difficult to do. It was not as complicated as the giant red net in front of them. Furthermore, they had joined forces to attack the giant red net earlier but were unable to harm it at all. It was clear how powerful the magic power that condensed the giant red net was. The Burial Earth world existed in a different way from their world. The Realm Master's world was like some bubble spaces that existed in space. Its essence was not much different from the outside world. It was only separated into an independent space by a bubble-like spatial barrier. Although the spatial barrier was sturdy, it was still possible to break through it. However, the difference between the spatial barrier of a world that had existed since the beginning of the world and the world of the Realm Master was like the bubbles in a bathtub. Even if a passageway could be opened up on the bathtub, there was a high chance that there was an endless chaotic space outside the bathtub, or even a void filled with spatial storms and turbulence. If they entered, they might get lost forever and never leave. Therefore, if he was really trapped here and wanted to open up a spatial passageway to leave, the possibility was almost zero. The situation isn't looking good, the Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Venerable, said with an ugly expression. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Something terrifying was probably about to happen in this Burial Earth world. "Hurry, find any other exits that haven't been blocked," the Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Venerable, ordered anxiously. "Let's split up and search," said the Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable. They could not sit around and wait for death. If they were really trapped in this Burial Earth world, even if they were not killed by the Burial Earth creatures, they would be corroded by the death aura sooner or later and slowly die or become Burial Earth creatures. Therefore, they had to find a way to leave this place no matter what. However, just as the Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable, and the others were searching for the exit, Ji Xingzi, Crafty, and Mo Yuan, who had just left the Burial Earth world through the spatial vortex, sensed the abnormality behind them. The intense spatial fluctuations and magic power ripples made them turn around in surprise. In the end, they saw giant red nets that sealed off the spatial vortexes like pieces of pudding. In the end, the giant red nets and the spatial vortexes disappeared. This is, Ji Xingzi's face was also filled with surprise, and then he looked at Crafty and Mo Yuan. The burial earth world is about to change,
Mo Yuan said in a low voice.
Although he was sealed here when he was sealed back then, this place was still a part of the ancient immortal realm. There was no such thing as the burial earth world. Therefore he did not know how the burial earth world came about.
However, he could sense that there were many unbelievable fellows hidden in the burial earth world.
It's a good thing we came out in time, otherwise it would have been troublesome.
Crafty smiled and said that Lee, you should still be inside. This is going to be interesting.
I hope he never comes out, that way we can open the gate of fortune without worry. In the burial earth world, a mysterious power had quietly sealed off all the spatial vortexes. However, those outside creatures who were still searching for treasures in the burial earth world were completely unaware that they were already trapped in this world.
In an ancient ruin, a mirage-like illusory hall restored a corner of the ancient ruin that was once glorious.
Through the phantom of the palace, everyone could tell that this was not a sect, it was more like the palace of an ancient emperor. The signboard of the hall read Clear Heart Hall, and it should be related to the Heavenly Emperor mirror. At the moment, a large number of burial earth creatures were gathered here. Almost all the factions of the burial earth world had rushed over after hearing the news. For example, the ancient tomb divine kingdom, the 10 Kings Palace, the Heaven Burial Sect, the Soul Devouring Hall, the Blood Demon Valley, the Myriad Ghost Tower, and so on. Furthermore, the top experts of the various large factions rushed over one after another in an attempt to obtain the Heavenly Emperor mirror. After all, it was a divine artifact. However, the strength of the incarnations of the Heavenly Emperor mirror was ridiculous. One after another they tried, the despair of losing to themselves. Some even tried a few times but could not beat their projections under the Heavenly Emperor mirror. As for the outsiders who had discovered this place previously, they had either been killed or forced to retreat. Currently, this place was completely controlled by the burial earth creatures.
If only I could have the strength of my projection.
That's right, looks like one of the abilities of the Heavenly Emperor mirror is that it can project our clones, and they're even stronger than our main bodies.
It's possible, as expected of an ancient divine artifact. It's indeed extraordinary. Looks like even Heavenly Venerable Huazang can't do it. He's going to lose.
It can even project his magic treasure, the Fire Spirit Pearl, and its strength has also increased. This is unbelievable.
This Heavenly Emperor mirror is amazing.
Countless burial earth creatures discussed as they looked at Heavenly Venerable Huazang, who was fighting with their projections.
Suddenly a commotion broke out in the crowd. Look, the Immortal Soul Emperor is here too.
Everyone looked over and saw 5 skeleton dragons pulling a luxurious carriage flying over from the sky. The flag on the carriage was the flag of the ancient Tomb Divine Kingdom. Upon seeing this, the people from the ancient Tomb Divine Kingdom who had arrived early immediately welcomed him. Welcome, Your Majesty. The Immortal Soul Emperor got out of the carriage and arrived above the hall. The hall was an illusory shadow. Even if he was outside the hall, he could see the situation inside clearly. An ancient and extraordinary bronze mirror stood in the innermost part of the hall, emitting a dazzling light. The hall was condensed from this light. At the moment, the Heavenly Venerable was fighting his projection. The battle was intense, but the situation was clear. The Heavenly Venerable was not his match at all. Indeed, it did not take long before the Heavenly Venerable was defeated. Looks like it's really difficult to obtain the Heavenly Emperor mirror. Yeah, I feel that there's something fishy about this mirror. Otherwise, if this continues, I'm afraid he'll never defeat my projection.
How can I defeat my projection?
Everyone fell into deep thought. Obviously, brute force was not enough. There should be another way, but they had not thought of it yet. Let me give it a try, the Immortal Soul Emperor said in a low voice. Then his figure flashed and instantly flew into the hall. When he arrived in front of the Heavenly Emperor mirror, he immediately sensed a powerful domain enveloping the surroundings. His figure appeared in the mirror as he walked forward. The figure walked out of the mirror. Let's see if the Soul Emperor can think of a solution. Everyone's gazes gathered on the Immortal Soul Emperor. As one of the strongest mighty figures in the burial earth world, everyone naturally had higher expectations of him. The Immortal Soul Emperor was in no hurry to attack. Instead, he carefully observed his projection and the Heavenly Emperor mirror, sensing the circulation and changes of the surrounding domain and the power of heaven and earth with his divine sense. He naturally knew that it was wrong to use brute force to fight his clone. Those people had already verified it for him countless times.
Therefore, there must be another way.
As the Immortal Soul Emperor was thinking of a solution, the crowd outside suddenly became restless. The people from the 10 Kings Palace immediately lined up to welcome the people flying over.
Welcome, Your Highness.
Everyone from the Ten Kings Palace bowed.
No need for formalities, Tan Long said as he looked at the Heavenly Emperor mirror.
The gazes of the burial earth creatures gathered on Liu and their eyes revealed surprise and hostility.
Why did someone from the Ten Kings Palace bring an outsider?
From the looks of it, it's probably a gigolo she captured. That's possible. I have to say that this creature from the outside world is really handsome. The burial earth creatures discussed. Liu ignored the burial earth creatures and locked his gaze on the Heavenly Emperor mirror. He was determined to obtain this magic treasure. Chapter 356, Sweeping Through the Burial Earth World. 1. The Immortal Soul Emperor stood in front of the Heavenly Emperor mirror for a long time, his brows tightly furrowed. He looked into his projection's eyes and remained motionless and silent, as if he was still thinking of a way to defeat the projection. The crowd outside the hall held their breaths and looked at him in silence. They were curious if this top expert of the burial earth world could find a way to break through the situation and obtain the Heavenly Emperor mirror. For a moment the scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Liu watched quietly as well, seeing that the Immortal Soul Emperor did not move for a long time. He used the heart of heaven and earth to sense the power of the Heavenly Emperor mirror, wanting to investigate what mysteries it possessed. As he sensed the power of the Heavenly Emperor mirror, it suddenly shook slightly, then the light on the mirror intensified and a thick beam of light shot out from it. It instantly annihilated the Immortal Soul Emperor's projection. As for the pondering Immortal Soul Emperor, he could not dodge in time and was sent flying by the beam of light. Fortunately, he had summoned his Netherworld river diagram in time and absorbed most of the damage. Even so, his body was still damaged by the light. Hiss!
Everyone present gasped in shock.
This was the first time they had seen the Heavenly Emperor mirror defeat its challenger in another way, and the power was truly shocking. No matter how powerful the Immortal Soul Emperor was, his body was almost torn apart. If it were anyone else, they would probably be reduced to ashes before they could react. Looks like the challenger has a time limit. If he doesn't attack, he will also be attacked by the Heavenly Emperor mirror. This strike is so terrifying that even the Immortal Soul Emperor was beaten to such a state. Tisk, this is a little scary. This is even more troublesome. How can I obtain the Heavenly Emperor mirror? As the burial earth creatures discussed, Liu flew towards Clear Heart Hall.
A commotion broke out.
Stop right there.
What do you want?
Where did this outsider come from? A group of burial earth creatures rushed in front of Liu and blocked his path.
Kill him.
That's right, kill him. The surrounding burial earth creatures shouted as well. Liu glanced coldly at the group of burial earth creatures blocking the way and drew his sword without hesitation. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sword slashed out, tearing through the air and tearing apart the bodies of the burial earth creatures in front of him. They did not even have the chance to scream before they turned into ashes. Upon seeing this, the surrounding shouts stopped abruptly as if someone had pressed the mute button. Everyone looked at Liu in surprise. They could tell that Liu was extremely powerful. Although the burial earth creatures blocking the way were not top-notch experts, their strength was probably not inferior to a heavenly venerable, since they could be annihilated with a single strike. However, some burial earth creatures looked at Yunyang, Tan Long and the others because they knew that this person was brought here by them. However, Yunyang was expressionless as she watched from the sidelines. The relationship between the various large factions of the burial earth world was also complicated. Those people knew that Liu had followed him here, but they did not give the Ten Kings Palace any face and wanted to kill Liu in public. Therefore, she naturally did not care about their lives. After killing those burial earth creatures blocking the way, Liu continued flying towards Clear Heart Hall.
Arrogant creature from the outside world, I don't care who brought you here. How dare you behave atrociously in my burial earth?
You're courting death. The soul-devouring hall's soul-devouring heavenly venerable roared angrily and rushed towards Liu. The powerful soul-devouring domain instantly enveloped Liu, and it even transformed into a ferocious ghost god phantom that stretched out its ghost claw to capture Liu. Several of the people who had just been killed were from their soul-devouring hall. As the hall master, he naturally had to take revenge. Almost at the same time, the Blood Demon Valley Master rushed forward. He wanted to take revenge for his subordinate who had just been killed. However, Liu remained silent. His expression remained the same as he turned the sword in his hand to a different angle and swung it horizontally. With another whoosh, a hole seemed to be torn open in the void. The ferocious phantom of the ghost god instantly dissipated, and the domain that enveloped him instantly disappeared. The expressions of the murderous-looking soul-devouring Heavenly Venerable and the blood demon Valley Master froze. The two wailed as their bodies were torn to pieces by the invisible power of law, and their souls dissipated in the end. This time all the burial earth creatures present fell silent, not even daring to breathe loudly. All of them seemed to have become real corpses that did not move as they looked at Liu in horror. Although the soul-devouring Heavenly Venerable was not the strongest burial earth life form, he was still a dignified Heavenly Venerable. Even ordinary Heavenly Venerables might not be his match here. Yet such an expert was still annihilated by a casual strike from that fellow. Just how strong was this person? That sword was too terrifying. Could it be him? Someone suddenly thought of something and looked up at the Heavenly Dao rankings. The name that was incomparably glaring to them was the person who had just killed the evil god Qing a long time ago, Liu. In an instant all the burial earth creatures present understood that the living being in front of them should be Liu. They immediately took a few steps back in fear, and their pale faces turned paler as their expressions were replaced by fear. Even the immortal Soul Emperor looked at Liu with fear. Chapter 357, Sweeping Through the Burial Earth World, 2. This time no one dared to stop Liu, allowing him to fly into the clear heart hall and arrive in front of the Heavenly Emperor Mirror. At the moment the only thing they could hope for was that the Heavenly Emperor Mirror would blast Liu away as well. It would be best if they could kill him directly. He shouldn't be able to defeat his projection, right? Even if we let him pass, he won't be able to obtain the Heavenly Emperor Mirror. Everyone thought, let a ray of light from the Heavenly Emperor Mirror kill him. However, just as Liu walked in front of the Heavenly Emperor Mirror, it suddenly flickered with golden light. Immediately under the shocked gazes of the burial earth creatures, it cracked open with cracking sounds. Silence rang out. All the burial earth creatures present widened their eyes in shock. Some of the zombie-like burial earth creatures even had their eyes pop out of their sockets. Some skeleton-like burial earth creatures' jaws dropped. Countless kneecaps fell from the sky with cracking sounds. The Heavenly Emperor Mirror that had severely injured the immortal Soul Emperor had actually shattered in front of Liu. Could it be that even the Heavenly Emperor Mirror can't replicate his power? Liu did not expect that he would shatter the mirror without doing anything. Could it be that my peerless beauty makes the Heavenly Emperor Mirror ashamed of its inferiority and feel that it's not worthy of my appearance? Liu mocked in his mind. He naturally knew that it was probably because he was too powerful that even the Heavenly Emperor Mirror could not copy him. It might even be frightened until it self-destructed. I wanted to see if I could defeat myself, but it seems like I'm not given the chance at all. Liu shook his head with a smile. At this moment the Heavenly Emperor Mirror suddenly shrank, light flickered on it, and the mirror's surface returned to normal before automatically flying into Liu's hand. The phantom of the clear heart palace conjured by the Heavenly Emperor Mirror disappeared as well. Ding, collected the Heavenly Emperor Mirror. The system's voice sounded. Upon seeing this, the burial earth creature's jaws dropped again. The Heavenly Emperor Mirror was obtained by him so easily. He did nothing but look in the mirror. This was too unfair. Did his power make the Heavenly Emperor Mirror submit to him? This was unbelievable. The burial earth creatures sighed endlessly in their hearts. However, their fear of Liu intensified, and many people looked at Yunyang again. She flew to Liu's side, smiled sweetly, and bowed with cupped hands. Congratulations, young master. Yunyang's admiration for Liu could not be any greater, and she was incomparably proud of him. Even if such an extraordinary man was only a maidservant by his side, he would still feel endless glory. Let's continue to the Heaven Burial Sect. Liu put away the Heavenly Emperor Mirror. Young Master, Heavenly Venerable Huazhang is here, but can you spare his life? Yunyang pointed at the nearby Heavenly Venerable. Although their 10 Kings Palace did not have a good relationship with the Heaven Burial Sect, they were still allies. That was why she fought for his life. Liu nodded and did not speak as he looked at Heavenly Venerable Huazhang. Under Liu's gaze, a chill ran down Heavenly Venerable Huazhang's spine, and he was so frightened that he wanted to flee. However, the moment he turned around, he realized that Liu had already arrived behind him. No, Heavenly Venerable Huazhang took a few steps back in fear. On the account of the 10 Kings Palace, give me the Fire Spirit Pearl and I can spare your life. Liu said coldly. Upon hearing this, Heavenly Venerable Huazine heaved a sigh of relief and could not help but look at Yun Yang.
No problem.
Compared to his life, a magic treasure was nothing, so he immediately took out the fire spirit pearl and handed it to Liu. Liu did not say anything else and reached out to take the fire spirit pearl. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. After obtaining the fire spirit pearl, Liu's figure flashed and arrived in front of the immortal Soul Emperor. His body had already healed. Seeing Liu arrive in front of him, the immortal Soul Emperor broke out in a cold sweat. He took half a step back and cupped his hands. Expert, I can also give you my Netherworld River diagram. The immortal Soul Emperor thought that Liu wanted his magic treasure, so he immediately held the Netherworld River diagram in his hand and handed it over. Faced with such a true expert who could easily crush them, admitting defeat was the best choice. This guy even dared to kill the evil god of the Netherworld, Divine Ho. What else did he not dare to do?
You issued the immortal hunting token, right?
Liu asked coldly. Upon hearing this, the immortal Soul Emperor's expression changed drastically as an ominous feeling arose. I was foolish for a moment. Please forgive me, expert. I will order the cancellation of this competition now.
Go beg for forgiveness from those you killed.
Liu frowned slightly. Liu would naturally not let go of a butcher who treated outsiders as prey, killed them at will, and even treated them as entertainment. Furthermore, at this stage, the deaths of living beings from the outside world on the Heavenly Dao rankings were all because of this so-called immortal hunting token. Otherwise, no matter how dangerous the burial earth world was, the outside world would not have suffered such heavy casualties.
The culprit was the immortal Soul Emperor.
Seeing the killing intent in Liu's eyes, the immortal Soul Emperor's gaze flashed and the Netherworld River diagram in his hand instantly transformed into the water of the 9 nether spring that surged towards Liu. Chapter 358, Sweeping Through the Burial Earth World. 3. There were countless ferocious ghosts in the yellow spring. They were like flies that had smelled blood as they pounced madly at Liu.
At the same time, the immortal Soul Emperor turned around and fled.
He knew that he was definitely not Liu's match. He could only flee for his life now, otherwise he would definitely die. However, the water from the 9 nether yellow spring dissipated the moment it surged towards Liu. The Netherworld River diagram shrank into the shape of a scroll and landed in Liu's hand. As for the immortal Soul Emperor, who was about to escape, he realized that the void in front of him seemed to have become a wall. All the power of heaven and earth seemed to be giant hands grabbing his body, immobilizing him. At the same time, the sound of the sword slashing through the air sounded behind him. It was like the sound of death, causing the immortal Soul Emperor to feel as if he had entered an ice cave.
No!
Sensing the sword might enveloping him and the incomparably powerful power of law descending on him, the immortal Soul Emperor roared indignantly. However, in the next second his body collapsed inch by inch and his essence soul began to dissipate. As an immortal, this was the first time he felt death descending on him. In the end, his essence soul was completely annihilated in the void. One of the top experts of the burial earth world, the immortal Soul Emperor with an undying and indestructible essence soul, was completely dead. Upon seeing this, all the burial earth creatures present were scared out of their wits. Their legs went limp and they did not dare to escape, afraid that whoever moved first would be the first to die. If any of you burial earth creatures dare to hunt any more living beings from the outside world, this will be your fate. Liu swept his gaze at the surrounding burial earth creatures and said coldly. The remaining burial earth creatures nodded repeatedly and did not dare to speak. Liu was simply too terrifying and freakish. The undying evil god Qing was killed by him. The immortal Soul Emperor, who also possessed an undying body and an undying essence soul, was actually killed by him. At this moment they seemed to have a new understanding of immortality. It was not that they were immortal, but that they had not encountered a true death god. After putting away the Netherworld River diagram, Liu immediately turned around and left. Yun Yang hurriedly chased after him and flew away with him. Seeing Liu leave, Heavenly Venerable Huazine heaved a sigh of relief. He felt as if he had escaped the gates of hell again. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with the 10 Kings Palace in the past, otherwise he would probably die today. Not only that, but the burial earth creatures present also felt the huge rock pressing on their chests disappear. All of them had lingering fear on their faces. They were secretly glad that they did not rush over to stop Liu, otherwise they would have already become ashes in the burial ground. As the immortal Soul Emperor was killed, his name on the Heavenly Dao rankings turned gray and it was labeled deceased. Soon the owners of the Netherworld River diagram and the Fire Spirit Pearl underwent changes.
Owner of the Netherworld River diagram, Liu. owner of the fire spirit pearl, Li Yu. Gasp. The various immortal realms were in an uproar again. Everyone was shocked, of course, apart from that they were also overjoyed. The fear and uneasiness in his heart seemed to have vanished into thin air. Li Yu seemed ready to sweep through the entire burial earth by himself. His power made everyone feel at ease. Oh heavens, the burial earth experts on the rankings are almost all killed by Li Yu. Li Yu is helping us clean up the threat of the burial earth world. Then why isn't Heavenly Venerable Huazine dead? He's probably lucky enough to escape, but even if he doesn't die this time, he won't amount to anything. Chapter 359, Shocking Change in the Physique Rankings. 1. We're really trapped in this burial earth world. The Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable said with an ugly expression. They had already searched for several possible locations where the exit might appear, but they did not find any spatial vortex. Furthermore, they encountered other immortal realms along the way and learned that they had encountered the same thing. The giant red net blocked all the exits. Something unbelievable seemed to be about to happen in the burial earth world. Who could have such power to seal all the exits at the same time? The vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable had a grave expression. He knew very well how terrifying that fellow with the giant red net was. Even if it was a terrifying existence beyond their imagination. Dad, why don't we find Li Yu and see if he has a solution? Xing Miao suggested seriously. Upon hearing Xing Miao's words, the vermilion bird and the azure dragon Heavenly Venerable looked at each other and nodded. Good idea, perhaps Li Yu will have a way. That's right. Furthermore, we should gather all the living beings of the outside world and think of a way to leave this place together. I feel that a great terror is definitely about to appear. Everyone has a higher chance of survival, otherwise if we get defeated one by one we might all die here, said the azure dragon Heavenly Venerable. Everyone from the other immortal realms nodded in agreement. They knew that this was the time for everyone to unite and the chances of survival would be higher if they stayed together. Let's go find Li Yu and the others. The Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable and the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable led everyone to search for traces of the others. Meanwhile, Li Yu did not know that the exit of the Burial Earth world had been sealed. He was flying towards the most dangerous place in the Burial Earth world, the God Burial Sea. That was the land of chaos, a forbidden area that no living being in the Burial Earth was willing to enter. The seawater of the God Burial Sea could corrode and digest everything. The surface of the sea was filled with chaos chi, and it often caused terrifying spatial storms and heavy rain that could corrode everything. It was said that even gods would die there, so it was called the God Burial Sea. No one knew where the end of the sea was, much less what was at the bottom. The reason Li Yu wanted to go there was to resolve the Grey Fog and the chaos creatures in the Lingtian immortal realm. This was the last goal of his trip. After obtaining the primordial origin true body, Li Yu had a deeper understanding and control of the origin power of the world. If a world was compared to a human body, the origin of the world was like the existence of a human spirit, root or essence soul. It communicated with the power of heaven and earth in the body and absorbed spiritual energy, immortal energy and other energies to modify the body and improve the cultivation. It was the same for the world. Because of the existence of the world's source, it could absorb energy from the universe's source to support the operation of the power of heaven and earth and the laws. To maintain the stability of space, transform it into spiritual energy, immortal energy, maintain the vitality of the earth, nurture and evolve life, etc. The reason why the Lingtian immortal realm became like a wasteland and the space was extremely unstable was that there was an unknown powerful creature parasitizing that world. The roots of this creature spread out in the spatial barrier of the Lingtian immortal realm, using the energy extracted from the origin of the universe as nourishment. It was similar to the novel Li Yu had read in his previous life. The main character, whose battle aura had been absorbed by the old man in the ring and reduced from a genius to a useless person. Under the devouring power, the Lingtian immortal realm did not have enough energy to maintain its balance, causing space to become extremely unstable. The power of heaven and earth was chaotic and immortal energy was thin. As for the Grey Fog and the chaos creatures, they were only puppets released by this parasitic creature regularly to eliminate threats. Its goal was to reduce the Lingtian immortal realm to a deserted place and turn it into its own food source. Back then, Li Yu's sword had destroyed heaven and earth, and at the same time most of the mysterious power that resided in the Lingtian immortal realm's space had been destroyed. Therefore the world's origin was panting with pride, and it used the power of the universe's origin to reconstruct the void and restore temporary stability.
However, that was only temporary. As long as this parasitic powerful life form was not completely killed, it would continue to absorb the origin energy of the Lingtian immortal realm, until it became a lifeless wasteland, a dried up land of death, or even collapsed into dust in the void. Furthermore, according to Liu's senses, the Lingtian immortal realm was already gradually disappearing, even though it was still a long time before it was completely destroyed. However, if the parasitic creatures were not eliminated, that place would never recover to its normal state and would eventually be destroyed. Through his perception of the world's source, Liu discovered the source of the parasitic power. It seemed to be in the god burial sea of the burial earth world. Although he did not know what kind of existence it was, he had to destroy it no matter what. If we continue flying, we will enter the territory of the Netherworld Divine Ho, Yun Yang suddenly said. Liu's eyes flashed as he looked at Yun Yang. So this is the Netherworld Divine Ho? Yes, it said that the Netherworld Divine Ho was originally used to suppress a powerful force from the god burial sea. It exists, but I don't know if it's true, Yun Yang added. Liu nodded and did not say anything else. Suddenly a demonic red color surfaced in the originally gray sky. It was extremely eye-catching against the dark background of the world. Chapter 360, Shocking Change in the Physique Rankings, 2. At the same time the power of heaven and earth fluctuated violently. The gray clouds in the sky began to surge like a storm. This sudden change immediately attracted Liu's attention. His heart of heaven and earth also sensed an extremely powerful force slowly surfacing in the void. He frowned as he stared at the demonic red color. His lips curled into a smile. It's you. Liu sensed that the power that surfaced was extremely similar to the power that parasitized the Lingtian immortal realm. It seemed like he did not have to find it himself. The demonic red light became thicker and thicker, and the outline became clearer as the gray clouds surged. Liu could see what the demonic red light was. It was an enormous red lotus flower. Every petal was like a cloud that covered the sky, and the entire lotus flower enveloped the entire sky. Even the Heavenly Dao rankings were completely covered by the gigantic flower. Liu and the others seemed to be right below the lotus flower. As the lotus flower appeared, a flower stem condensed like a pillar that reached the sky. Countless blood vessels like red lines crawled densely on the stem. They extended from the flower in the air to the ground, making the stem look demonic red. This shocking scene immediately attracted the attention of all the living beings in the burial earth world. It was not only those foreign creatures but also all the burial earth creatures. The heavenly venerable who had just returned to the heaven burial sect not long ago. The ancient tomb divine kingdom, which was in turmoil due to the death of the immortal soul emperor. Tan Long, who had just returned to the Ten Kings Palace, and the burial earth creatures who were still discussing the death of the immortal soul emperor looked up at the enormous red lotus that had appeared in the sky. What is this? What's going on? Where did this red lotus come from? Countless burial earth creatures exclaimed in their hearts as they vaguely felt a trace of uneasiness spreading. Is this the power that sealed the exit? The vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable looked at the enormous red lotus in shock, his expression becoming increasingly grim. He felt that what he was worried about was about to happen. Something unbelievable was about to happen in this burial earth. This demonic red lotus gave him an inexplicable sense of threat. Oh no, is this the legendary red lotus of annihilation? The expression of the Evernight Heavenly Venerable, who had just obtained the Night God Pearl from a mystic realm, changed drastically. He had once seen records of the red lotus of annihilation in some ancient books. It was said that the moment a giant red lotus appeared in the sky was the moment of the world's destruction. The red lotus of annihilation was a powerful creature born at the beginning of the world, possessing the power of a creation god. However, it only existed in legends. No one had seen it before, and there were not many records of it. It was unknown if it really existed. When the Evernight Heavenly Venerable looked at the red lotus in front of him, he vaguely felt that the legend was likely true. The stem of the giant red lotus spread down from the sky until it reached the divine altar. Countless red threads were like red pythons that coiled and climbed on the divine altar, taking root in the ground below. In the shrine, the entire underground palace was also enveloped and covered by countless red threads that looked like blood vessels or flower stems, turning the place into another scene. On the 9th floor of the underground palace, a strange person with a bare upper body and a body as tall as a small mountain sat cross-legged on a red lotus. This person had 3 faces on his head, and there seemed to be faces sewn onto his chest. He also had 18 arms on his body. His face and body were already like puppets, and his fingers were like lotus roots. Red threads as thin as hair connected his body to the lotus flower. In front of him, flower buds hung upside down on the top of the hall like cocoons, emitting a strange red glow. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of cracking sounds, the flower buds slowly bloomed. Immediately figures fell out of them, but their bodies were like marionettes suspended in the air by red strings. The bodies of these figures also turned into puppets.
Congratulations on becoming a part of the gods, this is the true undying body.
Lord Insi said in unison. The faces on his head and body sounded extremely sinister. The red line snapped and those puppet-like figures landed on the ground before kneeling on one knee. Greetings, Heavenly God Insi.
Ha ha ha, Lord Insi's sinister laughter echoed through the entire hall.
You are already the limbs and roots of the Red Lotus, Heavenly God. In the future you only have one goal, that is to allow the power of the Red Lotus, Heavenly God, to conquer the other immortal realms.
Lord Insi added.
Yes. All the experts of the Netherworld Divine Ho responded in unison. Hong Zao, and by next bring people to clean up all the dissidents in the burial earth world.
Lord Insi ordered.
The three strange men in red, black and white robes with strange figures and masks bowed in response.
They understood what Lord Insi meant by dissident.
In the sky, the gigantic red lotus became increasingly bewitching. The red light it emitted seemed to have already dyed the entire sky red, turning the originally gray sky into a demonic red. Chapter 361, Shocking Change in the Physique Rankings. 3. Countless burial earth creatures and those outside looked up at the red lotus with an ominous feeling. Suddenly the world seemed to fall silent for a moment. In the next second, countless red threads shot out of the void and instantly bound those burial earth creatures. Those red lines were extremely strange. They wanted to dodge, but they could not, nor could they use magic power or divine powers to remove them.
They even felt that the red lines seemed to be growing on their bodies.
However, it suddenly surfaced at this moment. Not only that, when the red thread wrapped around their bodies, it did not make them feel uncomfortable. Instead, they felt an incomparably powerful force pouring into their bodies. In an instant, many burial earth creatures sank into it, greedily absorbing the power bestowed by the red line. Gradually, their bodies were suspended in the air, wrapped in cocoons by the red threads. However, there were also some burial earth creatures who struggled, unwilling to be entangled by the red line and refusing to accept the power bestowed by it.
Some people even successfully escaped the red line with their powerful will and strength.
However, those red lines were like leeches that quickly wrapped around them again. Some of the red lines even seemed to appear out of thin air from within their bodies and restrained them from the inside out. In the end, all the living beings in the burial earth world became red cocoons that were hung in the air except for one person.
Yun Yang.
On the other hand, the creatures that were not from the burial earth world were not entangled by those red lines. In an instant, the originally gray burial earth world turned red. Countless red cocoons were like giant drops of blood hanging upside down under the sky, densely packed. At a glance, the scene was strange and terrifying.
What is this thing?
It's too scary.
Let's get out of here quickly.
The burial earth world is about to change. Looks like a great terror has really appeared. Countless outsiders in the burial earth world were horrified. The scene before them was too strange.
What is the red lotus doing?
The vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable and the azure dragon Heavenly Venerable looked at the red cocoons in the sky in shock, their hair standing on end.
Dad, let's fly towards the flower path, perhaps we can finally you.
Xing Miao suddenly said.
That makes sense.
Heavenly Venerable Vermilion Bird's eyes brightened. You would definitely fly over to investigate when he saw the flower path.
Therefore, if they flew there, they might really finally you.
However, at this moment, the vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable, the azure dragon Heavenly Venerable Xing Miao, and everyone else in the burial earth world did not know that a shocking change had occurred on the heavenly physique rankings, blocked by the giant red lotus. Physique rankings number 2, Primordial Lotus Puppet Body.
Owner, Insi.
Origin, Burial Earth World, Netherworld Divine Ho. Physique rankings number 9, Indestructible Lotus Puppet Body.
Owner, Hong.
Origin, Burial Earth World, Netherworld Divine Ho. Physique rankings number 10, Indestructible Lotus Puppet Body.
Owner, Zao.
Origin. From 9th place on the physique rankings to 27th place, they had all become indestructible lotus puppets. Furthermore, everyone was born in the Netherworld Divine Ho. This huge change shocked the myriad worlds again, causing a huge stir.
Chapter 362, Why is it him again?
1. The sudden appearance of the second-ranked primordial lotus puppet body and many indestructible lotus puppet bodies on the physique rankings instantly alarmed countless living beings in the myriad worlds. Everyone could tell that an unknown and terrifying change had occurred in the burial earth world. Perhaps the most worrying thing was about to happen. That primordial lotus puppet body is actually ranked second. How could so many similar physiques appear at once? This is too unbelievable. Yeah, and they're all from the Netherworld Divine Ho. Looks like a great terror has descended. Perhaps the people from the Netherworld Divine Ho have only become puppets. From the names of these physiques, it's indeed a puppet. If even a puppet's physique is so strong, what kind of terrifying existence is its main body? Primordial lotus puppet body. Primordial represents the beginning of the universe. Could this main body be a powerful existence born during the primordial era? It's probably at the creation god level. No wonder it could create so many powerful physiques at once. It's over. Is the world really going to change this time? The burial earth world is indeed a forbidden area. Our people shouldn't have stepped foot there. It must be the disturbance of an outsider that awakened an unknown horror. Yeah, during this period of time, countless unbelievable people have appeared on the rankings in succession in the burial earth world. I wonder if Liu can turn the tide this time. Panic and uneasiness enveloped the hearts of countless people again. Furthermore, the threat this time was clearly more worrying and terrifying than before. They had created a group of puppet physiques out of thin air and occupied nearly 20 spots on the physique rankings. It was clear how terrifying the person behind this was. However, the most terrifying thing was who he was and what his motive was. The unknown was often the most disturbing thing. In the human immortal sect, the Deva sect master looked at the strange physiques on the physique rankings with a grave expression, his eyes filled with worry. Lotus puppet body? Could these physiques be related to lotus roots? Lotus roots? Rumor has it that a creation azure lotus was born in the primordial era that was comparable to a creation god. Could it be related to this creation azure lotus this time? The Deva sect master fell into deep thought. If it was the creation azure lotus, why would it appear in the burial earth world and be related to the Netherworld Divine Ho? Clearly, the various possibilities behind this were terrifying. However, right at this moment, the eldest disciple flew over. Master, the sect masters of the primordial Dao immortal sect, the heavenly cloud palace, the purple azure holy land, and other sects request an audience. Okay. The Deva sect master nodded and immediately flew out, arriving at the front hall in the blink of an eye. Many people were gathered in the hall. They were all from the sects of the human immortal sect. All of them had grave expressions and were even a little flustered. They walked around on the spot like ants on a hot pan. Seeing the Deva sect master enter, everyone immediately surrounded him anxiously. Everyone is here for those lotus puppet bodies, right? The Deva sect master asked in a low voice. That's right, sect master. In fact, we were discussing the burial earth world not long ago when our families discovered that the spatial passageway to the burial earth world had already disappeared. We found it strange. We were just discussing whether we should disturb you, but we didn't expect such a strange change to occur on the physique rankings, so we came over. Something unbelievable has probably happened in this burial earth world. Those of us who entered are probably doomed. All the spatial tunnels have disappeared. The Deva sect master's expression turned grim. What happened there? However, in the burial earth world, Liu looked at the countless red cocoons hanging upside down in the sky and was similarly shocked. The scene in front of him was indeed unprecedented. The visual impact was indescribable. Only those who had seen it with their own eyes would know what an unbelievable scene it was. What is this red lotus doing? Liu could not understand it either. Was it devouring the vitality of these burial earth creatures? However, with its ability, it could absorb the origin energy of the universe through the world it parasitized. These creatures were not enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Young master, the flower seems to be at the Netherworld Divine Ho. Yun Yang said with a grave expression. If Liu had not transformed the power of the primordial origin true body into a domain to protect her, she would not have been able to escape the entanglement of the red line. Liu looked at the place where the flower path connected, then at the enormous red lotus in the sky. Immediately he drew his sword and slashed at the thick flower path that was like a pillar that held up the sky. Rumble! The world shook and a circle of ripples seemed to spread out. The gigantic flower path collapsed. Blast! The gigantic flower path collapsed as if the heavens and the earth were collapsing, emitting earth-shattering sounds. Even from tens of thousands of kilometers away, it was still clearly audible. However, not long after the flower path collapsed, it condensed again. Liu frowned and was not surprised. He knew that the giant lotus flower in front of him was similar to the ritual performed by the previous Qingyi. This giant lotus flower scene was only a form of energy condensed from a certain ritual. It was not the main body of the mysterious living being that he was looking for. Furthermore, if he could not find its main body and eliminate it, he could not stop the ritual. Although Liu did not know what kind of ritual it was probably not something good. Chapter 363, Why is it him again? 2. Let's go take a look at the Netherworld Divine Ho first. Liu said. He wanted to understand what the Netherworld Divine Ho was up to. Yun Yang nodded and immediately followed Liu to the Netherworld Divine Ho. As the flower path collapsed and reconstructed, countless outsiders in the burial earth world quickly gathered in the direction of the flower path. Liu's sword had naturally alarmed everyone in the Netherworld Divine Ho. You ignorant fellow, do you think your strength can shake the Red Lotus Heavenly God? Ridiculous. A mocking expression surfaced on all the faces of Lord Yin-Si. Then he said to Hong Zhao and Bai, use the power given to you by the Red Lotus Heavenly God to eliminate this damn Liu. At all costs. Yes. The three evil gods received the order and immediately flew out of the shrine towards Liu. After the three evil gods left, Lord Yin-Si opened a scroll with a mysterious red totem drawn on it. Immediately the red lines on his body fused into the totem. The red totem shook and a circle of ripples appeared in the air. A demonic red light bloomed as the totem flew out of the scroll. In the end, it formed a small spatial passageway in the air, and then a ball of grey fog surged out. The grey fog emitted a strange devouring power, and ferocious ghosts could be vaguely seen inside. In the end, the grey fog condensed into the shape of a human. What do you want? A sinister voice sounded from the grey fog. Lord Grey Fog, please descend with your Chaos Army. It's time for us to take action. Lord Yin-Si said. Looks like Master has finally decided to attack the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm. My children are starving, said the Grey Fog. Before he finished his sentence, more grey fog surged out of the spatial passageway and surged out of the Netherworld Divine Altar. Finally, it slowly gathered in front of the enormous Divine Altar. Liu had just approached the Netherworld Divine Ho when he was stopped by three strange-looking fellows. The three of them were wearing red, black and white clothes with strange masks. Their figures were also different. These three are the other three evil gods of the Netherworld Divine Ho, Hong Zhao and Bai. Yun Yang said. It's easy to distinguish between them. Liu said with a smile. However, he could clearly sense that the three people in front of him were completely different from the Qing he had encountered previously. They already possessed the same energy fluctuations and auras as the Red Lotus. They must have become the Red Lotus puppets. But no matter who it is, anyone who gets in the way will die. Before Liu finished his sentence, his sword had already been unsheathed. He swung it horizontally and the mighty sword instantly descended on the three. Almost at the same time, the three of them pounced at Liu, but their charging bodies seemed like dust blown away by the wind as they instantly dissipated. Silence. It was as easy as three bubbles shattering. At the same time, Liu noticed the grey fog condensing in front of the altar in the distance. He was familiar with this grey fog. It was the strange grey fog that had once appeared in the Lingtian immortal realm. It seemed that his previous perception and speculations were correct. This grey fog was indeed the Red Lotus's lackey, and the Red Lotus was the real mastermind behind the destruction of the Lingtian immortal realm. It was the powerful creature that was still parasitizing the Lingtian immortal realm. Suddenly Liu seemed to understand why those burial earth creatures were dropped in the air. The Red Lotus was probably extending its roots to other immortal realms. Now it was time to destroy all the threats in that immortal realm. It even wanted to create a diversion and make these burial earth creatures its puppets. It wanted the grey fog and those chaos creatures to serve as its cover and stir up another calamity, a calamity for the people of the immortal realm. It wanted the people of the immortal realm to focus on fighting the burial earth creatures and the chaos creatures. Unbeknown to them, the true demonic claw had already silently reached the back of their homes and parasitized the space of their world. It greedily devoured the origin of the universe, slowly drying up their homes. It was not until this world space collapsed, the immortal energy became thin and the power of heaven and earth became chaotic, that it was already too late. The only thing they could do was abandon their homes or die in the calamity and become food for the chaos creatures and the grey fog. Liu even felt that it might have used the calamity of the devil immortal invasion when it dealt with the Lingtian immortal realm back then. This time it used the burial earth creatures.
But you won't be so lucky this time,
Liu thought. However, just as he was thinking, the three evil gods Hong Zhao and Bai, who had already dissipated, condensed again. Their bodies seemed to be slowly drawn and woven by countless red threads. Liu was shocked this strike of his was enough to destroy their bodies and souls. Even if they could not die, they would surely die. He did not expect their bodies to condense again. It seemed that the power of this red lotus was not simple after all. It was probably as powerful as the Heavenly Dao. However, after carefully sensing it, Liu noticed some clues. Although the three of them did not look much different from before, they were already three empty shells. If they were puppets before, they should at least have their own consciousness and souls. However, they seemed to have become true puppets now. They were three soulless zombie-like existences that relied on some sort of power.
Humph. I don't believe you can reconstruct their bodies indefinitely.
Liu grunted coldly and his gaze instantly turned sharp. Then he stared at the grey fog that had already enveloped the Yin-Si Divine Ho and slashed out again.
A serious strike. Bang!
With a deafening bang, a huge crack appeared in the space in front of Liu. It instantly tore apart the three evil gods that had condensed again, tearing apart the entire void. The shattered space swept inward and spread towards the Netherworld Divine Ho. At the same time, the grey fog that was constantly gathering outside the shrine immediately surged violently. A cry of surprise sounded from within. It's him again.
Rumble.
The shattered space was like a storm that instantly swept through the grey fog, tearing it apart as countless miserable cries sounded. The terrifying devouring power swept the grey fog into the crack and finally shattered the huge divine altar and the flower path. When the space returned to calm, the grey fog and the shrine had already disappeared from the spot. Even a huge hole had appeared in the ground under the shrine. The underground palace of the Netherworld Divine Ho was revealed along with many terrified people.
Meanwhile, in the hall on the 9th floor of the Netherworld Divine Temple, the remaining grey fog shrank back into the hall again and said in a panic, "Why is this terrifying guy here?
It's over, we're in big trouble." Yin-Si immediately cast invocation and asked Master to send his divine power to deal with him. "I'm not that freak's match. If I take another strike from him, I might be completely gone," the grey fog added. Immediately it surged into the spatial passageway and disappeared from the hall in the blink of an eye.
Lord Grey Fog, wait.
Looking at the panicked grey fog that returned again, all the faces on Yin-Si revealed grave expressions.
He did not expect that even the grey fog would be so frightened. How terrifying was Liu?
However, just as he finished his sentence, another earth-shattering bang sounded. A huge crack appeared in the sky above him.
An indescribable destructive power poured down, pouring into the entire hall and engulfing his body.
The expressions of Yin-Si's entire body changed as he instantly understood the horror of the grey fog and the fortune-teller's words. Perhaps their Netherworld Divine Ho was the calamity of the myriad worlds, but Liu was their calamity. The power of this sword was too freakish. Even though he instantly cast invocation, his body was still torn to pieces by the irresistible power.
Rumble. Space shattered, the earth collapsed, and everything was annihilated.
Under Liu's sword, the entire underground palace of the Netherworld Divine Ho instantly vanished along with the ground within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The entire ground seemed to have been struck by a giant meteorite and a bottomless sinkhole appeared.
Chapter 364. With Liu around, the myriad worlds can rest in peace. 1. Liu looked at the enormous sinkhole in front of him with an indifferent expression. Under the perception of the heart of heaven and earth, he knew that Lord Yin-Si was not dead. However, the others from the Netherworld Divine Ho had already turned into ashes. Even the red lotus roots entrenched in the surrounding space had dissipated. This was also the reason why they could not reconstruct their bodies unless they waited for the red lotus roots to extend into this space and create those puppets again. As for Lord Yin-Si, he had used invocation in time, coupled with the fact that Liu's sword was not aimed at him. His essence soul was saved even though his body had collapsed. In the enormous sinkhole, a strange red rune quickly turned into a red lotus before transforming into many red lines. In the blink of an eye, those red lines reshaped a huge freak with many faces and arms. It was Lord Yin-Si. Invocation. The moment it condensed again, Lord Yin-Si immediately used the invocation art again without hesitation. He was well aware that without the power of the Red Lotus Heavenly God, he was no match for Liu.
The moment the word invocation was spoken, the strange symbol lit up around Lord Enc. The giant red lotus in the sky instantly turned into red clouds that filled the sky before condensing into a giant figure identical to him. It was as if a demon god was above the 9 heavens as it slapped down. Swoosh! 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 The red threads were like arrows or spears that shot down from the sky, and their target was Li Yu. Li Yu frowned. This was the first time he felt threatened. It had to be said that the red lotus was really powerful. At the same time, the vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable, the azure dragon Heavenly Venerable, and many other living beings had already rushed over. They were shocked when they saw the terrifying demon-like existence in the sky. However, Li Yu's figure eased their nervousness. They believed that Li Yu was invincible. Break! Li Yu shouted as he slashed at the sky. Blast! A circle of spatial ripples was like a shockwave that instantly rushed into the sky. The world seemed to have stopped for a moment. However, in the next second, space shattered like a broken mirror. The crack was like a spider web that instantly spread through the entire sky. The red lines that shot over and the figure of Lord Enc condensed from the red clouds collapsed as well. The red cocoons hanging in the air fell one after another. Some were even swallowed into the spatial rift, while others were unfortunately slashed into nothingness by the power of this sword. It was as if the sky had collapsed and the apocalypse had arrived. Looking at the scene in the sky, Lord Enc's entire face revealed shock, and the fear in his heart could not be any greater. He never imagined that Li Yu was powerful enough to shatter the heavens and the earth with a single strike, powerful enough to defeat even the power of the Red Lotus Heavenly God. However, right at this moment, after the Enc figure condensed from the Red Lotus collapsed, it transformed into red threads that filled the sky again. They pierced through the shattered space like a needle drawing a thread. Then he sewed up all those spaces while countless red threads pulled the red cocoons back into the air. He's not simple after all. Li Yu frowned. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could withstand the power of his serious strike. Furthermore, he used his magic power to instantly heal the space he had destroyed. This power was really powerful. It seemed that this Red Lotus was really a powerful existence at the level of a god. The enemy he was facing this time was definitely the strongest in history. Li Yu's expression became even more serious. However, he was not afraid of this Red Lotus. As long as he could find its main body, he would kill it even if it was a god. As the surrounding space returned to normal, the Heavenly Dao rankings appeared in everyone's field of vision. Li Yu immediately noticed the changes in the physique rankings, but the owners of the indestructible lotus puppet bodies had already turned into ashes. Then they all disappeared from the rankings, leaving only the primordial lotus puppet body in second place. Primordial lotus puppet body. Li Yu's gaze landed on Lord Enc in the pit. His figure was twisted and his appearance and aura were undergoing tremendous changes. His 18 arms became 2 and the 3 faces on his head became cold and heroic. A red lotus pattern flickered in his pitch-black eyes. At first glance it looked a little like a kaleidoscope. Petals surfaced on his body like scales that formed red armor. He stood on a red lotus each, and countless tentacle-like red threads surfaced behind him, weaving into a strange lotus totem in the air that illuminated his entire body. It emitted an ancient and powerful aura that formed a powerful domain in the surroundings. It was as if space was being twisted and deformed. Countless red lotus flowers were faintly discernible in the void. Countless ancient symbols were born from those lotus flowers, but they disappeared shortly after. In just a moment, Lord Enc had already transformed into a different person. He had transformed from a freak to a true god. Li Yu's pupils constricted. He could sense that the person in front of him was no longer just Lord Enc, but the incarnation of the Red Lotus. In the distance, Heavenly Venerable Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable Vermilion Bird, and the others who had rushed over not long ago, as well as Heavenly Venerable Eternal Night and the various immortal realms who had just arrived, looked at the extraordinary figure in the sinkhole in shock. Chapter 365. With Li Yu around, the myriad worlds can rest in peace, too. They could also sense the powerful aura he emitted. It was an existence beyond their understanding. In front of him, even a powerful Heavenly Venerable felt as insignificant as an ant. As expected of a creation god, this aura is really terrifying. The Evernight Heavenly Venerable exclaimed in his heart. After seeing the Red Lotus avatar with his own eyes, the Evernight Heavenly Venerable was even more certain that this might be the legendary Red Lotus of Annihilation, the powerful existence born at the beginning of the world. Looks like a terrifying calamity is about to befall the myriad worlds. the Evernight Heavenly Venerable said worriedly.
He looked at Liu, who was confronting the Red Lotus avatar.
The Evernight Heavenly Venerable did not know Liu, but he could roughly deduce his identity through the various information on the Heavenly Dao rankings.
However, he did not know if Liu was a match for the Red Lotus annihilation.
After all, that was an existence comparable to a creation god. Therefore he was worried that a disaster was about to befall the various worlds.
"Human, I can let you leave the burial Earthworld, we'll mind our own business, alright," said Lord Inc.
However, the tone was clearly from Red Lotus. A hint of surprise surfaced in the eyes of the Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable, the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable, and the others, while the Evernight Heavenly Venerable was slightly surprised. They did not expect the Red Lotus of Annihilation to say such a thing and take the initiative to seek peace. This was indeed beyond the Heavenly Venerable's expectations.
Liu's power even made the Red Lotus of Annihilation afraid? A faint smile appeared on Liu's lips. He did not expect the Red Lotus to take the initiative to seek peace. However, he was well aware that this was only a stalling tactic. It might allow these burial earth creatures to invade the immortal realm the moment he left. It might even hide again and secretly absorb the energy of the various immortal realms. Exchange all the origin power of the universe you stole from the Lingtian immortal realm for it, then take back all your roots and scram from that world forever. Liu ordered coldly. That place is already a wasteland.
Why waste your time there? The Red Lotus avatar added.
That's right, you turned me into a wasteland, so how could we mind our own business?
Liu's gaze turned sharp again. Upon hearing Liu's words, the Red Lotus avatar's expression darkened and the Red Lotus totem behind him became increasingly demonic. He was well aware that Liu was clearly bent on making things difficult for him. In that case, you can die. The Red Lotus avatar suddenly said coldly. At the same time, countless red threads were like venomous snakes that suddenly darted out of the void beside Liu and instantly bound his body. A gigantic red lotus appeared above Liu's head like a bloody mouth that was opened wide, enveloping him. However, the moment those red threads touched Liu's body, it was as if ice and snow had touched red charcoal, instantly melting and transforming into primordial energy. It was the same for the lotus flower. Immediately after, countless lotus flowers surfaced in the air around Liu, flickering with a demonic red glow that immediately compressed the space around him. The compression from the spatial dimension was enough to crush everything in it into powder. However, Liu's Great Dao golden body instantly transformed into a myriad of Great Dao phenomena, then his figure flashed and he easily escaped from the compressed space. Upon seeing this, the Red Lotus avatar's expression turned grim. It did not expect Liu to possess so many extraordinary golden bodies at once that he could practically ignore all attacks. As expected of the doted son of the Heavenly Dao, it's simply ridiculous. Liu's figure flashed and arrived on the other side of the sinkhole, then he raised his middle finger at the Red Lotus avatar in the sinkhole with a teasing smile. Then he suddenly slashed at the void behind him. The Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable, the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable, the Evernight Heavenly Venerable, and the others watching the battle from afar were shocked. However, the Red Lotus avatar's expression changed drastically. Almost at the same time, space suddenly twisted in the direction Liu's sword slashed at. A figure surfaced with a shocked expression. It was the true body of the Red Lotus avatar. Liu's heart of heaven and earth had long sensed the Red Lotus avatar using spatial teleportation to hide its true body here. The sinkhole was only a puppet clone condensed from magic power. Sensing the power of Liu's sword, the Red Lotus avatar's expression changed drastically. The Red Lotus phantom in front of him flourished with light, instantly transforming into layers of spatial barriers that formed shields in front of it. However, under Liu's sword, those spatial barriers were as fragile as paper. They were torn apart layer by layer and the void collapsed along with them. The Red Lotus avatar collapsed into countless red threads, again attempting to sew up this shattered space and neutralize the power of Liu's sword. However, Liu did not give it any more chances and slashed again. Blast! This time the entire space was not only shattered, but it was also annihilated. All the material energy and even the laws inside were annihilated. The entire void became a void like a black hole. There was no light, substance or energy inside. At the same time, Lord Inc's name on the Heavenly Dao rankings turned gray and the word deceased was marked behind it. Then the primordial lotus puppet body disappeared from the physique rankings.
Chapter 366, with Liu around, the myriad worlds can rest in peace. 3. Lord Inc is dead too.
Yun Yang could not calm down for a long time. As a burial earth creature, Lord Yin-Si was definitely a godlike existence to Yun Yang. He was an invincible expert and undying god that countless burial earth creatures feared. He possessed unfathomable magic power comparable to gods. Yet such an expert still died under Li Yu's sword. Furthermore, he had used invocation with the help of the more powerful Red Lotus. He was still annihilated by a few simple strikes from Li Yu. Yun Yang, who had witnessed the entire process, was indescribably shocked. Of course, Yun Yang knew that Li Yu's seemingly simple attack was not simple at all. It could shatter space and even destroy it into nothingness. The power contained in that strike was beyond imagination. At this moment, she was even more convinced that there was no such thing as true immortality in this world. It was just that she had never met Li Yu. He's really dead. The Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable, the Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Venerable, the Evernight, Heavenly Venerable, and the other living beings heaved a sigh of relief. When they sensed the power of the Red Lotus avatar just now, they were also worried and afraid. However, he did not expect that Li Yu's power was truly invincible in the world. Such a terrifying fellow was actually killed by him with ease. He's so powerful. All the shock and surprise in the Evernight Heavenly Venerable's heart finally transformed into the simplest and most sincere sigh. As a Heavenly Venerable of the Night God realm, he believed that even if he was not the strongest in the myriad worlds, he was already standing at the top. However, compared to Li Yu, he was as tiny as an ant. He probably could not even withstand a single strike from Li Yu. His master had once said that the path of cultivation was endless. There was definitely a higher realm above the Heavenly Venerable realm, and there was still a long way to go. Today he had finally experienced it and seen it with his own eyes. He was also glad that he could witness all of this and witness the true experts. The lotus puppets that appeared on the Heavenly Dao rankings suddenly died one after another and disappeared from the rankings again. It also shocked the myriad worlds and caused another huge stir. Li Yu, it must be Li Yu. That's great. I knew Li Yu could definitely get rid of these guys. Li Yu has indeed eliminated the threat for the various worlds. Now most of the terrifying existences in the burial earth world will be eliminated by Li Yu. Li Yu is too powerful. Looks like the burial earth world is no longer a threat to us. Countless people discussed while they were shocked. Their hearts calmed down again and the panic and uneasiness disappeared. Furthermore, through the ups and downs, they became more firm and their trust in Li Yu grew stronger. Everyone knew without a doubt that Li Yu had eliminated the threat for them again. This was because those people with physiques on the rankings had died as soon as they entered the rankings, just like the life-devouring ancient emperor, the skeleton general, and the others. It was as quick as a flash in the pan, and it was the same for those lotus puppets. Although the primordial lotus puppet struggled for a while, it did not live much longer than the others before it died. Many people in the immortal realm could even sense the despair of those people from the Netherworld Divine Ho and imagine everything that happened at the scene. Li Yu had crushed all the living beings in the entire burial earth realm. No matter what level, realm, or terrifying existence they were all ants in front of him. With Li Yu around, the myriad worlds can rest assured. The Deva sect master looked at Li Yu's name on the Heavenly Dao rankings inside. People from the various large factions who were still discussing how to deal with the threat from the burial earth world nodded inside. They could finally rest assured. Chapter 367, Dual Pupils appear. The name of the primordial lotus body disappeared from the rankings, allowing the people of the various immortal realms to heave a sigh of relief. The name of the fallen divine body that appeared in the burial earth world and Mo Yuan on the magic treasure rankings were still glaring. It made many people feel as if there was a thorn in their backs, but Li Yu's power gave them some confidence. They even felt that the Heavenly Dao rankings favored Li Yu so much, not only because of his powerful strength but also because he shouldered an extraordinary mission. Perhaps he was the chosen one who had come to end all terrors and disasters. Previously, the appearance of the Sons of Destiny made many people sense a hint of unease. Many felt that the near future would be an era of turmoil and rebirth. Everything that happened in the burial earth world confirmed this point. This was also the reason why many people felt uneasy. However, it was clear that Li Yu's appearance was for the sake of the Terminator. They even felt that the Heavenly Dao rankings had appeared because of this. Not long after those lotus puppets disappeared from the rankings, a new physique suddenly appeared on the rankings, attracting everyone's attention again. Physique rankings number 2, Dual Pupils. Owner, Tyree. Origin, Chaotic Star Domain. Dual Pupils?
What kind of physique is that? Yeah, I've never heard of it. Is dual pupils a special physique? He's actually ranked second. This physique is definitely not simple. Where did this guy come from? Countless people were surprised, but they were more curious. The dual pupils was an extremely unfamiliar name for most people. Deva Sect Master, what kind of physique is this dual pupils? In the main hall of the human immortal sect, the people from the various immortal sects were also curious when they saw the new name on the physique rankings. They knew that the Deva Sect Master was knowledgeable and felt that he should know. Dual pupils? I do know a little about this name from some ancient books, said the Deva Sect Master. His words made everyone's eyes light up as they looked at the Deva Sect Master and listened attentively. The dual pupils are also known as the God's Eye. It's said that this pair of pupils is filled with runes that are mysterious and unfathomable. They contain endless divine powers and Dao techniques. They can see through all Dao techniques and divine powers. They can also control the power of those gods with ease. It's said that those with dual pupils are invincible existences. If not for the presence of the destined person Liu, this dual pupil would definitely be the first, said the Deva Sect Master. He's actually that powerful. He's from the chaotic star domain. Tyree must be another ancient mighty figure who broke out of the seal. As expected of a tumultuous era, looks like the myriad worlds are really going to be restless. Everyone discussed. At the moment, the space that had been destroyed by Liu's sword took a long time to recover. The mysterious Netherworld divine who had occupied the burial earth for countless years had disappeared, just like that. The Lordine Sea, who had once terrified the living beings of the burial earth, had also died. However, the threat of the Red Lotus was not eliminated, and it did not seem to have any intention of stopping its plan. Liu looked at the red cocoons in the sky. He was well aware that if he wanted to stop the war between the burial earth world and the outside world, he could only find the Red Lotus's main body and kill it. Yun Yang, let's continue. Liu called out before continuing to rush towards the god burial ocean. Seeing Liu leave, the Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable, the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable, and the Evernight Heavenly Venerable hurriedly followed. Seeing Liu leave, the Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable, the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable, and the Evernight Heavenly Venerable hurriedly followed. To be precise, they felt that it was safest to follow behind Liu. However, just as Liu approached, the god burial sea, cracks suddenly appeared in the sky and grey fog surged out of them. It was also filled with countless ghosts and undead that bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they screamed miserably. In an instant, it was as if the door to hell had been opened. These things from the netherworld finally sensed Yang Qi, and they were like hungry wolves that had smelled fat meat as they surged madly towards Liu and the others. In fact, the grey fog did not want to come either, but it was created by the Red Lotus god. It had no choice but to obey its master's orders, even though it knew that it was here to be cannon fodder and die. Fortunately, he had control over the army of countless ghosts and undead, allowing them to hold on for a while. Countless ferocious ghosts and undead swarmed down like dark clouds. Among these undead were Emperor Tianyun, Emperor Hangyun, Long Ao, the various fiend sects, and the various demons who had died under Liu's sword. Those who had died in the Lingtian mystic realm and the virtual sky mystic realm did not enter the cycle of reincarnation after they died. Instead, they were captured by the Red Lotus and sent into the grey fog to become its food and puppets. For example, Emperor Tianyun, Emperor Hangyun, and the others had only been swallowed into the grey fog for a short period of time. They still had a trace of intelligence and had not completely become irrational ghosts. Were finally out vitality. What rich vitality! Emperor Tianyun roared. He was like a fly that had smelled a fish. He instinctively followed the ghost tide and rushed towards the rich vitality and Yang Qi. However, just as he saw the source of the powerful vitality and the figure that he would never forget even if he became a ghost, he was so frightened that he instantly regained his senses. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran back. Some of the fallen souls in the Lingtian mystic realm watched him suddenly run back. They did not know what was going on and followed him. However, they were soon driven by the power of the grey fog to change directions and charge at Liu. His expression remained the same as he watched the ghosts pounce over. He did not draw his sword and instead took out the Netherworld River diagram. The scroll instantly unfolded and grew in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into torrential yellow spring water that drowned the evil ghosts and undead that rushed over. At the same time, the power of his primordial origin true body enveloped all the ghosts, cutting off the grey fog's control over them. They immediately became kites with broken strings, drowned by the netherworld. In an instant those undead ghosts disappeared into the yellow spring like clay oxen entering the sea, then they were swept back to the river diagram. After Liu obtained the Netherworld river diagram, he knew how to use it. He also knew that the more ghosts the Netherworld river diagram devoured, the greater its power. The many powerful ghosts in front of him were simply a sky full of experience points for Liu. Indeed, after those ghosts were devoured by the Netherworld river diagram, its ranking directly surpassed the Night God Pearl. It became the strongest supreme artifact, second only to the ancient divine artifact, the Heavenly Emperor Mirror. Not bad. Liu put away the Netherworld river diagram in satisfaction, and then he looked at the grey fog that surged out of the crack again. At the moment the grey fog was like a bald sheep, and even its color was much clearer. Without this army of ghosts, the grey fog was like a ferocious beast. Without its claws and teeth, its attack power was greatly reduced. Of course, its most powerful ability was to devour life. However, if it devoured Liu's life, it was equivalent to sending itself to death. However, at this point it had no other choice. Without cannon fodder, it could only become cannon fodder itself. The grey fog transformed into a torrential sea of clouds that surged down from the sky, and what greeted it was naturally Liu's merciless strike. The grey fog was all too familiar with the power of this strike. At that moment it regretted its decision. It really hoped that it could become Liu's fart and be let loose. However, it was not worthy. Liu's sword instantly swept away the grey fog that filled the sky, and even the original grey clouds of the burial earth realm were swept away. The sky of the burial earth became clearer than ever, and peace returned to the world. Chapter 368, Dead End 1. The grey fog dissipated and the world fell silent for a short while. Cracks appeared in the void again, and countless ferocious and enormous chaos creatures rushed out of them. Upon seeing this, the people from the various immortal realms who had followed Liu revealed shocked expressions. Even the hearts of the Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable, the Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Venerable, the Evernight, Heavenly Venerable, were stirred. Although they were not afraid of the chaos creatures, it was difficult for them to calm down when they saw so many chaos creatures swarming over. The strength and number of these chaos creatures were enough to bring disaster to an immortal realm. Even they, the Heavenly Venerables, would find it difficult to deal with so many terrifying chaos creatures at once. Liu drew his sword with an indifferent expression. He was all too familiar with the scene before him. Furthermore, he knew that these chaos creatures were far inferior to the grey fog. However, there were many of them, and it would take some time to clear them all. Liu did not say anything else and took the initiative to attack. The sword in his hand flashed through the air like a bolt of lightning. Every sword shadow that tore through the sky caused a few chaos creatures to be annihilated. Let's go over and help, even though we don't seem to be of much help. The Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Venerable, smiled. All right. The Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable, smiled and rushed up first. Seeing the people from the four spirit worlds help, the Evernight, Heavenly Venerable, immediately led the people from the Night God realm to rush forward. The other factions of the immortal realm rushed forward to help. However, when the few hundred of them went up, various divine powers and magic treasures were like meteors that streaked through the sky. They were resplendent and shook the universe. They fought back and forth with those chaos creatures. However, there were too many chaos creatures. Before long, some people were surrounded by more chaos creatures than them, and they quickly fell into a bitter battle. This chaos creature is indeed difficult to deal with. Its skin is thick and it's really difficult to deal with. Damn it, why isn't it dead yet? Be careful. Behind you. Phew. That was close. This chaos creature's attack is really strange and unpredictable. What should we do? There are too many of them. This is great. The Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable, is here to help. Seeing that the situation of some people from the immortal realm was getting more and more dangerous, the Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable, and the Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Venerable, quickly went over to help. When they joined forces to kill those chaos creatures, the entire world seemed to have suddenly fallen silent. Only then did they realize that apart from the few chaos creatures they had dealt with, the rest had already been killed by Liu. Some chaos creatures seemed to have fled back into the spatial rift. Everyone from the various immortal realms blushed with shame and looked at each other awkwardly. The 100 of them had tried their best for a long time, but they had only killed less than 10 chaos creatures. Liu had killed the other 1,000 chaos creatures so quickly. The difference in strength was clear at a glance. Crack! 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 Just as the chaos creatures were swept away, the world returned to calm.
The red cocoons hanging in the sky emitted cracking sounds like rats eating bones. They reverberated through the entire world, giving one the creeps. Liu looked up at the sky, and so did everyone, present their expressions slightly ugly. They were well aware that if all these burial earth creatures became the Red Lotus's puppets, their situation would be troublesome. The number of creatures in the burial earth was countless times more than those chaos creatures. Furthermore, there were many powerful ones. No matter how strong Liu was, it was impossible for him to eliminate all his enemies in a short period of time. Those of them in the burial earth world would definitely fall into a bitter struggle. The thought of facing the siege of countless creatures in a world gave him a headache. Indeed, what they were worried about happened soon. The red cocoons split open one after another, and life forms like marionettes appeared inside. Their limbs and facial features seemed to have become puppets made of lotus roots with red strings attached to them. After those burial earth creatures broke out of the red cocoons, the red lines on their bodies disappeared one after another. Then their eyes turned red and they immediately flew towards Liu and the others like locusts that filled the sky. It's over. The thing I was most worried about has happened. We are going to die here today. Don't say anything else. Save your strength to deal with these burial earth creatures. Everyone looked at the burial earth creatures swarming in the sky with grave expressions. Looks like the Red Lotus is trying to stall for time. Liu frowned. He was well aware of the Red Lotus's goal. The gray fog, the chaos creatures, and these burial earth creatures were the minions that the Red Lotus was prepared to use to invade other immortal realms. However, at this moment it even threw out its last ships to deal with him. It was clearly panicking. Looks like the Red Lotus is preparing to escape. He's using these guys to hold me back and give him a chance to escape. In that case, his main body is really here. Perhaps he needs some time to escape. No, I can't let him escape. At the thought of this, Liu's figure flashed as he rapidly flew towards the god burial sea. At the same time, those burial earth creatures seemed to have gone crazy as they transformed into a black tide of people that lay in front of Liu. Liu did not hesitate as the sword in his hand slashed through the air, its might sweeping out. Rumble! The human tide formed by countless burial earth creatures was instantly annihilated like a bubble. Chapter 369, Dead End, 2. Liu continued to fly forward, but those burial earth creatures advanced one after another and gathered again. They surged towards Liu like a wave. Furthermore, they had used their respective divine powers. This time, brilliant lights that filled the sky were like raindrops that covered the sky as they shot towards Liu. Countless burial earth creatures pressed forward like moths to a flame. Liu's expression did not change and his speed did not slow down at all. Every strike instantly swept away all obstacles and opened up a new path. Their target is Liu, the Azure Dragon. Heavenly Venerable said in a low voice. At the moment, those burial earth creatures seemed to only see Liu. They rushed towards Liu without hesitation and used all their offensive power to focus their fire on him. Even if the Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable, the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable, and the others used their divine powers to attack them, they still had no reaction. Their lotus root bodies are so strange they can actually absorb my divine powers. Everyone was surprised to discover that the bodies of these burial earth creatures modified by the Red Lotus had a strong weakening and absorption ability towards various divine powers and techniques. Their attacks were like fists hitting cotton. Furthermore, the sturdiness of this lotus root was comparable to a Dao artifact. This made every burial earth creature seem like a Dao artifact, and their strength was probably far stronger than before. They did not dare to imagine the terrifying outcome if these transformed burial earth creatures invaded the various immortal realms. Fortunately, their target is Liu. Everyone in the immortal realm could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if they were besieged by so many strange and powerful burial earth creatures, they would probably not be able to hold on for long before they were drowned by the human tide and torn to pieces by the magic treasures and divine powers that covered the sky. This Liu is too powerful. Is there anything in this world that he can't destroy with a single strike? He had never seen such a scene in his life, fighting a living being alone, and it was even in a strange world like the burial earth world that even their heavenly venerables feared. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would probably never believe that there was really such an expert in this world who could fight against all the living beings of the entire burial earth world as easily as cutting grass. This is the power of a god. The Evernight Heavenly Venerable yearned for it. This was the powerful power he pursued. This was the future he had dreamed of. Liu pressed forward. Those burial earth creatures could not stop him at all, nor could they slow him down. Soon Liu arrived in the sky above the god burial sea. Dense chaotic aura covered the sky and it was connected to the turbid and strange seawater. It was clear and turbid and it was impossible to distinguish between heaven and earth. As Liu rushed into the god burial sea, the burial earth creatures stopped their pursuit. "Yunyang, wait for me by the shore," Liu said. He knew the danger of the god burial sea. Bringing Yunyang along might cause her to die here. "All right, please be careful, young master," Yunyang said earnestly. She had absolute confidence in Liu. The Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable, the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable, the Evernight Heavenly Venerable, and the rest of the Immortal Realm factions stopped here. Liu's speed did not slow down as he followed his senses to find the Red Lotus's main body and flew deeper into the God Burial Sea. In the Chaos Chi, all the power of heaven and earth and laws were chaotic. All kinds of senses would be affected, making it difficult to distinguish directions. They would also be corroded and affected by the chaotic energy. Their aura's magic power and even their minds might be affected. If a person was in it for a long time, he might suffer from chi deviation or even explode and die. If not for his great Dao golden body and primordial origin true body, Liu would not have dared to barge into such a place. However, before long the chaotic aura began to surge violently. Black lotus flowers actually condensed in front of Liu. Then they suddenly turned into ferocious ghost faces that were faintly discernible in the chaotic aura. "Stop pretending." A cold glint flashed in Liu's eyes as he slashed out. It was as if the heavens and the earth had been split apart. The chaotic world was instantly bright and clear. The chaotic aura disappeared in Liu's vision and senses became clearer. He instantly locked onto the exact location of the Red Lotus. However, right at this moment a monstrous wave suddenly rose from the sea in the distance. It was like a wall that lay across the world that rolled over. At the same time, red lines darted through the surrounding space like swimming snakes. Those red lines seemed to have triggered the surrounding space to move together, constantly squeezing and twisting towards Liu's body. A final struggle? Liu sneered. These methods could not stop him at all. The Red Lotus should be aware of this. However, it was probably at its wit's end at the moment. It could only use this method to stall for time. Rumble. The torrential sea water blotted out the sky like a giant palm grabbing at Liu. It slowly closed its fingers and compressed the surrounding space, finally enveloping Liu completely. However, in the next second it was as if a sword shadow tore through the space and tore through the torrential seawater and the Red Lotus hand. Liu's figure flew out at an extremely fast speed towards the depths of the God Burial Sea. Soon more red lines emerged from the space around Liu. Those red lines could not touch Liu and they could only affect the space to form obstacles to block Liu's footsteps. At the same time, the burial earth creatures on the shore of the God Burial Sea suddenly moved again and began to target the people from the four spirit worlds, the Night God Realm and the various immortal realms. Chapter 370, Dead End, 3, They launched a ferocious attack and everyone instantly fell into a bitter struggle. Some were injured and some died. The battle was extremely tragic and even Yunyang was not spared. Fortunately, she had an undying body and was not afraid of injuries. Damn it, the bodies of these puppets are too sturdy and their regeneration ability is a little terrifying. How can we kill them? A body transformed by a Red Lotus is indeed freakish. Looks like Liu has really found the Red Lotus's main body. This fellow is getting anxious. Why didn't it let these puppets attack Liu? Why did it attack us? Does it want to drag a few more down with it before it dies, or does it want to use our blood essence to improve its strength? Damn it, does he think we're in cahoots with Liu? Does he think Liu will save us? Liu, hurry up and kill that Red Lotus. We can't hold on much longer. Everyone complained endlessly in their hearts. They could not withstand the siege of so many burial earth creatures. Many had even died from serious injuries. At the moment, Liu, who was in the depths of the God Burial Sea, saw everything that happened on the shore. It was a mirage created by the Red Lotus and it clearly displayed the scene of people from the various immortal realms being surrounded and attacked to Liu. You want to use them to restrain me? Sorry, I'm not familiar with them, Liu said coldly. He could naturally guess the Red Lotus's intentions. It was really at the end of the road and could think of any method. Liu waved his hand and dispersed the mirage before continuing to fly forward. Soon he saw a Red Lotus floating quietly on the pitch-black sea in the distance. That scene was like a red lotus flower in an ink painting, looking so enchanting and dazzling. The lotus flower did not look big. It was only slightly larger than an ordinary lotus flower, but it emitted a strange light. The surrounding space was like water ripples that kept rippling.
It bloomed quietly and did not move. However, Liu knew that it was the main body of the red lotus he was looking for. However, there was a spatial barrier between him and the red lotus. It was like a barrier that enveloped the red lotus. That was probably its last defense. "Who are you?" a voice suddenly sounded in Liu's ear. Liu knew very well that the red lotus was speaking. "I am me, Liu." Liu replied casually. "You're from the primordial world?" the red lotus asked. "Primordial world?" Liu was surprised, but he could not be bothered to talk to it. After all, the azure dragon Heavenly Venerable, the vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable, and Xing Miao were still in danger. Although he was not related to them, those people were still living beings. Saving lives was a natural instinct, and he was not a heartless person. Therefore he did not speak. Instead he pulled out his sword and slashed. Blast! The spatial barrier shattered with a bang. At the same time, the scene in front of him instantly disappeared, replaced by a purple-black aura that enveloped the entire world in him. The moment he touched the purple-black aura, a name instinctively surfaced in Liu's mind. Chapter 371, Divine Power Rankings. 1. The nebulous primordial chi instantly devoured Liu. It was an energy that was far stranger and more terrifying than the chaotic chi. This was the last method the Red Lotus used to deal with Liu. It was the energy from the beginning of the world, energy that ordinary living beings could not control or even touch. It could transform everything it touched into nebulous primordial chi, returning everything to the primordial era. However, Liu, who possessed the primordial origin true body, was not afraid. Instead, he liked this energy. The moment Liu touched the nebulous primordial chi, his body began to devour it madly. "How is that possible? You were also born from the primordial chaos?" The Red Lotus's voice sounded again, but it was filled with shock. Only living beings born in the primordial chaos could not be afraid of the nebulous primordial chi and absorb it. However, Liu did not answer. He had nothing to say. His gaze seemed to penetrate the nebulous primordial chi and locked onto the Red Lotus in front of him. Its body was greedily devouring the most powerful energy in the universe. "Since we're both primordial creatures, why should we kill each other? Why don't we join forces and become the masters of this world?" The Red Lotus continued. The nebulous primordial chi was quickly devoured by Liu's primordial origin true body, and his body seemed to have undergone some new changes. At the same time, Liu's name suddenly flourished with golden light on the Heavenly Dao ranking 7-colored. Light lingered on his name and golden airflow circled around it like a small dragon. This change instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone did not know what had happened as they looked at Liu's name in surprise and guessed various possibilities. Could it be that Liu got rid of some terrifying demon and obtained the Heavenly Dao's reward? This should be a sign that Liu has eliminated evil for the myriad worlds and ended the calamity to obtain endless merit. Could Liu's realm have increased again? Did Liu transform into a true god in the burial earth world? I wonder what happened in the burial earth world. Something big must have happened for such a phenomenon to suddenly appear in Liu's name. Fortunately, this is an auspicious scene. Everyone discussed, and their curiosity was unprecedentedly high. It was a pity that the information presented on the Heavenly Dao rankings could not give them an accurate answer. They could only keep them in suspense. On the shore of the god burial sea, more than half of the azure dragon Heavenly Venerable, the vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable, the Evernight Heavenly Venerable, and the people from the various immortal realms had died. Faced with the siege of burial earth creatures countless times more than them, everyone's aura had already been suppressed and they fell into panic and despair. However, when they inadvertently saw the auspicious scene emitted by Liu's name on the Heavenly Dao rankings, a trace of fighting spirit suddenly ignited in their hearts and a wave of power surged. Liu should be succeeding soon. Hold on a little longer, perhaps we can be saved. Everyone shouted and relied on the firm belief in their hearts to support their injured bodies to continue fighting. In the depths of the god burial sea, after Liu devoured all the nebulous primordial chi, the true appearance of the Red Lotus had already appeared in his field of vision. This time the Red Lotus was incomparably enormous and its petals covered the entire sky. Those flower petals seemed to be woven from countless red threads. The patterns on the petals were like ferocious faces, and the countless eyes were countless purple-black beads that flickered with strange runes. There were also many red roots entrenched in the surrounding void. They were densely packed like countless red pythons coiling around each other. It was even squirming non-stop, making one's scalp tingle.
Say farewell to this world. Liu said calmly before he finished his sentence. He had already slashed down seriously. No, the red lotus let out an unwilling roar as the giant petal collapsed along with the surrounding space. Countless roots twisted crazily before cracking inch by inch. In the end they slowly dissipated from the surrounding space. When the collapsed void returned to normal, the seawater below slowly became clear and the surrounding power of heaven and earth became stable. At the same time a golden lotus flower manifested from the void and landed in Liu's hand.
Ding, collected unknown item.
The system's voice sounded and Liu looked at the golden lotus flower in his hand in surprise.
Unknown?
This was the first time the system had indicated an unknown object. This made Liu curious about what this golden lotus was. Although the golden lotus was already lifeless, it emitted nebulous primordial chi. Every petal was engraved with dense mysterious runes. On a closer look, those runes seemed to have transformed into stars that filled the sky, nebula, galaxies and a vast universe. In the end those nebulae seemed to have transformed into a lotus flower, which was extremely miraculous. That red lotus claims to be a primordial life spirit. This golden lotus is definitely not simple,
Liu thought as he put away the golden lotus.
As the red lotus was killed, the puppet burial earth creatures on the shore of the god burial sea instantly stopped moving and fell from the sky.
Phew!
We're saved. The azure dragon Heavenly Venerable, the vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that Liu had really killed the red lotus and ended this terrifying disaster. At the same time, Liu's name on the Heavenly Dao rankings shone with golden light again.
Chapter 372, Divine Power Rankings, 2, Auspicious clouds of merit filled the sky as multicolored light shone down.
Countless auspicious scenes surfaced on the rankings, completely concealing the names of the other people on it. Only Liu's name was dazzling. This auspicious scene shook the myriad worlds again, although no one knew what was going on in the burial earth world. However, from the previous situation on the rankings, they could roughly guess that Liu had probably eliminated an unknown terror and avoided a calamity for the myriad worlds. That was why the Heavenly Dao had sent down such an auspicious cloud and phenomenon for him again. Somewhere in the chaotic star domain, countless corpses floated in the endless deep space. They were densely packed and seemed endless.
An extraordinary figure was sitting cross-legged on the skull of one of the giant monsters.
He was wearing a dark purple robe and immortal light suffused his body. He was surrounded by Dao runes and golden airflow swam around him like a dragon.
This was especially true for his eyes. Every eyeball had two pitch black and deep pupils. Countless mysterious and ancient golden runes gathered in his pupils, as if the countless stars in the deep sky were filled with unknown wonders. Not only that, but there seemed to be a closed eye on his glabella, adding a few hints of evil to his cold and extraordinary appearance. He was currently ranked second on the Physique rankings, dual pupils Tyree.
At the moment there was someone standing in front of him. This person was enveloped by a dark red fog that obscured his appearance. He was another new Physique on the Physique rankings, the owner of the fallen divine body Retin.
Merit auspicious cloud? Who is this Liu?
Tyree's dual pupils flickered with a complicated light. When he broke out of the seal again, this world seemed to have changed into another appearance. The name on the Heavenly Dao rankings was unfamiliar to him. It was clear that times had changed. Probably not many people in the myriad worlds remembered him anymore. If not for the Heavenly Dao rankings, no one would even know of his existence. However, it would not be long before he made the myriad worlds know him again.
Master, what should we do next?
Retin, who was enveloped in fog, asked.
Find those fellows' descendants from back, then I want every one of them dead.
Tyree ordered coldly. In the burial earth world, Liu returned to the shore of the god burial sea after killing the red lotus. At the moment those burial earth creatures had already recovered their original consciousness, but their bodies could no longer recover to their original state. They were like puppets made of lotus roots. Furthermore, they did not remember what had happened not long ago. They did not even remember the appearance of the red lotus. If Yunyang was not here to tell them what had happened, they would not even know how they had become like this. If Liu hadn't killed that red lotus, you would probably never have woken up.
Yunyang said. Not many people from the Ten Kings Palace survived.
Countless burial earth creatures had died in the process of stopping Liu. It also included some people from the Ten Kings Palace. However, Tan Long survived. When he heard Yunyang's words, he sighed endlessly in his heart. He did not expect the red lotus to be so powerful that it could reconstruct the body of the entire burial earth creature by itself. This was simply comparable to a creation god. However, such a powerful existence had actually died under Liyu's sword. Liyu's power had already exceeded their imagination. Therefore, when they saw Liyu fly over, they were filled with fear. All of them stood respectfully at the side and watched Liyu silently. As for the Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable, the Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Venerable, the Evernight, Heavenly Venerable, and the many survivors of the immortal realm, they looked at Liyu with admiration and bowed to express their gratitude. Liyu nodded slightly at everyone, then looked at Yunyang. Let's go, it's time for us to leave this place. With that said, Liyu flew towards the entrance he had come from. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable, and the others hurriedly followed. They did not want to stay here anymore. Furthermore, since the Red Lotus had been eliminated, the entrance might be restored. Even if he did not recover, they believed that Liyu would have a way. However, the truth was, as everyone had expected, the entrance to the burial Earthworld had indeed been restored. The spatial channels that had been forcefully closed had appeared again. We can finally leave this damned place, said the Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable. This is great, we can finally go home. Everyone flew into the spatial channels happily and left the burial Earthworld. Goodbye, burial Earthworld. Yunyang turned around and looked at the world that she had lived in for countless years before leaving with Liyu. Liyu's appearance reignited her hopes for the future. The phenomenon of the merit auspicious cloud lasted for a long time before disappearing. However, not long after this phenomenon disappeared, the Heavenly Dao rankings flourished with golden light again. The power of heaven and earth fluctuated. The rankings were about to be released. The divine power rankings are finally out. This is great, there's more fun to watch. This is going to be an eye-opener. The various families probably can't hide their trump cards anymore. Chapter 373, Divine Power Rankings, 3. I'm looking forward to seeing Liyu on the rankings. I wonder what powerful divine powers he possesses. Liyu is probably going to dominate the rankings again. That's for sure. I'm really curious, what kind of powerful divine power has Liyu grasped? Speaking of which, no ordinary people are involved this time. That's right, magic treasures might wander the mortal world or be obtained by some lucky people by chance, but true powerful divine powers don't have such coincidences. That's right, truly powerful divine powers can't be taught by words. It's the result of a person's true comprehension of the Great Tao. If he can comprehend a powerful Great Tao divine power, he must be an expert himself. Therefore, from a certain perspective, this divine power rankings is also a ranking of cultivation, realm, and strength. Those on the rankings are probably all sovereigns and heavenly venerables. The divine power rankings can only be set a year later. The competition this time will be intense, right? Of course, those on the rankings must be the Dao techniques comprehended by the top 100 in the myriad worlds. The strength of these Dao techniques depends on the expert's comprehension of the Great Tao. Perhaps a new epiphany can allow their Dao techniques to take a qualitative leap. Let's wait and see. This is another invisible competition. Countless people in the immortal realm discussed excitedly, looking forward to the upcoming rankings. At the moment, in the deep space filled with corpses in the chaotic star domain, Tyree and Riten stopped in their tracks. Divine Power Technique Rankings? Interesting, did this ranking appear for me? Tyree's lips curled into a smile. As someone with dual pupils, his pupils could see through all Dao techniques and divine powers. He could also easily comprehend and master various great Dao techniques. He had grasped nearly 100 of the 3,000 great Dao he knew back then, and he had cultivated each to the peak. This was especially true for the Great Reincarnation Art, the Great Creation Art, the Great Five Elements Art, and so on. They were all the top great Dao techniques. At that time, he was invincible in the world and dared to call himself the number one person below the Heavenly Dao. Although time had passed, Dao techniques and divine powers originated from the laws of heaven and earth. They would not change as time passed. Therefore, in his opinion, he would probably occupy the rankings alone. Master's name will definitely shock the world again. The owner of the fallen divine body bowed every day. He knew his master's glory the best. Back then, no one in the myriad worlds was his match. Later on, because he had too many enemies, hundreds of top experts took advantage of his tribulation to ambush and attack him. His master had killed half of the other party's people alone. Later on, due to his injuries from the heavenly tribulation and the fact that he had consumed too much magic power, he was forcefully sealed by the remaining people with a forbidden technique. In his opinion, if not for those people taking advantage of his master's tribulation, his master would probably have killed all of them alone. That's good too. Let the juniors of the myriad worlds get to know me again. Tyree said with a smile. As he spoke, golden light gathered on the Heavenly Dao rankings announcing the first divine power on it.
Number 100, Heavenly Tribulation Light. Owner, Tyree. Origin, Chaotic Star Domain. Chapter 374, The Stage of the Dual Pupils, 1, Number 100, Heavenly Tribulation Light. Owner, Tyree. Tyree, isn't this the dual-pupiled person? Looks like this guy isn't much, although he's ranked second on the Physique rankings. This divine power rankings is actually at the bottom. Yeah, I thought he was something special. He's only a so-so. Countless people discussed when they saw the first information on the rankings. At the same time, the information about the second person on the rankings was announced.
Number 99, Immortal Tribulation Sword Art.
Owner, Tyree. Silence rang out.
When everyone saw the second information on the rankings, they could not help but fall into a short silence.
It's this guy again? Looks like I can't underestimate this dual-pupiled person.
Divine powers rank last and second last, we can't underestimate him,
That's right, this bottom king must be him.
Don't say that the divine powers that can be on the rankings are definitely the best. Furthermore, these might only be the two weakest divine powers that he has grasped. Since you said that the divine powers that can be on the rankings are all top-notch, then how could this guy master multiple top-notch divine powers alone? This time there was a different voice in the crowd. The dual pupils were unfamiliar existences to them, and they might even be a threat. Many people naturally did not want this fellow to appear out of thin air. As everyone discussed, golden light gathered on the Heavenly Dao rankings again, and the third information surfaced.
Number 98, 5 Elements Heavenly Light. Owner, Tyree. Why is it him again?
This 3 divine powers on the rankings in a row are all from this guy. This is too unbelievable.
Why do I feel that something is wrong? How many divine powers has this guy grasped?
When Tyree's name appeared on the divine power rankings for the third time, the people from the various immortal realms could not remain calm. After all, only 3 divine powers had been announced, and they were all from Tyree. Even if they were ranked at the bottom, it was still impressive.
He shouldn't be next, right? I don't think so.
Everyone became inexplicably nervous. They more or less had doubts and worries about this unknown existence. Golden light gathered on the rankings again, and information regarding the 4th divine power surfaced.
Number 97, Golden Jade Ripple Art. Owner 1, Tyree. Origin, Chaotic Star Domain. Owner 2, Koan-Pang Heavenly Venerable. Origin, Skyfeather World. Owner 3, Tian-Pang. Origin, Skyfeather World. Tyree is on the rankings again. 4 divine powers in a row. Where did this guy come from? It's a little scary.
Yeah, and this Golden Jade Ripple Art is said to be the ultimate technique of the Kuan-Pang race. It's a divine power that can only be grasped by cultivating the Kuan-Pang mystic art. It's not taught to outsiders. This guy actually grasped this divine power. I have a feeling that this is only the beginning. Perhaps many other divine powers on the rankings will be this guy.
Looks like Tyree's background isn't simple.
When they saw Tyree's name appear on the rankings again, many people were shocked and their views of Tyree changed completely. However, the most surprised person was naturally the Kuan-Pang Heavenly Venerable of the Skyfeather World. Seeing his race's ultimate technique on the rankings, not only was he not happy, but he also had a grave expression. As many had said, the Golden Jade Ripple Art was the ultimate technique of their Kuan-Pang race. Only the core members of the Kuan-Pang race could cultivate. However, this divine power was extremely difficult to master. Currently only he and his youngest son Tian-Pang had mastered it. However, an outsider had grasped their clan's ultimate technique. This was indeed shocking. How could this guy master our race's ultimate technique? Could this person be related to our race? We have to investigate this person's identity. The Kuan-Pang race elders said with grave expressions. This is the ability of the dual pupils. An old voice sounded as an old man with white hair and beard walked in.
Patriarch. The Kuan-Pang Heavenly Venerable and the elders bowed.
It said that those with dual pupils can see through the essence of all divine powers and techniques and comprehend them into their own divine power, said the Kuan-Pang Patriarch. Patriarch, you mean that Tyree once fought with our Kuan-Pang race and learned our Golden Jade Ripple Art? Asked the Kuan-Pang Heavenly Venerable. That is also why this guy appeared on the rankings 4 times in a row. Many divine powers on the rankings will definitely have this person's name.
The Kuan-Peng patriarch looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings with a grave expression.
This person is an expert from countless years ago. Now that he has reappeared, he's probably going to stir up trouble again.
Upon hearing the patriarch's words, the expressions of the Kuan-Peng race turned grim as they looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings.
At this moment, golden light gathered on the rankings again and a new divine power appeared.
Number 96, Dao Flame of Sacrifice. Owner, Tyree. Indeed.
Seeing Tyree's name on the rankings again, the Kuan-Peng race looked at each other. It seemed like the patriarch was right. Tyree had probably grasped many powerful divine powers.
This dual pupils is actually so amazing. The Kuan-Peng Heavenly Venerable thought to be able to see through other people's divine powers and even comprehend them. This ability was truly terrifying. Chapter 375, The Stage of the Dual Pupils, 2. If such a person became his enemy, it would be too terrifying. However, countless people watching the rankings were completely shocked.
It was understandable if someone possessed 5 of the 100 divine powers on the rankings.
However, it was intriguing that all 5 divine powers on the rankings had Tyree.
What shocked everyone more was that the next 5 divine powers on the rankings actually had Tyree's name. Tyree had actually grasped all 10 divine powers on the rankings. This shocked countless people.
10 divine powers in a row. Heavens, how many divine powers has Tyree grasped? This guy is unbelievable. Looks like this is really a peerless expert.
According to the Deva sect master, this is one of the abilities of the dual pupils. He probably grasped more than 10 divine powers.
Is the divine power rankings going to be dominated by this guy? I guess only Liu can compete with him next. Yeah, only Liu is worth looking forward to. But Liu might not be able to master so many divine powers. Liu's divine powers might be ranked at the top and he might even compete for the top spot. However, in terms of quantity, he definitely can't compare to Tyree.
That makes sense, but there might be a chance if we add up the people from that's quite a large. At that moment, Liu, who had just flown out of the enormous starry sky chasm, looked at the divine power rankings in surprise.
This dual-pupiled person is indeed not simple, Liu thought.
Initially, he did not have much expectations for the divine power rankings this time. After all, the divine power he had grasped was the basic attack sword art. Furthermore, according to the previous rankings, it was probably a certainty that he would obtain the top spot this time. The only thing worth looking forward to was the final reward. However, everything would have to wait until a year later in the immortal realm. If the timeline dragged on, the anticipation would be reduced. However, seeing the dual pupils dominate the rankings one after another, it seemed to make the rankings more interesting.
It said that those with dual pupils can see through all Dao techniques and divine powers in the world, and they can also easily grasp various great Dao techniques. Looks like the rumors are true.
The Evernight Heavenly Venerable's words attracted Liu's attention. He turned his head slightly and looked at the Evernight Heavenly Venerable who had left the burial earth world with him. Do you know about this dual pupils?
I know a little,
the Evernight Heavenly Venerable replied respectfully. Many people looked at him curiously, curious about what kind of existence this dual-pupiled person was. The Evernight Heavenly Venerable did not keep him in suspense and told him everything he knew about the dual pupils.
Liu nodded and then he looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings again. No wonder he's ranked second. This physique is really freakish. It's simply more awesome than the Sharingan.
No wonder. In that case, the number of great Dao divine powers Tyree has grasped will probably be shocking, someone remarked. He might have already grasped most of the divine powers in the world.
Tisk, I didn't expect the dual pupils to be so impressive. Everyone discussed animatedly. At the same time, new information appeared on the rankings. Number 90, Hand of Heaven. Owner 1, Tyree. Origin, Chaotic Star Domain. Owner 2, Wang Lin. Origin, 9 Heavens Immortal Realm Lang Family.
Upon seeing the new divine power information, the surprise on the faces of the people from the various immortal realms who had come out with Liu and the others intensified.
Tyree is on the rankings again. Did he really master all the known divine powers and techniques? This guy's background doesn't seem simple. I didn't expect that the divine power rankings would be dominated by a guy who suddenly appeared.
At this rate, he's probably going to dominate the rankings alone. As everyone discussed, golden light gathered on the divine power rankings again, announcing a new divine power.
Number 89, Heaven's Foot. Owner 1, Li Yu. Origin, 3000 worlds, that's quite a large. Owner 2, Jun Wuhui. Origin, 9 heavens, immortal realm, Jun family.
Swish swish swish. The azure dragon, heavenly venerable, the vermilion bird, heavenly venerable, the evernight, heavenly venerable, Xing Miao, and everyone from the immortal realm gathered their gazes on Li Yu.
Congratulations on getting on the rankings, young master,
Yun Yang said with a sweet smile. A smile surfaced on the faces of the surrounding people as they cupped their fists in congratulations. Indeed, only Cultivator Li can end Tyree's domination on the rankings.
Yeah, how could we forget about Cultivator Li? With him around, how could this ranking be dominated by Tyree? Everyone chimed in. Meanwhile, Li Yu was slightly dumbfounded. What was going on? Why didn't he know that he possessed this divine power? Also, what the hell was this name?
The previous one was the Hand of Heaven, but now there was the Heaven's Foot.
Are you sure this name is serious?
However, just as Li Yu was thinking this, he suddenly felt the power of the great Dao gathering under his feet. The space under his feet fluctuated slightly, and Li Yu even felt that he only needed to take a light step to shatter the sky. It must be because of the great Dao golden body, Li Yu thought to himself.
Luo Heaven, immortal realm, Jun family.
Jun Shini and the Jun family were also shocked when they saw the Foot of Heaven. They had never heard of this divine power before.
Heaven's Foot? A smile surfaced on Jun Shini's lips. Looks like Wuhui encountered that god on the ancient road to heaven.
He was well aware that this divine power was definitely comprehended by Jun Wuhui on the ancient road to heaven. Back then he had also comprehended a powerful divine power, the great cutter art, on the ancient road to heaven. Therefore he could guess that Jun Wuhui must have encountered that god and was fortunate enough to comprehend this divine power. I didn't expect Li Yu to master this divine power too.
Jun Shini looked at Li Yu's name on the rankings. It seemed that only Li Yu could compete with Tyree next. Jun Shini thought to himself and looked forward to the next rankings even more.
However, in the chaotic star domain, Tyree frowned when he saw the divine power of Heaven's Foot.
What kind of strange divine power is this? It's actually ranked ahead of my Hand of Heaven.
Tyree was slightly displeased. The Hand of Heaven was a divine power he had created according to the tribulation light of the heavens. It was once his specialty when he was young, a divine power that shook the world. Therefore this divine power had special feelings and meaning for him. In fact, he knew that this divine power was not the strongest. It was normal to have other divine powers at the front. However, the name of the divine power at the front made him feel uncomfortable. Heaven's Foot, such a strange name, made him uncomfortable. He even felt as if he had been trampled on. Humph, looks like this divine power was created by Li Yu. Strange names are indeed his style, Tyree remarked coldly. I want to see what other strange divine powers this kid has. Tyree was well aware that he could at most occupy 70% of the top 100 divine powers. He must be well aware of the divine powers he had grasped and had a rough ranking in his heart. However, the heavenly tribulation light was ranked 100th. Even if the remaining dozens of divine powers could be on the rankings, they could not occupy all the rankings. Even so, he believed that his name would definitely shock the myriad worlds. It's finally not Tyree's divine power.
Li Yu didn't disappoint us after all. Ha ha ha, well done. Heaven's Foot has stepped on the Hand of Heaven. Countless people in the immortal realm felt that the name of Heaven's Foot was strange. However, as the first divine power to end Tyree's dominance on the rankings, it already meant far more to everyone than the name of the divine power itself. Looks like Li Yu is about to start slaughtering the rankings. It's time for Tyree's limelight to end. The next divine power might be Li Yu's too. Yeah, it's here. It's about to be announced. Countless gazes gathered on the divine power rankings as they held their breaths and focused on the name that condensed on it again. Number 88, Heaven-Ripping Dragon Clawhand. Owner 1, Li Yu. Origin, 3000 worlds, that's quite a large. Owner 2, Situ Shueiyue. Origin, 9 heavens, immortal realm, Situ family. Gasp. Seeing Li Yu's name appear on the rankings again, countless people watching the rankings from the various immortal realms instantly boiled over. Chapter 376, Are these divine power names serious? It's Li Yu again. Haha, Liu is indeed starting to dominate the rankings. Liu didn't disappoint after all.
The various immortal realms were in an uproar when they saw Liu's name appear on the rankings again. Now Liu's identity had already changed in their hearts.
Previously during the bloodline rankings, Liu was unknown to them, a dissident or even an imaginary enemy.
It was like Tyree who dominated the rankings. After what had happened in the Burial Earth world during this period of time, Liu had unknowingly become the savior in everyone's hearts and a hero. Meanwhile, Tyree, who had suddenly appeared, had become a new dissident and enemy in their hearts. Therefore everyone was more or less unhappy to see him dominate the rankings consecutively.
Meanwhile, Liu had become a substitute for the Heavenly Dao.
That was why they were so excited when they saw Liu on the rankings twice in a row. They would rather Liu dominate the rankings this time than let the dual-pupiled person suddenly appear on the rankings.
This little girl from the Situ family is on the rankings too. Yeah, the weakest person on this ranking is the master of the ancient family or an elder. How could a junior be on it?
The previous Jun Wuhui seems to be a junior of the Jun family, and the strange thing is that the owner of this divine power doesn't have their own elders. That's right, clearly these two divine powers aren't inherited from the family, they should be their own opportunities. Furthermore, I heard that this little girl from the Situ family has also gone to the ancient road to heaven. He should have encountered an opportunity on the ancient road to heaven. However, Liu actually grasped the divine powers grasped by these two juniors of the ancient families. I wonder if this is a coincidence.
That's hard to say.
Everyone in the Forsaken Heaven immortal realm discussed.
However, Liu was also shocked. Heaven-ripping dragon claw hand? What the hell is this?
Liu's head was filled with question marks. In his previous life he had only heard of the 100% accuracy dragon claw hand. What kind of divine power was this heaven-ripping dragon claw hand? With this in mind, Liu's palm suddenly felt hot. The power of the great Tao gathered in his palm and space twisted slightly. A ball of strange energy gathered in his palm and slowly condensed into a round and soft hemispherical object. The corners of Liu's mouth twitched when he saw the phantom of the semi-spherical soft object, and he cursed in his heart.
It was really that dragon claw hand. How did this become a divine power? Liu was truly puzzled.
However, what puzzled him more was that there was actually another person who possessed this divine power.
Situ Mingyue? This name sounded a little like a woman. How did this woman master this divine power? Did she grab herself?
The corners of Liu's mouth twitched. He felt that the divine power rankings were a little ridiculous. In the Situ family residence in the Forsaken Heaven immortal realm, Situnan was also pleasantly surprised to see Situ Shueiyue on the rankings, and the clan was celebrating. Looks like Shueiyue encountered a great opportunity on the ancient road to heaven. She actually comprehended a powerful divine power that can enter the rankings.
Situ Nan said with a smile. Congratulations, family head.
The clansman beside him bowed. But why does this divine power involve Liu too? Situ Nan frowned slightly, feeling curious. If he did not know that Liu was in the Burial Earth world not long ago, he would even suspect that Liu had taught this divine power to his daughter.
Golden light gathered on the Heavenly Dao rankings as a new divine power was announced. Number 87, Baron Sword Art. Owner, Tyree. Origin, Chaotic Star Domain. Number 86, Heavenly Fate Sword Art. Owner 1, Tyree. Origin, Chaotic Star Domain. Owner 2.
Tyree's name began to dominate the rankings again. Furthermore, he was the only one who possessed many divine powers.
Number 79, Earth Shrinking. Owner 1, Tyree. Origin, Chaotic Star Domain. Owner 2, Qin Dingyun. Origin, 9 Heavens Immortal Realm Qin Family. Owner 3, Heavenly Venerable Emptiness.
Origin, Great Void World. Number 78, World Annihilation Divine King Seal.
Owner 1, Tyree. Origin, Chaotic Star Domain. Owner 2, Ri Tian. Origin, Chaotic Star Domain.
Seeing Tyree on the rankings again, many people's initial surprise had turned into shock and then to numbness. Even if they were unwilling, they had no choice but to accept this fact. This dual-pupiled person called Tyree was probably really going to dominate the entire rankings alone.
Looks like Liu can't compete with Tyree on the rankings this time.
This guy is too terrifying. Currently more than 20 of the 23 divine powers on the rankings are his. I wonder what the rewards for the divine power rankings will be. Tyree has so many divine powers on the rankings alone, the rewards will be shocking. That will depend on whether he can live long enough to distribute the rewards. I'm afraid no one in the universe except Liu can compete with such an expert. Yeah, this person is clearly an ancient expert who broke out of the seal. The reason why he was sealed is probably that no one can kill him. Do you think such a person will die so easily?
Hey, look at that Retian, isn't he the owner of the fallen divine body?
Yeah, looks like these two guys are really related in some way.
Perhaps it was Retian who released Tyree.
It's possible. Not long after Retian was awakened in the burial Earth world, the dual pupils appeared.
Looks like these two aren't good people.
Everyone discussed with grave expressions from the various signs. Tyree and Retian did not seem like good people.
Number 77, Great Barbecue Art. Owner 1, Liu. Origin, 3,000 worlds, that's quite a large. Owner 2, Huowu. Origin, 9 heavens, immortal realm, Phoenix, ancient cave.
Holy shit! Liu, who was about to return to the lower realm from the immortal realm, could not help but curse when he saw the new divine power announced on the rankings. F***ck, it's fine if it's the Heaven's Foot and the Dragon Claw hand, but now there's the Great Barbecue Art.
Are you guys also bad at naming?
Liu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, when he saw the name of this divine power, his stomach could not help but rumble a few times. He suddenly felt tempted to barbecue.
I have to have a good meal when I get back.
Liu smiled.
But something doesn't seem right.
Liu was slightly surprised.
Why was there another person on the rankings?
If Jun Wuhui and Situ Shueihua were said to be a coincidence.
In that case, what about this Great Barbecue Art?
Was it a coincidence? However, such a name was clearly incompatible with the mainstream style of this world. Instead, it suited his style, which was a little strange.
Could it be that I taught these guys their divine powers? But why don't I know about it?
Liu could not understand. Looks like he had to talk to a few people later.
Chapter 377, Could Liu be that god?
Liu's divine power re-entered the rankings, and it could not help but stir up a small climax again. It also injected a trace of new vitality into everyone's numb hearts, allowing many to suddenly see the hope of Liu dominating the rankings again. For a moment no one noticed the uniqueness of the divine power's name. In fact, because the owner of this divine power was Liu, no one dared to underestimate this divine power and completely ignore the meaning of this name. Of course, Huowu, who was also on the rankings, attracted the curiosity of many people again. Although playing with fire was the Phoenix Ancient Cave specialty, this divine power was clearly not an inherited divine power. What was strange was that the divine powers that Liu had obtained on the rankings 3 times were all possessed by someone from a top faction. If it was a coincidence, everything was too coincidental.
This is too strange. Why have the young juniors of the 3 top factions grasped the same divine power as Liu?
Yeah, and Liu's name is at the top. Did Liu teach them all their divine powers? That's possible. Looks like Liu's identity is intriguing. Perhaps many top factions in the various immortal realms are his subordinates.
That's possible.
Everyone began to make wild guesses again. After all, they could not think of any other reason to explain everything. However, Tian Sun was equally surprised. She was well aware that this divine power was definitely an opportunity her daughter had obtained on the ancient road to heaven. Huowu, like the Jun family and the Situ family's juniors, had grasped this divine power at the same time as Liu. This coincidence seemed to mean something.
What's the connection between all of this? Could it be that Liu once entered the ancient road to heaven and obtained these divine powers there?
But this is too much of a coincidence. Tian Sun could not understand. She kept feeling that there must be a reason behind this that she had not thought of yet.
Gu Dian greets the retired emperor. I found out what you ordered.
A figure shrouded in a dark red robe walked over and bowed with cupped hands.
Speak, Tian Sun ordered.
I've flipped through all the books and even some ancient inscriptions of our Phoenix Emperor ancient cave. From some of the records I found information about Tyree. This person is indeed a mighty figure from the ancient immortal realm. He was born with dual pupils that could see through and control all techniques. He was an invincible existence. No one knew his background, but it was said that he was unruly and bloodthirsty. Later on, for some reason, he offended the various top factions of the ancient immortal realm and was pursued. However, he was extremely powerful. Not only did he not die, but he also destroyed many factions. It was said that because of him the factions in the entire immortal world were reshuffled. Some of the top factions that once dominated the ancient immortal realm were destroyed while others declined. Later on, the strongest experts of the various large factions in the ancient immortal realm joined forces and finally sealed him. However, that encirclement made the various large factions pay a painful price. Our ancestors participated in the siege back then. To be precise, the ancient royal family's eternal orthodoxies and the ancestors of the ancient families of the various immortal realms should have participated in this siege too. Therefore, Tyree's return is not a good thing for our various immortal realms. Upon hearing Gu Dian's words, Tian Sun's expression darkened. She believed that Gu Dian could not be wrong. He was a living being who had cultivated the Dao in an ancient book. He could accurately find clues from the information of the countless fragments. The thing I was most worried about has happened. Gu Dian, follow me to the Dragon King Hall, Tian Sun said. He knew that all he could do now was to inform the other factions as soon as possible and think of a solution together. Otherwise, if Tyree really wanted to take revenge for what happened back then and vent his anger on them, their faction would probably find it difficult to withstand this fellow's anger. As Tian Sun and Gu Dian spoke, two more divine powers were ranked 76th and 75th on the divine power rankings. As expected, Tyree's name was on both divine powers. Number 74, True Dragon Emperor Scripture. Owner 1, Tyree. Owner 2, Ao Liao. Owner 3, Ao Zhou. Owner 4, Ao Yi. Number 73, Great Meridian Art. Owner 1, Liu. Owner 2, Ao Ing. The information of the two divine powers on the rankings caused an uproar in the Dragon King Hall. The True Dragon Emperor Scripture was the exclusive cultivation technique of their Dragon King Hall that had been passed down for countless years. It was the pride and symbol of the Dragon King Hall. Apart from being able to be used for cultivation, it also contained many powerful divine powers. It was a combination of cultivation and combat. It was the most precious and powerful cultivation technique and divine power of the Dragon King Hall. However, they did not expect that the fellow called Tyree would know their race's ultimate technique. This made everyone from the Dragon King Hall feel humiliated and uneasy. What they did not expect was that Ao Ying's new arterial technique was actually ranked higher than the True Dragon Emperor Scripture. This complicated the feelings of everyone from the Dragon King Hall. They were well aware that the Great Meridian Art should be a divine power that Ao Ying had comprehended on the ancient road to heaven. On the one hand, they were happy that Ao Ying could have such an opportunity. On the other hand, they felt an inexplicable sense of loss that the True Dragon Emperor Scripture that their family was proud of could not compare to the new divine power his family's juniors had grasped on the ancient road to heaven. It was as if their faith had been shaken. Inger's divine power actually has Liu too. This is too strange. Ao Yi also sensed that something was wrong. The four divine powers that Liu has on the rankings are all joined by the juniors of our immortal realm factions. Furthermore, these divine powers seem to be new to them. Either it was a coincidence or this divine power was somehow related to Liu. Ao Yi frowned slightly. Even he did not believe in coincidences. In that case, perhaps there was really a connection between them. What's going on? Could it be that the god that appeared on the ancient road to heaven is related to Liu? Or is that person Liu? Ao Yi's eyes widened slightly as he suddenly felt as if he had thought of a shocking truth. There had always been rumors about gods on the ancient road to heaven, but no one knew if he really existed, nor did anyone know who he was. Now it seemed that the rumored god was likely related to Liu. If he had not seen Liu in the burial earth world not long ago, he would have thought that Liu was that god. As Ao Yi was thinking, a new divine power appeared on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Number 72, Heaven-Splitting Slash. Owner 1, Liu. Origin, 3,000 worlds. That's quite a large. Owner 2, Gongshu Qitian. Origin, 9 heavens. Immortal realm. Gongshu family. Looks like I was right. Liu is really related to the god on the ancient road to heaven. Ao Yi looked at the new information on the rankings in surprise to confirm his guess. Your Majesty, Phoenix Emperor Tian Sun of the Phoenix Ancient Cave requests an audience. A subordinate walked over and bowed. Invite her in. Ao Yi ordered. He knew that there was a high chance that Tian Sun was here because of Tyree. It seemed like something big was about to happen.
Chapter 378, Gift List. 1. Shi Tian did encounter Li Yu's projection on the ancient road to heaven. Gongshu Jin said happily. He was more convinced than anyone that the god on the ancient road to heaven was Li Yu. The divine power rankings had confirmed all of this. He was right. Back then Li Yu was the extraordinary god that many people had once seen on the ancient road to heaven. However, they only saw the projections left behind by Li Yu. Perhaps Li Yu once successfully passed through the ancient road to heaven and left behind many extraordinary moments there as opportunities for future generations. That should be the case. Li Yu is the person who understands the ancient road to heaven the best. Moreover, his power might have been achieved today because he passed the ancient road to heaven and obtained a great fortune. He became a godlike existence. At the thought of this, Gongshu Jin was excited. I hope Shi Tian can successfully pass through the ancient road to heaven, even though it's an extremely difficult task. However, after seeing the name Gongshu Shi Tian, Li Yu finally understood what had happened. The ancient road to heaven. He remembered the ancient road to heaven that Gongshu Jin had once told him about. Gongshu Jin had once encountered him on it and even said that his divine power was taught by him. At that time he found it strange and was skeptical, so he did not take it to heart. However, from the looks of it today, what Gongshu Jin said seemed to be true. He seemed to have really taught these people a powerful divine power without knowing it. The reason should be related to the Great Dao Golden Body. After he obtained the Great Dao Golden Body, he was surrounded by Dao runes and rich Dao energy. He possessed various Great Dao phenomena that could make many people close to him seem close to the Great Dao and even obtain some enlightenment. The Heavenly Dao had probably projected some of its moments into the ancient road to heaven as rewards and opportunities for those people. Therefore, those people would comprehend a certain divine power as the source of this divine power. He directly possessed it. To be precise, his Great Dao Golden Body contained all the Dao techniques and divine arts of the myriad worlds. Furthermore, this explained why the names of these divine powers were so strange. They were probably misled by some of his words and actions, especially the Great Barbecue Art. He thought of the names of the divine powers on the rankings. Heaven's Foot, Heaven Ripping Dragon Claw Hand, Great Barbecue Art, Great Meridian Art. Li Yu could even imagine what images the Heavenly Dao rankings had intercepted and sent to the group of young people on the ancient road to heaven. Especially that Dragon Claw Hand. It was probably the scene of him and Fairy Luo. In that case, Li Yu felt uneasy. Was it really good for the Heavenly Dao to spread such inappropriate scenes? Wasn't it afraid of being censored? Oh right, it's the Heavenly Dao, no one can control it. Indeed, there was no free lunch in the world. I have to pay the price for the various additional rewards given by the Heavenly Dao. I've unknowingly become the spokesperson of the Heavenly Dao. Forget it, I'll be magnanimous and not bicker with him. However, if what Gongshu Shi Tian, Jun Wuhui and the other young people saw on the ancient road to heaven was my projection, then whose projection had Gongshu Jin and the others seen in the past? Li Yu was curious. He did not think that Gongshu Jin had seen his projection on the ancient road to heaven. After all, the time did not make sense. Therefore, when he heard Gongshu Jin say that back then, he felt that it might be another extraordinary person who possessed the Great Dao Golden Body. In the Dragon King Hall, Tian Sun told Aoyi about Tyree's identity. After hearing Tian Sun's words, Aoyi's expression became extremely grave. He immediately ordered someone to check the ancient books to see if he could find anything about the dual pupils. Indeed, he found some descriptions of the dual pupils in some ancient books that had been sealed for countless years. It was a pity that the content was not complete. It only recorded the tragic siege. The #1 expert of the Dragon King Hall at that time was killed by the dual pupils. This also meant that the Dragon King Hall was indeed involved in the operation to encircle the dual pupils. In other words, if the dual pupils really planned to take revenge, their Dragon King Hall might not escape responsibility. Although we can't accurately determine who participated in the encirclement back then, I'm afraid this matter will involve nearly half of the factions in the world. Therefore, we need to unite the various factions again and prepare for it. Even so, I'm afraid we can't avoid this disaster, Tian Sun said with a heavy expression. From the records of this person's actions, this dual-pupiled person was definitely not a benevolent person. Otherwise, he would not have provoked public anger back then and made almost all the immortal world factions join forces to deal with him. Therefore, his return would definitely not be peaceful, nor would he let go of his enemy from back then. What did Tyree do back then to incur the wrath of everyone? Aoyi asked with a puzzled expression. He wanted to destroy the door of everlasting life. A voice suddenly sounded from the sky at the same time Aoing Tian Sun and the others sensed the powerful divine sense aura. Before he finished his sentence, an old man in a white robe appeared in front of everyone. White Tiger Heavenly Venerable. Chapter 379, Gift List, 2, Greetings White Tiger Heavenly Venerable. Aoi Tian Sun and the others bowed with cupped hands. They had to humble themselves in front of the White Tiger Heavenly Venerable. He was a high and mighty Heavenly Venerable. Heavenly Venerable, are you talking about that Tyree? Tian Sun asked. That's right. Back then he seemed to want to destroy the door of everlasting life. Well, to be precise, it was the door of fortune. That was why it angered everyone and eventually led to that calamity, said the White Tiger Heavenly Venerable. Why did he destroy the gate of fortune? Aoyi asked in confusion. I don't know either. The Wang family's books don't record the exact reason. The White Tiger Heavenly Venerable shook his head. Wang family? Aoyi was a little surprised. Yes, the Wang family of the heaven-defying immortal realm specially found me and told me about what happened back then. Their family has more detailed records of the dual pupils from back then. It was only after the appearance of the dual pupils that their family's patriarch thought of the records of the dual pupils from an ancient book by chance. You might not know, but the Wang family was once one of the strongest families in the ancient immortal realms era. Later on, due to the dual pupils incident, their vitality was severely damaged and they gradually declined. Although they can be considered one of the top families in the heaven-defying immortal realm now, they can't compare to their former glory. Back to the topic, the dual-pupiled person will definitely have designs on the Gate of Fortune after his return. Although we don't know what he wants, we can't let him do that, the White Tiger Heavenly Venerable said in a low voice. As they spoke, golden light gathered on the rankings as one divine power after another was announced. The next dozen or so divine powers on the rankings basically had Tyree. The other owners were basically people from the top factions of the various immortal realms. Only the owners of the two divine powers did not have Tyree. Tyree's domination on the rankings had already become a reality. No one could compete with him on the divine power rankings. At the same time, Li Yu had already returned to the Qingyun sect from the immortal realm with Yun Yang. Greetings, Sect Master, we welcome your return. Elder Nyegu Yuchi Ji Qinglan Yiqiu Yao Shimorong Xingqiu and the other elders bowed and cupped their hands in unison. No need for formalities. Li Yu swept his gaze over the people below and said in a low voice. After not returning for a long time, his junior brother's cultivation levels had improved significantly. It had to be said that with the help of the ancient Dao fortune tree, the immortal spring, the great Dao auspicious clouds and various other divine items, their cultivation speed was truly shocking. Not only that, but the Qingyun sect had also become more and more brilliant under the nourishment of these divine items. It had already become a true immortal realm. Every brick and tile in the sect had its own spirituality. Furthermore, the sect had already undergone another expansion. There were more disciples and more work. However, with Ji Qinglan, Elder Ni and Fengxian around, the sect was managed in an orderly manner. This allowed Li Yu to continue being a salted fish. Yun Yang stood behind Li Yu and could not calm down for a long time. She had long guessed that Li Yu's sect was definitely not simple. However, today's experience broadened her horizons. Even she had never seen such an extraordinary place. If she had not returned with Li Yu, she would not have believed that such an extraordinary place existed in the lower realm. Of course, she knew that this place was not extraordinary in itself. It had become extraordinary because of Li Yu. Li Yu did not introduce Yun Yang to everyone, nor did he ask anyone to arrange a place for her to stay. Due to Yun Yang's uniqueness, Li Yu could only let her stay by his side temporarily and use his great Dao golden body and the power of the primordial origin true body to block her curse power. Otherwise, if anyone really accidentally touched her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Li Yu planned to let her live in seclusion on the misty immortal island for a while before he found a way to remove the curse's power. Before long, after the elders and hall masters reported the recent situation of the sect, they left the hall one after another, but Elder Nia stayed behind. After everyone left, Elder Nia said, Sect Master, when you were away, the various large factions and the various heavenly venerables of the immortal realm have come to pay their respects to you one after another and even sent you generous gifts. As he spoke, Elder Nia took out an account book and began to report the list of gifts from the various factions. Hold on, what the hell are the 20 beauties? Li Yu suddenly interrupted Elder Nia and asked in surprise. Cough cough, I don't know the reason either. Perhaps they misunderstood something. It's not only Heavenly Venerable Xianhe, everyone else has sent many beauties to the sect master. Elder Nia said with a bitter smile.
The corners of Liu's mouth twitched as he looked at Elder Nye with a face filled with question marks, not knowing what to say for a moment.
What kind of misunderstanding is this? They gave away 20 beauties at once. Am I a lecherous person in their minds? What else did they say when they sent it over? Liu asked.
If the sect master is not satisfied with the beauties, they can change another one for you. Furthermore, these beauties are the proud daughters of heaven that they have carefully selected with outstanding talent.
Elder Nye said. *CK, they really think I'm a lecher? Where did this rumor come from?
Don't let me find this bastard if I do. Humph. Liu's expression darkened.
If I find out, I must thank him properly. I think they're just using the excuse of sending their descendants here to cultivate. Elder Nye said. Chapter 380, Gift List, 3, continue.
Liu said.
All right.
Elder Nye continued reading. Although Liu was expressionless, he was overjoyed when he heard it. These heavenly venerables were really sincere. They had really sent all kinds of rare treasures, magic treasures, and the sons of destiny to Liu's heart. As for those beauties, it seems like they've completely misunderstood, especially that heavenly venerable emptiness. He gave me more than 100 beauties. He's trying to make me feel guilty too. The Qin family came here to give you a gift and specially apologize to you, Elder Nye told Liu the Qin family's exact words.
Oh.
Liu nodded casually. He remembered the Qin family previously at the birthday banquet of the Phoenix Cry City Lord. He had captured the Qin family and asked them to use the Sons of Destiny to exchange for it. Later on, there was no more news in that case. Liu remembered that there was a group of Gongshu family members guarding the mountain gate. It was time to let them go now that these immortal realms had already taken the initiative to submit. There was no need to lock them up anymore. Also, for some reason, these heavenly venerables are all living in seclusion at the foot of our mountain.
Elder Nye added. These heavenly venerables are living in seclusion at the foot of our mountain? Liu was surprised. What was going on?
That's right. As far as I know, they're in Huafan village at the foot of the mountain. All of them are disguised as mortals and live mortal lives.
Elder Nye said. What kind of trend is this?
Liu smiled helplessly. However, he could more or less guess that these heavenly venerables were probably trying to get close to him. After listening to Elder Nye's report, Liu arrived outside the mountain gate and released the Qin family from the heaven and earth cauldron.
Go back and tell your master not to forget his promise. Liu ordered in a low voice. Thank you for your mercy, expert, thank you.
The Qin family hurriedly kowtowed and flew away impatiently. Liu turned to look at the figures covered in green vines and said, "You're free too." The moment he said that, those figures immediately moved.
I can finally move. This is great. It can move. Everyone exclaimed excitedly. At the same time, one of them started crying.
Everyone from the Gongshu family looked at the crying man in surprise and could not help but find it strange they did not know this person.
You may leave, Liu said in a low voice. Hearing Liu's words, Gui Xingxiu immediately cried even harder. As he cried, she said, I can finally go home, boo-hoo. Thank you for your forgiveness, Sect Master Li.
Everyone from the Gongshu family bowed. They had stood at the mountain gate for so long and witnessed the arrival of the various heavenly venerables. They naturally knew that Liu was someone they could not afford to offend. They had once thought that they would be stone statues here for the rest of their lives. They did not expect Liu to let them go today. They were truly excited. After everyone left, Liu looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings. At the moment, the rankings had already reached 49th place in the blink of an eye. Number 50, Thunder Dao 4 Absolutes Heaven. Owner 1, Tai Ri. Owner 2, Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming. Number 49, Great Destruction Art. Owner 1, Liu. Owner 2, Gongshu Jin. The moment Liu saw the Great Destruction Art, his eyes widened. Did Gongshu Jin's Great Destruction Art come from me? What's going on? Chapter 381, Dao Ancestor? Liu had always thought that the god Gongshu Jin mentioned was the projection of others with the great Dao golden body. After all, he had only been in this world for more than 10 years. It had only been less than a year in the immortal realm. No matter what, it was impossible for him to be the person who taught Gongshu Jin the Great Destruction Art. Liu felt a sense of familiarity when he heard Gongshu Jin describe the scene he saw when he comprehended the Great Destruction Art. However, the time did not match up at all. Why was he on the divine power rankings at the same time as Gongshujin? According to the previous situation, that divine power seemed to have originated from him.
Could it be a coincidence?
Otherwise, there was no way to explain all of this.
It should be a coincidence, Li Yu thought. Forsaken heaven immortal realm Gongshu family.
Gongshujin smiled brightly when he saw himself and Li Yu on the rankings at the same time. He felt proud of himself. His guess was right, the god who taught him on the ancient road to heaven was Li Yu.
Looks like the revered god's name will begin to dominate the rankings, Gongshujin remarked.
He was well aware that many people had seen Li Yu's projection on the ancient road to heaven and comprehended supreme divine powers. Even among the group of people who entered the ancient road to heaven with him back then, there were more than one or two. Over the years, batches of people who entered the ancient road to heaven must have been fortunate enough to see Li Yu's projection and comprehended divine power. With Li Yu's power and extraordinariness, these people's divine powers would probably enter the rankings one after another. Golden light gathered on the Heavenly Dao rankings as divine powers appeared one after another.
Number 48, Great Cutter Art. Owner 1, Li Yu. Origin, 3,000 worlds, that's quite a large. Owner 2, Jun Shini. Origin, 9 heavens immortal realm Jun family. Number 47, World Collapse Art. Owner 1, Li Yu. Origin, 3,000 worlds, that's quite a large. Owner 2, Jiang Taishu. Origin, 9 heavens immortal realm Jiang family. Indeed.
Gongshujin smiled when he saw the two new divine powers. He had heard of Jun Shini's great cutter art. He seemed to have comprehended it on the ancient road to heaven. The information on the rankings had already explained everything. It seemed that his guess was right. Next would be Li Yu's stage.
Jiang Taishu? If I remember correctly, he's the Jiang family's patriarch. I didn't expect that the Jiang family's previous generation patriarch would have seen Cultivator Li on the ancient road to heaven.
Gongshujin pondered to himself, looks like Cultivator Li has been around for a long time. At the same time, the emotions of the people from the various immortal realms rose again when they saw Li Yu on the rankings.
Is Li Yu finally starting to dominate the rankings?
I knew it. The top 50 is Li Yu's home ground.
The show is finally starting. The main show is next. I didn't expect such a situation from the Jun family, the Jiang family, the Gongshu family, the Situ family, the Phoenix Ancient Cave, and the Dragon King Hall. These top factions of the immortal realm are all backed by Li Yu.
This is probably only the tip of the iceberg. TSK, there's a lot of information on the divine power rankings. This time I didn't expect Li Yu to be the backer of these top factions.
Li Yu's identity is getting more and more unpredictable. As countless people discussed fervently, the Jiang family residence in the Luo Heaven immortal realm was also bustling.
The Jiang family's patriarch and Li Yu were on the rankings at the same time, and they were in the top 50. This was a surprise and an honor for the Jiang family. After experiencing the burial earth world, Li Yu had already imperceptibly become the #1 expert in the hearts of the people of the various immortal realms and the hero who eliminated threats for the myriad worlds. Previously, when they saw the members of the various ancient families on the rankings with Li Yu, the Jiang family was rather envious. He did not expect his patriarch to be on the rankings with Li Yu. From a certain perspective, this proved that the divine power his patriarch grasped was extraordinary. However, Jiang Taishu, who was living in seclusion in a grotto heaven in the Luo Heaven immortal realm, stroked his beard as his eyes flickered with surprise.
This Li Yu has actually comprehended the world collapse art. Did he dream of that Dao ancestor too? Jiang Taishu thought to himself.
The world was a divine power he had comprehended in a dream 1,000 years ago. It was the strongest divine power he had grasped to date. Back then he had once seen a giant that reached the sky in his dream. He was indescribably tall, as if the stars were tiny in front of him. He held the sun and moon in his hand, and the stars that filled the sky surrounded him. They were like countless specks of light that gathered into 1,000 phenomena and a myriad of great Dao. Seeing him was like seeing the embodiment of the great Dao. He saw the circulation of the world and the evolution of the great Dao. It was extremely extraordinary. Jiang Taishu did not know who that person was, but he felt that he was like the beginning of the great Dao, the source of all Dao techniques, so he called him the Dao ancestor. He had never mentioned this to anyone, nor did anyone know the true source of his divine power. Now that he saw that Li Yu had also grasped this divine power, Jiang Taishu felt that Li Yu might have seen that Dao ancestor before.
Meanwhile in the Qingyun sect, Li Yu's continuous appearance on the rankings excited the disciples.
Meanwhile Li Yu was eating barbecue with Ji Qinglan Tang Qi Yiqiu and Morong Xingqiu in the courtyard.
As the saying went, it was better to have fun together than
alone. It was a blessing to have someone to share the delicacies with. As for the divine power rankings, Li Yu understood that the magic treasure given to him by the Heavenly Dao on the magic treasure rankings had been upgraded. This time it was even more ruthless. The Heavenly Dao was directly sending him divine powers. Those divine powers that he did not know about in the past had inexplicably appeared on the rankings. What was even more miraculous was that when he saw the name of the divine power, he had the illusion that he knew this divine power. If he willed it, he could really use this divine power.
Sect Master, you actually know so many divine powers, but why have I never seen you use them before? Tang Qi asked curiously as he ate the barbecue. Sect Master doesn't need to use a divine power to be powerful. A casual strike can deal with any enemy,
Yi Qiu said with a smile.
Oh, that's true, but it's strange. Why would the Sect Master's divine power be grasped by another person from the immortal realm at the same time? Tang Qi asked in confusion.
Li Yu did not answer. He also wanted to know how many people the Heavenly Dao rankings had used his projections to distribute divine power benefits. After a long while, golden light gathered on the Heavenly Dao rankings as another divine power ascended.
Number 46, Flowing Water. Owner 1, Li Yu. Origin, 3,000 worlds. That's quite a large. Owner 2, Heavenly Venerable Xian He. Origin, Sky Water Realm. Look, our sect master is on the rankings again, Tang Qi shouted. Flowing water?
Li Yu almost spat out the meat he had just eaten. From the previous great barbecue art, Dragon Claw Hand, and other divine powers, Li Yu could basically confirm that those people had likely comprehended a specific divine power after seeing a certain projection of him.
Then what kind of projection would this flowing water divine power show during the comprehension? It couldn't be when he was peeing, right? Furthermore, wasn't Heavenly Venerable Xian He in the village at the foot of the mountain?
He was not on the ancient road to heaven. Could it be that he was like Gongshu Jin and had once seen the projection of a god on the ancient road to heaven to comprehend this divine power?
Why can these older generation people see my projection on the ancient road to heaven? If the projection they saw was not me, then why do I have the divine power they comprehended at the same time? Could it be that the Heavenly Dao rewarded me with the door to heaven, so the opportunities they encountered on the ancient road to heaven and the divine powers they grasped became mine?
Li Yu speculated.
Otherwise, there seemed to be no more reasonable explanation.
Chapter 382, Chicken Dinner Tonight in Huafan Village. Heavenly Venerable Xian He was not too surprised to see himself and Li Yu on the rankings at the same time. He had seen how extraordinary Li Yu was. He would not be surprised even if Li Yu grasped all the Dao techniques and divine arts in the world. However, it was his honor to be on the rankings with Li Yu.
Xian He, congratulations.
Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming carried a small beast he had just hunted into the courtyard. Currently, Heavenly Venerable Xian He, Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming, and Heavenly Venerable Emptiness lived in a farmhouse. This was the agreement they had with Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming. After all, there were not many farmers in the village. If they did not live together, the entire village would probably move away.
Heavenly Venerable Xian He looked at the little beast on Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming's back and asked, "Are you sure you didn't use magic power?"
He, the animals near the nine-tailed mountain are too strong. We can't catch them without using magic power, Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming said with a bitter smile. We don't really hunt to fill our stomachs, we hunt to experience the process of hunting and the life of mortals, to comprehend the Tao of mortalization. Otherwise, why would we be here? If Lei Mingzi could comprehend a new great Tao by chopping wood, we can definitely do the same.
I'm used to using magic power. If I don't use it, I'm really not used to it.
Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming laughed dryly. Also, hunt further away. It's better not to touch the animals in the nine-tailed mountain. It'll be bad if you accidentally kill the Qingyun Sect spirit beast, said Heavenly Venerable Xian He.
Okay.
Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming nodded.
Alright, I'm going to continue fetching water.
Heavenly Venerable Xian He picked up the bucket and prepared to go to the river to fetch water. He believed that if Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming could comprehend a new great Tao by chopping wood, he should be able to do the same. In the Qingyun sect, Liu squatted beside the charcoal fire and reached out to grab a big bird with a wave of his hand. All the feathers on the big bird automatically left its body and flew into the bamboo basket at the side like countless arrows. The originally enormous bird instantly became a bald chicken and its size seemed to have shrunk by half. Liu was experienced. He finished the big bird in no time and placed it on the charcoal fire to begin the barbecue. The hot charcoal quickly roasted the meat until oil oozed out. It slid down the chicken skin and dripped into the charcoal fire with a sizzling sound. Waves of meat fragrance spread, making one drool. "Great fortune chicken dinner tonight," Liu said for no reason. The people beside him did not know what Liu meant. The two sentences were clearly unrelated, but when put together it felt inexplicably delicious. Before long, Liu finished roasting the bird and divided it into a few pieces for his junior brothers and sisters. The moment Tang Chi took the roasted meat, he said with a smile, "Great fortune chicken dinner tonight." Beside him, Ji Qinglan Yiqiu and the others imitated him and said, "Great fortune chicken dinner tonight." At the moment on the ancient road to heaven, Tian Peng, who had transformed into a giant rock, was fighting a space beast in the deep sky. The space beast was extremely powerful. No matter how hard Tian Peng tried, he could not force it back. Instead, he was already at the end of his rope. If this continued, he would probably be doomed. However, just as he was about to reach a dead end, he suddenly saw a blurry figure appear in the dark sky. It was like a god standing in the vast starry sky. There seemed to be a large bird covered in 7 colored feathers in front of him. Immediately he waved his hand and the feathers on the giant bird transformed into countless arrows that shot out. In an instant, Tian Peng seemed to be enlightened as a mysterious divine sense poured into his sea of consciousness. At the same time, a sealed memory surfaced in the depths of his mind and quickly became a part of his memories. "This is great. Has my intrinsic divine power awakened?" Tian Peng asked happily. "Thousand feather immortal vanquishing art," Tian Peng shouted, and the golden feathers on his body instantly transformed into countless golden feather swords that left his body. Thousands of lights emitted from the pitch-black night sky, illuminating the pitch-black starry sky. In the middle of the light was the bald rock floating in the deep sky like a bald chicken. It even dumbfounded the space beast. However, in the next second, the feather swords that filled the sky transformed into countless streams of light that tore through the starry sky and stabbed at the space beast. These feather swords seemed to contain the power of some powerful law. They were invincible, and even space seemed to be torn open with tiny cracks. Boom, 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 boom. Countless feather swords struck the star beast's body almost at the same time, as if they had stabbed feathers into it, turning it into a strange golden bird. However, an instant later, the originally indestructible space beast began to collapse with a roar. In the end, it transformed into countless dust particles that disappeared into the starry sky. What a powerful divine power! Tian Peng was pleasantly surprised with the thought. The feathers returned to his body and he returned to his human form. He looked at the deep space where the phenomenon had appeared again. He could no longer see anything there, but he was sure that he had seen an extraordinary figure who had enlightened him at the critical moment and awakened his intrinsic divine power. "Thank you, Senior, for enlightening me." Tian Peng bowed deeply to the starry sky where the figure had appeared. At the same time, a voice sounded leisurely. The voice was erratic, but it was powerful when it landed in Tian Peng's ear. "Great fortune chicken dinner tonight." Tian Peng was surprised, not understanding what this meant. However, in his opinion, this must contain an extremely profound meaning. "Great fortune chicken dinner tonight." He silently remembered this sentence in his mind. In the Heavenly Feather world, the Kuan-Peng Heavenly Venerable had just received the news from the 4 spirit worlds and was preparing to head there to discuss the dual pupils. However, right at this moment, some changes suddenly occurred on the divine power rankings. The divine power that was originally ranked 72nd suddenly became a new name. Number 87, Thousand Feather Immortal Vanquishing Art. Owner 1, Liu. Owner 2, Tian Peng. My son is on the rankings? The Kuan-Peng Heavenly Venerable was pleasantly surprised. This should be a divine power that Tian Peng comprehended. On the ancient road to heaven, there's actually Liu. Looks like the god on the ancient road to heaven is really Liu. Moreover, this Heavenly Dao rankings might be related to Liu. The Kuan-Peng Heavenly Venerable thought. From the divine powers on the rankings previously, the Kuan-Peng Heavenly Venerable naturally guessed that Liu is likely the legendary god on the ancient road to heaven. His son was also fortunate enough to encounter that god and comprehend a new divine power. However, this divine power was not on the rankings previously. Now that it was suddenly on the rankings, it was clearly because of Liu. If it was not because Liu had increased the power of this divine power, then it was because the Heavenly Dao favored Liu and raised the level of this divine power. After all, the upgrade of the magic treasure rankings was still vivid in his mind. In the chaotic star domain, Liu's continuous appearance on the rankings surprised Tyree. After all, he had never heard of Liu's divine powers on the rankings before. They seemed to be new. What was even more shocking was that another person was on all of Liu's divine powers. Although many of his divine powers were possessed by other people on the rankings at the same time, that was because he had obtained them from others. The feeling Liu gave him seemed to be the opposite. He must have taught those people these divine powers. Looks like this guy is related to the various factions in the world. If I take revenge for what happened back then, I might become enemies with this person. I should find out more about this person first, Tyree thought. He was confident in his invincible strength and was not afraid of anyone. However, the information presented by Liu on the Heavenly Dao rankings made him somewhat afraid. After all, times had changed. Chapter 383, The Truth About the Sons of Destiny, 1, Number 45, Great Battle Art. Owner 1, Liu. Origin, 3,000 worlds, that's quite a large. Owner 2, Situ Zhenyang. Origin, 9 heavens, immortal realm, Situ family. Number 44, Great Slaughter Art. Owner 1, Liu. Owner 2, Qin Tianheng. Origin, 9 heavens, immortal realm, Qin family. Number 43, Firmament Tyrant Body Art. Owner, Yi Qiu. Origin, 3,000 worlds, that's quite a large. This Liu, Tyree frowned slightly. He did not expect Liu to have so many divine powers on the rankings. Furthermore, if these divine powers originated from Liu and were created by him, this person was indeed not simple. You must be Tyree. A voice suddenly sounded from afar. Tyree frowned and turned to see a few figures flying over. People from the demon realm? Tyree's dual pupils flashed with runes, and he could tell the identity of the newcomers. The two in the lead were actually 2 ancient demon gods. As expected of someone with dual pupils, you have good eyesight. Let me introduce myself, one of the 12 demon gods of the demon realm, Mo Yuan. This is Crafty. Mo Yuan arrived in front of Tyree and said in a low voice. What do you want? Tyree asked expressionlessly. He had once seen demon god Xia break out of the seal and even fought him. Although Xia had just broken out of the seal at that time and his strength was greatly reduced, he had suffered a lot. The demon god's strength could not be underestimated. Of course, with his current strength, he was no longer afraid of them. He had once learned many things about the demon realm from some ancient books and ruins. The ancient demon realm and the ancient immortal realm had constant friction. Later on, a war broke out. The 12 demon gods of the demon realm had once led the demons to invade the ancient immortal realm. In the end, it led to the destruction of the immortal court and the end of the ancient immortal realm. Later on, the remaining factions of the demon realm also stirred up trouble in the ancient immortal realm. They were active in the ancient immortal realm and even caused disasters many times, causing the ancient immortal realm to decline further. In his era, the ancient immortal realm was no longer as glorious as it used to be. Immortal energy and Dao fate were thin and resources had become barren. Therefore, people from the demon realm were not friends with Tyree. The door of everlasting life? No, it should be the gate of fortune? Didn't you want to destroy it back then? Now we can join forces. Mo Yuan went straight to the point. You want me to help you open the demon realm gate? Tyree sneered. Mo Yuan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Tyree to know so much about the truth of the Gate of Fortune. Since you already know everything, I won't beat around the bush. We only want to go home now. Destroying the Gate of Fortune is the only way for us to return. I admire your courage to become the enemy of the world. However, you killed so many people from the various large factions in the immortal realm back then, and many top factions even declined because of you. Now their descendants are still alive. The families and factions behind many of the people you killed back then have already become the top factions in the 9 heavens immortal realm. Do you think they'll let you off? Of course, with your strength you might not be afraid of these people. However, you have to know that there is a terrifying existence behind them, Liu. His power is beyond our imagination in this world. Only our demon emperor can match, and you are probably not his match. Mo Yuan continued.
Oof, don't exaggerate. Tyree have never encountered a match. Tyree frowned and said coldly.
If you don't believe me you can spar with Liu, however let me remind you out of goodwill that Liu is a decisive person. There's only one outcome for anyone who makes an enemy of him: death.
Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? This kind of provocation is useless against me.
Tyree said with a dark expression.
I'm not trying to provoke you. You should know this group of immortal realms better than us. They can't tolerate sand in their eyes, not to mention that you're a potential threat and a dissident to them. As far as I know, the 4 spirit worlds, the Sky Feather world and the various top factions have already known your identity and are gathering their strength to deal with you. Moreover, you've shone brightly on the divine power rankings. You dominated the rankings alone and looked down on everyone, stealing Liu's limelight. In the past, Liu had always dominated the rankings alone. Now, apart from your competitor, he has definitely treated you as a thorn in his side. After all, as long as you are eliminated, he will definitely dominate the rankings. All the rewards after a year will belong to him. Therefore, your current situation is not optimistic. Even if you want to keep the peace, the wind will not stop blowing even if you want to. Why don't you join forces with us? We'll destroy the Gate of Fortune together and you'll follow us back to the demon realm. I'll definitely request the Demon Emperor to confer you the title of Demon God. With your strength, you're worthy of the position. As long as the Demon Emperor and our demon realm protect you, Liu can't do anything to you. Upon hearing Mo Yuan's words, Tyree fell into deep thought. He knew that what Mo Yuan said made sense, and Liu did make him a little afraid.
Of course, the main reason was that he had a common goal.
After a long silence, Tyree looked at Mo Yuan and the others and said, I'm not going to destroy the Gate of Fortune, I'm going to refine it. Are you willing to help me refine it?
He did not dare to say that he knew the most about the Gate of Fortune in the universe, but it was not far off.
Chapter 384, The Truth About the Sons of Destiny, 2. In order to understand everything back then, he had flipped through countless ancient books held by top factions and explored many ancient ruins and secret treasures before discovering the truth bit by bit. It was a divine artifact refined from a fragment of a primordial treasure. It was the magic treasure used by the immortal court of the ancient immortal realm in ancient times to seal and suppress the only passageway between the demon realm and the ancient immortal realm. However, because of the destruction of the immortal court, the factions of the immortal world were redivided, as well as the subsequent calamities and disasters. Fewer and fewer people knew the truth. Later on, the Gate of Fortune was controlled by the new top factions of the immortal world. Perhaps for some unknown purpose, these top factions covered up the truth and twisted it, calling the Gate of Fortune the door of everlasting life. It was a door that jumped out of the cycle of reincarnation and transcended the world. It was the only passage to the gods. Gradually, the illusion became true, the rumors became the truth, and the door of everlasting life became the faith of countless people, becoming a divine object that could not be desecrated. Those factions had also used the door of everlasting life to earn wealth, status, and prestige. It was not until the first appearance of the Sons of Destiny that a corner of the fake mask was torn open. Tyree only found out later that the so-called Sons of Destiny were also lies fabricated by the few large families and factions controlling the door of everlasting life. They were called the Chosen Ones, the children of the heavens, existences who could directly step into the door of everlasting life and soar into the sky. It was also these rumors that made the Sons of Destiny the prey of the immortal world. However, the so-called Sons of Destiny were actually unlucky people. The Great Dao inscription was only a talisman-like power released by the Gate of Fortune. It would automatically choose those with pure souls, kindness, integrity, and loyalty. Those who fused with such a charm would indeed improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds. They would ascend to become immortals, and their strength would improve significantly. They might even become extraordinary, as if they were really chosen by the heavens. However, these people were only sacrifices chosen by the Gate of Fortune. After they became saints, they would be summoned by the Gate of Fortune and controlled. They would use all their magic power, blood essence, and souls to sacrifice to the Gate of Fortune to form a new sealing power to strengthen it. This was the fate and outcome of these so-called Sons of Destiny. Every time the Gate of Fortune sensed the seal's power loosening, it would release this talisman to gather the Sons of Destiny to strengthen it. However, Tyree's Dao companion was among the first batch of Sons of Destiny back then, and she was also the person he loved deeply. That kind-hearted girl who had once saved his life. When she became the Son of Destiny, Tyree thought that she had really become the Chosen One. Later on, her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, even surpassing him, the dual-pupiled person. In the end, the two of them arrived in the immortal world and cultivated together. They were taken under the wing of a faction from back then.
However, one day his lover suddenly seemed to have lost her mind and was about to leave him for the Gate of Fortune. He felt that something was amiss and decided to follow. However, he was stopped by the various large factions and forbidden from entering the Gate of Fortune. The abnormality of his beloved and his determined departure infuriated him. He ignored the obstruction of the various large families and rushed to the Gate of Fortune to witness the truth. It looked as if those sons of destiny had really ascended again and entered the door of everlasting life to become one of the legendary gods. However, he could tell the truth with his dual pupils. Having lost his lover, he went berserk and wanted to destroy the Gate of Fortune. He was stopped by the various large factions and in a fit of anger he killed those people. Therefore he offended the various large factions. Later on he tried to expose the truth about the door of everlasting life and the lies fabricated by those top factions becoming a thorn in the side of the various large factions. In the end he became the enemy of the world and a devil in the eyes of the various immortal realms. However, he was powerful and it was difficult for those people to get rid of him. He hid and spent countless years searching for the truth of the door of everlasting life. He only found out everything after traveling through countless mountains and rivers and countless dangerous mystic realms. He wanted to refine the Gate of Fortune and release his lover's soul. However, that was a divine artifact that was controlled by the top factions of the immortal world. Therefore the outcome was obvious. When he was transcending the tribulation, he was besieged by an alliance army formed by countless factions in the immortal world. Almost all the strongest experts in the immortal world at that time were gathered. In the end he was sealed in the chaotic star domain. Now that countless years had passed, he still did not give up on the idea of refining the Gate of Fortune. This was because the only meaning of his life was to release his lover's soul and reunite with her. No problem, as long as you're willing to cooperate with us, we're naturally willing to help you, Mo Yuan said with a smile. He was well aware that apart from Li Yu, the only one who could destroy or refine the Gate of Fortune was the person with dual pupils. Is the Gate of Fortune in Li Yu's hands now? Tai Ri asked. As far as we know, not at the moment. Furthermore, the Gate of Fortune is no longer under the control of any faction. It's not difficult to approach it. However, for safety reasons, we will use some factions in the immortal realm as cover to help you refine the Gate of Fortune, said Mo Yuan. Chapter 385, The Truth About the Sons of Destiny. 3. Okay, I can cooperate with you. Tai Ri nodded. Cooperating with them seemed to be the best choice at the moment. Haha, in that case please follow me. Mo Yuan smiled. I want to know everything about Li Yu. Tai Ri added. Li Yu's continuous appearance on the rankings excited countless people from the various immortal realms. They thought that Li Yu would continue to dominate the rankings. However, from 41st place onwards, Tai Ri began to dominate the rankings again. Li Yu would occasionally enter the rankings, and like before, he entered the rankings at the same time as the others. Upon seeing this, the emotions of countless people in the immortal realm sank again, and they were slightly disappointed. However, the top factions of the immortal realm, the heavenly venerables of the four spirit worlds, the Skyfeather world, and the other realm masters, were too busy to care about the rankings. Information about the dual pupils Tai Ri had already spread rapidly among the various large factions. People from the various large factions sent people to the Gate of Fortune to prevent the dual pupils from destroying it while investigating the situation there. On the other hand, they began to gather to discuss countermeasures. These large factions, which had been fighting openly and covertly and even occasional friction, joined forces again to deal with the threat from the dual pupils. Although I don't know why the dual-pupiled person destroyed the Gate of Fortune, it has existed for countless years and is regarded as a divine object. I can't let him destroy it easily. Furthermore, this person had caused many calamities in the immortal realm and destroyed many factions. Most of the ancestors present had died in his hands. This person breaking out of the seal this time will definitely bring another disaster and become a threat to us, so we have to stop him, said the White Tiger Heavenly Venerable. Everyone nodded, but their expressions were grave. They knew very well that this dual-pupiled person was not easy to deal with. Back then he could destroy so many factions of the ancient immortal realm and cause many calamities. Countless top experts of the various large factions had died in his hands. In the end, no one could kill him, which showed how powerful he was. The divine power rankings explained everything. I think we should invite Cultivator Li to preside over this matter. The various large factions in the myriad worlds are united. If the Gate of Fortune is destroyed, I wonder what kind of disaster it will cause. Moreover, since this Gate of Fortune is a divine artifact, perhaps Cultivator Li will be interested. We have witnessed your power. Cultivator Li's character is also known by the heavens and the earth. Everyone here has just heard from the vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable about what happened in the burial earth world. If not for you, the burial earth creatures and those chaos creatures would definitely invade our various immortal realms on a large scale. If not for Cultivator Li helping us eliminate those horrors, we would probably be in the middle of a calamity by now. Cultivator Li is undoubtedly our savior and the hero of the world. Not only that, but Cultivator Li is also a god on the ancient road to heaven. He was the one who taught me Gongshu Jin, the Great Destruction Art. The divine power rankings explain everything. Therefore, no matter how we look at it, we should respect Cultivator Li and invite him to control the situation for us. Now that the world is in turmoil, we need unity and a true leader. Cultivator Li is definitely the one blessed by the heavens. Gongshu Jin stood up and said, "Yes, I agree with the Gongshu family head." Jun Shini immediately replied. The divine power rankings had also allowed the Jun family to know that Li Yu was the god on the ancient road to heaven. The Yi family has already submitted to Cultivator Li, so we naturally have no objections. Yi Tianqing nodded. The Qin family too. The Dragon King Hall agrees too. I agree to invite Cultivator Li to preside over the situation for us. The Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable nodded. Everyone nodded. After all, they knew that perhaps only Li Yu could deal with the dual pupils. Chapter 386, Heavenly Court Fragment in the Primordial Treasure. 1. In the Qingyun sect, nearly 2 days had passed since the divine power rankings were released. At first, Li Yu was constantly paying attention to the changes in the rankings, but he would occasionally take a look. At the moment, Li Yu was alone in the sect master hall checking the system mission. Not long ago, there were new changes in the mission to rebuild the Heavenly Court. Some large and small missions were listed in the mission, and relevant mission notifications appeared. The first mission was to fuse the 9 Heavens Immortal Realm again and improve its world level to Heaven tier. Now the 9 Heavens Immortal Realm was only at the Earth Realm, and the Lingtian Immortal Realm had already fallen to the Black Realm. In order to complete this major mission, Li Yu needed to gather the 3 primordial treasures: the Creation Golden Lotus, the Primordial Pearl, and the Creation Jade Disc. Creation Golden Lotus? Li Yu raised his brows. He suddenly recalled that he had obtained the mysterious Golden Lotus when he killed the Red Lotus. From the various signs, the Red Lotus was likely a primordial level creature. After Li Yu killed it, he obtained a mysterious Golden Lotus, but the system indicated that it was unknown. Li Yu was well aware that the Golden Lotus was definitely extraordinary. From the looks of it, this Golden Lotus might be related to the Creation Golden Lotus. As for why the system indicated that it was an unknown item, it was likely because this Golden Lotus was not the complete Creation Golden Lotus, or it was only a part of it. After all, it was definitely not that easy to obtain a primordial level treasure. Also, the Primordial Pearl and the Creation Jade Disc were probably not something that could be obtained overnight. However, according to the mission notification, these treasures were actually related to the Gate of Fortune and the Heaven Shrouding Door. These 2 doors were the key clues to his mission. The Gate of Fortune, the Creation Jade Disc? Li Yu pondered. It seemed that the Gate of Fortune was likely transformed from the Creation Jade Disc. Even if it was not, it must be related to the Creation Jade Disc. As for the Primordial Pearl, it was probably related to the Heaven Shrouding Door. This way the target will be clearer. Li Yu smiled. Creation Golden Lotus, Creation Jade Disc, Primordial Pearl. If I obtain these 3 primordial treasures, not to mention fusing the 9 Heavens Immortal Realm again to improve the level of the world, I can probably directly create a world. Other than this mission, there was another mission, which was to find the fragments of the ancient Heavenly Court and the 18 Heavenly Pillars. In the mission notification, the Heavenly Court fragment was related to the Lingtian Immortal Realm. Li Yu thought of the place where he had saved the Holy Lords of the various Holy Lands that seemed to be a dilapidated Immortal Court. Perhaps it was the fragment of the Heavenly Court that had fallen in ancient times. In addition, the Ancestral Dragon Treasury was displayed in the mission notification. Looks like these missions aren't randomly issued by the system, they're all related. Looks like I can't stay idle anymore, it's time to complete these missions. Li Yu thought to himself. The 8 divisional pagoda was only short of the last one, and the mission to open the Heaven Shrouding Door was still short of the last 2 magic treasures. However, if he wanted to find the Kongtong seal, he needed to wait for the 10 Realms Rift to appear. Therefore, the first thing he could do was find the fragment of the Heavenly Court, open the Ancestral Dragon Treasury, and study the mystery of the Gate of Fortune. I should go to the Lingtian Immortal Realm to see the fragments of the Heavenly Court first. Li Yu set the priority. Now that he grasped the world source of the Lingtian Immortal Realm, it was easy to enter. This was also the easiest thing for him to do. Therefore, with a thought, he used the origin power of the world to instantly bring himself into the Lingtian immortal realm and arrived at the fragment of the heavenly court. When he arrived, the system informed him that he had already found the fragments of the heavenly court. As he had expected, this was indeed the location of the ancient heavenly court, but it should only be a part of it. This place was filled with ruins as far as the eye could see. However, one could still tell how grand and extraordinary this place used to be from the relatively well-preserved palaces. Of course, you could clearly sense that this place had been severely invaded by demonic chi and demonic thoughts. Many objects had already been demonized, emitting a faint demonic intent that could easily affect a person's mind. It was clear that this place had been destroyed by the demons. It was not difficult to determine this from the scene he had seen when he first arrived. At that time, the mysterious spatial passageway opened and countless devil immortals swarmed over but were killed by his sword. Furthermore, judging from the current situation, the demons not only destroyed the heavenly court back then, but they might even invade and infect this place with their demonic thoughts, turning this place into an ominous place that was permanently sealed. Of course, this was only Liu's guess. He could not confirm what had happened back then. Oh yes, that guy might know what happened back then. Liu thought of the essence soul in the pagoda, the demon with monstrous demonic thoughts. Therefore, he took out the pagoda tower and sent his will into it. He immediately sensed a torrential demonic intent that was even stronger than when he first obtained the pagoda tower. Furthermore, apart from the demonic will, there seemed to be endless resentment. Looks like positive quotes are useless against this guy. I'll try to be toxic later. I have something to ask you. Liu's voice sounded in the pagoda. Upon hearing Liu's voice, Xia's essence soul immediately surged with killing intent. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Looks like you haven't heard enough of my positive quotes. In that case, continue listening. I'll come again when you've purified the demonic will. Liu said coldly. Chapter 387, Heavenly Court Fragment and the Primordial Treasure, 2. No, wait a moment, I'm convinced. Stop saying those things, I can't take it anymore. What do you want? Xia's essence soul immediately cowered. All the demonic chi, resentment and killing intent disappeared, and it became devoid of any hostility for a moment. Tell me your background? Liu asked in a low voice. Alright, I'm Xia, one of the 12 demon gods of the demon realm. Xia replied truthfully. He had nothing to hide. Back then your demon realm invaded the immortal realm? Liu asked. That's right. Xia replied. Tell me everything you know. Liu ordered. Xia pondered for a moment. It was not that he hesitated to tell Liu, but he did not know where to begin. For a moment, even to him, that was a long time ago, and he could barely remember many things. However, when he thought about it carefully, many memories seemed to slowly surface from the dust at the bottom of the water. Back then, in order to plunder resources and devour the vitality and the power of heaven and earth of the immortal realm, our demon realm broke the sealed demon god Welagina Euro. Xia began to recall the past. As one of the demon realm's demon gods, he knew almost everything about the demon realm and the immortal realm. The struggle between the demon realm and the immortal realm could be traced back to ancient times. The demon realm had invaded the immortal realm many times, and many large-scale wars had erupted between them. However, the overall strength of the immortal world had always been above the demon realm. It was not until they obtained the help of a mysterious person that they finally destroyed the heavenly court. The heavenly court that floated above the 9 heavens of the ancient immortal realm collapsed, bringing disaster to the ancient immortal realm at that time. If not for a mysterious mighty figure who used the Gate of Fortune to seal the demon god well completely and stop the subsequent invasion of the demon realm was probably really about to occupy the ancient immortal realm. After the demon god well was sealed, the demon realm army led by Xia, Crafty Mo Yuan and the other demon gods had no way out. They could only continue to fight the immortal realm factions at all costs. This war lasted for several years. Although it ended in the failure of the demon realm, it also caused the ancient immortal realm to decline completely. Furthermore, Liu could basically confirm from Xia that the demon invasion he had seen here should be a demon army sealed in an alternate space. This was because there was only one passageway connecting the demon realm and the immortal realm, the demon god well sealed by the Gate of Fortune. So the Gate of Fortune is the magic treasure that seals the demon god well. Liu was shocked. He did not expect that this door, which had always been treated by the people of the immortal realm as the door of everlasting life and the Gate of Fortune that led to the path of godhood, was actually the door to the demon realm. The world behind that door was the one that destroyed the heavenly court and led the immortal realm to the declining demon realm. It was ironic when he thought about it. However, in that case, Liu suddenly felt that the heaven-shrouding door might be sealing and suppressing a terrifying world. After putting away the pagoda tower, Liu looked at the mission interface. A guide appeared on it as if guiding him to a certain place. Liu immediately followed the guide and arrived at the ruins of a dilapidated hall.
There seems to be something down here?
Liu thought, then he waved his hand disperse. With a command, the ruins immediately dissipated, revealing the ground of the hall. Buried under the ruins, mysterious totems were engraved on them as if they were an array formation that emitted a faint halo.
The location indicated by the system was in the middle of the totem.
Liu landed in the middle of the totem and immediately felt the surrounding power of heaven and earth resonate with his body.
At the same time, the system interface popped up in front of Liu. Used the divine blood as a guide.
Liu thought of the Heavenly Dao divine blood he had previously obtained as a reward from the Heavenly Dao. He guessed that the system wanted him to use his blood essence to activate this array formation. Without hesitation, he cut open his finger and forced out some blood essence. In an instant, his blood essence emitted a dazzling golden light that transformed into mysterious symbols that fused into the ground.
Rumble.
The ground shook and the totem seemed to come alive as it began to move. Rays of light bloomed and a mysterious power condensed around Liu. In the end, a phantom that looked like a jade seal condensed in front of Liu. Liu was about to reach out to touch the imperial jade seal when the phantom instantly transformed into a ray of light that flew into Liu's glabella.
Ding, you have successfully obtained the fragment of the heavenly court.
The system notification sounded. Liu smiled as his will immediately established a connection with this fragment of the heavenly court. This dilapidated heavenly court was like a gigantic magic treasure. However, this magic treasure was already damaged and needed Liu to repair it. The repair method was related to the primordial treasure. At the same time, it required the 18 heavenly pillars. The so-called heavenly pillars were actually a part of this magic treasure. They were not real pillars but a few stone-like magic treasures. They were the cornerstones that kept the heavenly court floating in the 9 heavens and could stabilize in the void. The divine power rankings successively announced. Divine powers ranked 40th to 20th. Tyree began a new round of dominating the rankings and Liu was on it 5 times. As for the other immortal realm experts on the rankings, they were basically on the rankings at the same time as Tyree and Liu. Chapter 388, Heavenly Court Fragment and the Primordial Treasure. 3. As the rankings entered the top 20, Liu and Tyree began to take turns on the rankings.
Number 19, Grand Reincarnation Art. Owner 1, Liu. Origin, 3,000 worlds. That's quite a large. Owner 2, Heavenly Venerable Bodhi. Origin, 9 heavens. Immortal realm Mount Biney. Number 18, Great Star Art. Owner 1, Tyree. Origin, Chaotic Star Domain. Owner 2, Stellar Heavenly Lord. Origin, 9 heavens. Immortal realm Limitless Star Palace. Number 17, Great Destruction Dao Art. Owner 1, Liu. Origin, 3,000 worlds. That's quite a large. Owner 2, Shinji. Origin, unknown. Number 16, Great Yin Yang Art. Owner 1, Tyree. Origin, Chaotic Star Domain. Owner 2, Shinji. Origin, unknown. This Shinji is actually related to Liu? Yeah, who is this Shinji?
This Shinji has actually been on the rankings twice in a row. Looks like this person isn't simple.
He's probably a hidden expert. Perhaps only Liu knows who this person is.
Countless people watching the rankings discussed at the moment the heads of the various ancient families, the eternal orthodoxies, the immemorial imperial family, and the various heavenly venerables had arrived at the Jingxing realm from the immortal realm.
However, just as they descended into the Jingxing realm, the divine senses of the Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable, the White Tiger, Heavenly Venerable, the Kuanpang, Heavenly Venerable, and the others immediately sensed the auras of the 3.
These 3 are indeed here. The White Tiger, Heavenly Venerable, said in a low voice. He had gone to find them before, but he found out that they were not around. Later on, he heard from Qin Jingyun that they had come to the Jingxing realm and wanted to wait for Liu's return here. Almost at the same time, the divine senses of the 3 heavenly venerables immediately noticed their arrival. Soon the experts of the top factions of the myriad worlds arrived near the 9-tailed mountain.
Everyone, please retract your magic power and aura. Don't disturb the citizens here.
This is Cultivator Li's territory. Gongshu Jin said loudly.
That's right, that's right.
Qin Jingyun hurriedly replied. Everyone nodded and did not dare to delay. They restrained their magic power and auras before approaching Huafan village from the sky. After entering Huafan village, the White Tiger Heavenly Venerable, the Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable and the others realized that there were two other Heavenly Venerables hidden here.
Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming and Heavenly Venerable Zhong Yu are here too, said the Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable.
Now that Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming and Heavenly Venerable Zhong Yu had already begun to understand the ways of the mortal world, their auras were almost no different from mortals. If not for the fact that they could not sense their true identities at close range, they would think that they were ordinary mortals from the lower realm. These guys don't seem to be waiting for Cultivator Li to return here, they seem to be living in seclusion here. The White Tiger Heavenly Venerable was curious. Suddenly his eyes flashed as if he understood something. His eyes widened as he looked at Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming and Heavenly Venerable Zhong Yu, who were chopping wood and shoveling the ground in the courtyard not far away. Could this be a cultivation method? The White Tiger Heavenly Venerable's heart raced. He felt that he had discovered a shocking secret. Li Yu and so many experts lived in seclusion in the Jingxing realm. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming and Heavenly Venerable Zhong Yu also lived here in seclusion and integrated into the lives of mortals. The reason was obvious. What are you guys doing here? Seeing everyone arrive majestically, Heavenly Venerable Xian He and Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming quickly welcomed them with surprised expressions. He wondered if these people had discovered the secret of becoming a mortal. Huafan village was probably going to become a Heavenly Venerable village.
Chapter 389, Demon Realm Danger. 1. We're here to invite Cultivator Li to help us control the situation. You've seen Tyree on the Heavenly Dao rankings, right?
This person will probably be the calamity of our myriad worlds, the White Tiger Heavenly Venerable said in a low voice. Upon hearing the White Tiger Heavenly Venerable's words, Heavenly Venerable Xian He and Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming looked at each other and frowned. The White Tiger Heavenly Venerable told Heavenly Venerable Xian He and the others everything they knew. After hearing this, the expressions of Heavenly Venerable Xian He and Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming turned grave. They did not expect Tyree to have such a background. He was actually a great demon who had once harmed the entire ancient immortal realm.
Has Cultivator Li returned? Heavenly Venerable Xian He suddenly realized something. Wasn't Cultivator Li always in the burial earth world? Had he returned?
Yeah, I heard he's back, said the White Tiger Heavenly Venerable. Yes, he's back. We left the burial earth world with Cultivator Li and saw him return to the lower realm with our own eyes, the Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable said. Then let's pay our respects to Cultivator Li together. Heavenly Venerable Xian He said happily. He had been waiting to see Li Yu. Soon Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming, Heavenly Venerable Zhong Yu and the others gathered. They had just heard the conversation and knew that something big had happened. Now that it concerned the safety of the myriad worlds, they could not stand by and do nothing. Therefore they decided to pay a visit to Li Yu with everyone and invite him to help them control the situation. However, to their surprise, when they arrived at the Qingyun sect, they learned that Li Yu was in seclusion and could not see them for the time being.
Everyone, I'm sorry.
Elder Nya cupped his hands. He did not know where Li Yu had gone, but he was sure that Li Yu had not left the sect, so he could only say that he was in seclusion. Everyone, what should we do? The White Tiger Heavenly Venerable looked at everyone present. Let's wait here for Cultivator Li to come out of seclusion. That's right, since we hope to invite Cultivator Li to control the situation for us, we naturally have to be sincere. Let's wait for him on the spot. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, they could only rely on Li Yu. Elder Nya, then we'll wait here for Cultivator Li. If Cultivator Li comes out of seclusion, please report what I've just said to Sect Master Li. It's a serious matter, so please take care of it, Elder Nya, said the White Tiger Heavenly Venerable. Please rest assured, Heavenly Venerables, I will report this to the Sect Master as soon as possible. Elder Nya cupped his hands. He naturally knew that this was a serious matter. Furthermore, the dual pupils were clearly not simple. Only Li Yu could deal with him. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and guard the sect master's seclusion area. When he comes out of seclusion, inform him immediately. Elder Nya cupped his hands. He did not invite these people to enter the sect. After all, there were so many strangers. He did not dare to take the initiative to bring them into the sect. What if there were people with ulterior motives hidden inside that would bring danger to the sect? Thank you, Elder. Everyone cupped their hands. However, experts from the various top factions of the myriad worlds were already gathered near the Gate of Fortune, floating in the chaotic star domain and guarding it. Furthermore, many sovereign, heavenly, venerable saint, king and holy lord experts who had been trying to enter the Gate of Fortune were gathered here. However, no one knew that Tyree was actually hidden in this group of people. Crafty used Gongshu Shirtua's identity to disguise Tyree as a member of the Gongshu family and brought him here. If not for his fear of Liu, Tyree would not have taken these people seriously at all. He would definitely kill anyone who dared to stop him without mercy. However, today was different from the past. He had no choice but to keep a low profile and cooperate with Mo Yuan and the others to cultivate in secret. Otherwise, he might never be able to save his lover's soul and reunite with her. The sealing power of this Gate of Fortune is already weaker than before. Looks like the demon realm is also trying to break the seal of this Gate of Fortune. The number of sacrifices chosen by the Gate of Fortune this time will probably be shocking. Sigh, it's really a sin. I wonder how many people will become sacrifices and hurt their hearts. Tyree thought to himself. He was well aware that the number of so-called sons of destiny was not as the people of the immortal realm had described. There were far more of them. Furthermore, the Gate of Fortune would determine the number of sacrifices according to the weakness of the seal. This time at least thousands of sacrifices were needed to stabilize the seal. But this is good too. With the power of the Gate of Fortune weakened, it will be easier for me to refine it. Do you think Tyree will really come? Someone asked. Who knows? I wonder if the rumors are true. Sigh, it's really a new wave. What kind of world is this? Another person complained. I don't think we can stop that guy with so many of us. Don't be so pessimistic. Even if the sky falls, there's always someone to hold it up. Furthermore, Tyree has been sealed for so many years. Perhaps his cultivation and strength have been greatly reduced and he won't be able to recover to his peak in a short period of time. Yeah, don't worry, with Liu around, Tyree won't cause much of a stir. That's right, so many terrifying fellows in the burial earthworld have been killed by Liu. A mere Tyree is nothing. Chapter 390, Demon Realm Danger. 2. Hey, why do you think this guy insisted on destroying the Gate of Fortune? It's a divine artifact. Why does he want to destroy it? Yeah, it's indeed strange. I wonder what kind of background this Gate of Fortune has. Everyone discussed. Tyree shook his head slightly when he heard the surrounding discussions. A group of frogs in a well was really stupid. However, the burial earth creatures mentioned by those people made Tyree's heart sink. This was one of the reasons he was afraid of Liu. He had heard of the life-devouring ancient Emperor Ash and the skeleton general. He was a truly terrifying fellow with an undying body. He was someone that even the heavenly court of the ancient immortal realm feared. However, they had all died under Liu's sword, and the primordial level creature, the Red Lotus of Annihilation, had also been killed by Liu. That was why Tyree was so afraid of Liu. This was the first time he was afraid of someone. Tyree is here. Tyree is here. A cry of surprise suddenly sounded from afar, causing a huge commotion. Everyone panicked for a moment as they looked at the source of the voice with ugly expressions. Greetings, Black Tortoise, Heavenly Venerable Bodhi, and Heavenly Venerable Zi Ching. Tyree is here. He's actually in cahoots with the Demon God Hall and the Fallen God Palace. The person reported. It's here, said the Black Tortoise, Heavenly Venerable. I knew that this group of demonic path people would never give up. Heavenly Venerable Bodhi frowned, then he looked at the Black Tortoise, Heavenly Venerable, and said, Black Tortoise, Heavenly Venerable, lead the people from the forsaken heaven immortal realm and the heaven-defying immortal realm to guard here. I'll bring the people from the other immortal realms to meet Tyree first. All right. The Black Tortoise, Heavenly Venerable, nodded. Heavenly Venerable Bodhi and Heavenly Venerable Zi Ching quickly gathered everyone and flew into the distance. The Black Tortoise, Heavenly Venerable, quickly gathered the various factions of the forsaken heaven immortal realm and the heaven-defying immortal realm to organize everyone for defense. Black Tortoise, Heavenly Venerable, I have a suggestion. My Gongshu family is good at defensive array formations. Why don't we set up a few layers of defensive array formations around the Gate of Fortune? This way, even if Tyree attacks, we can rely on the layers of array formations to stop him for a while. Gongshu Shirtua said in a low voice. His status in the Gongshu family was no longer the same as before. It was just that no one knew that Gongshu Shirtua's body contained the treacherous soul of a demon god. Alright, I'll leave it to your Gongshu family. The Black Tortoise, Heavenly Venerable, nodded. Gongshu Shirtua and Tyree looked at each other and began to move. Gongshu Shirtua ordered the Gongshu family to set up the array formation. In the distant starry sky, the Fallen God Palace, the Demon God Hall, the heaven-devouring demon cult, and the others were confronting the people from the immortal realm. If you don't want to die, get lost quickly. I'm only here for the Gate of Fortune this time. I don't want to increase the slaughter, so if you know what's good for you, don't ask for trouble, the masked Moyuan said coldly. At the moment he was disguised as the dual pupils to attract attention and buy time for Tyree to refine the Gate of Fortune. Fallen Divine Child Jixingzi, you must understand that joining forces with Tyree today is equivalent to becoming enemies with the myriad worlds. You must think carefully about how you will facely use anger in the future. Heavenly Venerable Bodhi said coldly. Tyree, I advise you not to be stubborn. Things are different now. This Gate of Fortune is the magic treasure that Cultivator Li wants. You can't snatch it, said Heavenly Venerable Ziqing. Where is Li Yu? Why don't you come out and spar with me? Mo Yuan said coldly. Fallen Divine Child Jixingzi and the others did not reply. Instead they shouted, prepare for battle. Kill, kill, kill. A group of demonic cultivators shouted in unison, their voices torrential. Near the Gate of Fortune, under the lead of Gongshu Shirtua, the Gongshu family began to set up array formations around it. According to their plan, they would set up 3 layers of defensive array formations on the outermost layer. The 4th layer was set up by the demonic path people planted by Tyree and Gongshu Shirtua and the Gongshu family. Then they would set up a refinement array formation inside. He used the array formation as cover to protect Tyree from refining the Gate of Fortune. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Gate of Fortune, in the demon realm filled with demonic chi and destructive power, countless demon experts gathered beside the demon god well and used their divine powers to attack the ancient door standing in it. This door was identical to the Gate of Fortune, but it was not corporeal. It was condensed from powerful magic power. Mysterious inscriptions flickered on it, forming totems that blocked the continuous attacks of the demon experts. The Demon Emperor has ordered that this door must be broken through within 3 days. A deep and resonant voice resounded through the entire sky. The thick clouds in the sky, interwoven with red and purple, surged like a wave, flickering with purple lightning. However, under the clouds an extremely striking golden scroll spread in the sky. Meanwhile, the word danger was written on the golden scroll. Ever since the word danger appeared, the demons had fallen into panic. They knew that this was an ominous sign. A calamity was about to descend and the demon realm was in danger. The ancient prophecy seemed to be coming true, when the demon realm would eventually face destruction. Therefore, the demons had already decided to break the seal at all costs. They wanted to rush out of the demon god well and occupy the immortal world. Upon hearing that order, the demons became even crazier. They did not hesitate to burn their blood souls and use their bodies to attack the door. Back then, this door sealed the demon god well and completely cut off the passageway between the demon realm and the immortal realm. It also cut off the ambitions of the people of the demon realm to invade the immortal realm. However, the people of the demon realm had never given up on their ambitions and dreams of conquering the rich immortal realm. To them, the immortal world was like a goddess. They dreamed of a place where birds returned to their nests. Now that place had become their haven to escape calamity and destruction. It had become their escape spot, so they wanted to enter it at all costs. Over the years they had worked hard for countless generations. Fortunately, the sealing power had finally become extremely weak, allowing them to see the hope of breaking through the cage. In the demon god palace, the demon emperor Chon Lu stood in front of the hall and looked at the word danger on the golden scroll with a grave expression. When this word first appeared, it was very dim and even a little illusory. However, it became clearer and clearer, especially recently. Chon Lu was well aware that the unknown calamity was getting closer and closer. The demon realm was really in danger. If they could not break through the seal in time and escape, only death awaited the demons. Is the demon realm really going to be destroyed? Demon Emperor Chon Lu asked in a low voice. No, our demon race will never be destroyed. I, Chon Lu, will not sit around and wait for death. I will lead everyone from the demon race to the holy land of the immortal realm. Chon Lu said word by word. In the immortal realm, the divine power rankings were still announcing the divine powers on it. Liu and Tyree alternated until 8th place. The mysterious person called Shinji had been on the rankings a total of 3 times. The fellow called Ji had also been on the rankings twice with Tyree. As the top 10 divine powers began to be announced, the enthusiasm of countless people in the myriad worlds for the rankings soared again. Everyone hoped that Liu could completely crush Tyree and dominate the top 10. Number 8, Bean Soldiers. Owner, Morong Xingqiao. Origin, 3000 worlds. That's quite a large. Number 7, Chimen Duanjia. Owner, Morong Xingqiao. Origin, 3000 worlds. That's quite a large. Number 6, Great 5 Elements Art. Owner, Tyree.
Origin, chaotic star domain. Number 5, Great Origin Art. Owner, Shinji. Origin, unknown. Number 4, Great Reincarnation Art. Owner, Tyree. Origin, chaotic star domain. Number 3, Great Creation Art. Owner, Tyree. Origin, chaotic star domain. It's over. Looks like Liu has no chance of entering the top 10. Yeah, Tyree is starting to dominate the rankings again. This guy is really terrifying. Great Reincarnation Art, Great Creation Art, he's in 4th and 3rd place. Could the top 2 be him too? No, according to past practices the first place will definitely be Liu. That's right, Liu is definitely first. As countless people discussed, golden light gathered on the Heavenly Dao rankings and the second place divine power slowly surfaced. Number 2, Basic Attack Sword Art. Owner of Physique, Liu. Origin, 3000 worlds, that's quite a large. Chapter 391, first on the divine power rankings, 1, second place? Liu isn't just second, right? It's over, don't tell me the first place is Tyree. No, maybe the first place is also Liu. Yes, the first place will definitely be Liu. It's hard to say this time. Tyree is too exaggerated, he occupied more than half of the spots alone. I hope it's Liu. Seeing that the second place was Liu, many people suddenly became nervous. Furthermore, this was the first divine power that Liu had entered the rankings alone. This made many people guess that this might be Liu's trump card. Furthermore, Tyree was menacing. He had already occupied most of the divine powers on the rankings and 4 spots in the top 10. From the looks of it, the first place was still unknown. Is Liu's number 1 legend about to end? Liu's legend of dominating the rankings has already been ended by Tyree. He might not even be number 1 this time. Many people's faith wavered, but the name of the Basic Attack Sword Art piqued their curiosity again. They could not help but look at the first place on the Bloodline rankings, Type A Blood. Speaking of which, what does Liu's divine power mean? Yeah, it's this strange name again. Type A Blood, Basic Attack Sword Art. Is there a connection between the two? What do they mean? Countless people's curiosity was piqued again. At the Qingyun Sect's mountain gate, the Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable, the Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Venerable, the Lei Ming, Heavenly Venerable, the Zhongyu, Heavenly Venerable, and a large group of experts saw the second place on the divine power rankings. They were also surprised. On the one hand, they were curious about the name that had appeared again. On the other hand, they were worried that this divine power with that strange name might be Liu's strongest divine power. However, this strongest divine power was only ranked second. The first place was really uncertain. Cultivator Li killed those enemies with a single strike, but that simple strike could kill all of them. It seems like he might have used this sword technique. At the moment, those who had seen the power of Liu's sword before had the same thoughts. Therefore, they were even more worried that the first place might not be guaranteed this time. The possibility of Tyree becoming number 1 was limitless. This was the last outcome they wanted. What was even more terrifying was that if Tyree's divine power was really number 1, it might mean that his strength was probably not inferior to Liu and might even be above Liu. In the Qingyun sect, Moron Xingxia, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes. Golden light bloomed from her glabella and a mysterious inscription condensed. At the same time her gaze changed. It went from surprise and confusion to cold and empty. It was as if she had lost his feelings and his soul. However, soon the golden ring in her pupils spun as countless mysterious runes flickered. Her eyes slowly returned to normal and her brows furrowed slightly. That great Dao inscription is strange. Morong Xingxia thought. Almost at the same time, Yao Shi, Wang Yigu, Zhang, and the other sons of destiny in the sect underwent the same change. Golden light surfaced on their foreheads, condensing into strange inscriptions. Then they seemed to have lost their souls as their expressions and eyes turned cold. In the end, the inscriptions disappeared again and they walked towards the mountain gate. They were not the only ones at the moment. The same scene was happening among the leaders of the various immortal realms waiting outside the mountain gate. This strange change attracted the attention of the people around him, causing a commotion. They did not know what was going on and watched in surprise as those people suddenly flew away. What's wrong? The Koanpang Heavenly Venerable asked in confusion. Why did it suddenly fly away? Who knows what happened? The White Tiger Heavenly Venerable was also puzzled.
Heavenly Venerables, I have a bad feeling strange runes suddenly surfaced on their foreheads just now, then they seemed to be controlled by some sort of power and suddenly flew away, someone shouted. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Heavenly Venerables darkened, they looked at each other and had a bad feeling.
I think something big is about to happen. Quick, chase after them and see what's wrong.
Yes, Lord.
It might be related to the dual pupils. I wonder how the Gate of Fortune is doing?
Yao Shiwangi Gu Zhang and the others suddenly flew away, alerting the Qingyan sect Ji Qinglan Yiqiu, and the others quickly chased after them. Morong Xingqiao quickly arrived at the hall where Li Yu lived, but she learned from Elder Nye that Li Yu was not around.
Xingqiu, what happened? Elder Nye asked worriedly. There's something fishy about that so-called Great Dao inscription. Morong Xingqiao recounted what she had sensed and experienced not long ago.
The so-called Great Dao inscription emitted a power that controlled her mind. If not for the power of her Eye of Truth that allowed her to regain consciousness, she would probably be controlled by that power. It's not only me, the same thing has happened to the other Sons of Destiny. They have just left the sect.
They left the sect?
Hearing Morong Xingqiao's words, Elder Nye frowned with a worried expression. Yes, at that time I also felt that power seemed to want to bring me somewhere. There seemed to be a gate there.
Morong Xingqiao thought for a moment and added. Chapter 392, first on the Divine Power Rankings, 2, a gate?
Elder Nye's expression changed as he could not help but think of what the group of Heavenly Venerables and the people from the Immortal Realm had said.
The Gate of Fortune? Could it be related to the Gate of Fortune?
Elder, something bad has happened. A disciple ran over and reported the sudden departure of Gu Zhangwangi and the others.
I understand.
Elder Nye said. Then he looked at the hall and wondered when the sect master would return. Before he finished his sentence, the space in the hall suddenly fluctuated and then Li Yu's figure appeared out of thin air. Elder Nye was overjoyed to see Li Yu return and immediately rushed in. Morong Xingqiao followed closely behind.
Sect Master, you're finally back. Elder Nye rushed into the hall. Li Yu looked at Elder Nye in surprise and asked, did something happen?
Elder Nye did not say anything else and quickly told Li Yu about Tyree and the Gate of Fortune.
Tyree wants to destroy the Gate of Fortune? Is this guy also from the demon realm? Li Yu frowned.
His words surprised Elder Nye, but he immediately thought of something. Sect Master, that Gate of Fortune. That's the magic treasure that seals the entrance to the demon realm and the immortal realm. Li Yu explained briefly. Elder Nye and Morong Xingqiao were shocked when they heard Li Yu's words. They did not expect that the Gate of Fortune was actually a magic treasure that sealed the entrance to the demon realm. Thinking of the rumors about it in the past, they sighed. In that case, if Tyree really destroyed the Gate of Fortune, he would cause a disaster.
Sect Master, there's something wrong with the Sons of Destiny and the Great Dao inscriptions too.
Morong Xingqiao cupped her hands and immediately told Li Yu what she had just experienced. Li Yu frowned when he heard Morong Xingqiao's words. This was indeed something that shocked him.
Sect Master, could this be related to the Gate of Fortune? Elder Nye asked.
Li Yu nodded. Very likely. Come bring me to see the Heavenly Venerables. He had originally planned to study the Gate of Fortune. Now that such a thing had happened, he naturally could not stand by and do nothing. He wanted to understand if the Gate of Fortune was related to the creation jade disc, what was going on with the so-called Son of Destiny, and who Tyree was. Li Yu, Elder Nye, Morong Xingqiao and the others quickly arrived outside the mountain gate. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming, Heavenly Venerable Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable Zhong Yu, Heavenly Venerable Vermilion Bird and the others were overjoyed to see Li Yu. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming was the first to speak. He bowed with cupped hands. Greetings, Cultivator Li.
Greetings, Cultivator Li. Everyone replied in unison. No need for formalities, everyone.
Li Yu said. Cultivator Li, we're here to ask you to preside over the overall situation for our myriad worlds. The Gate of Fortune is of great importance. We can't let Tyree destroy it, said the White Tiger. Heavenly Venerable. Yes, this matter concerns the safety of the myriad worlds. According to what I know, the Gate of Fortune is a magic treasure that seals the entrance to the demon realm. If it's really destroyed, the demon realm will probably make a comeback. Back then the demon race invaded and destroyed the heavenly court, causing a calamity that led to the decline of the ancient immortal realm. Now we can't let history repeat itself, Li Yu said in a low voice. His words immediately caused an uproar. The Gate of Fortune is actually a magic treasure that seals the demon realm.
Heavens, we used to think that was the entrance to the God realm.
No wonder there were rumors in the past that someone tried to comprehend the mysteries of the door of everlasting life and eventually fell into the demonic path. This is too terrifying. Fortunately, no one has really opened the door of everlasting life in countless years. No, it's the Gate of Fortune.
Tyree wants to destroy the Gate of Fortune. Is he a demon? Everyone discussed.
There's no time to lose. Let's hurry to the Gate of Fortune as soon as possible.
Liu interrupted everyone's discussion.
That's right, there's no time to lose. Let's go, said the white tiger, heavily venerable.
Chaotic star domain near the Gate of Fortune.
The Gongshu family had already set up layers of array formations around the Gate of Fortune. The attention of the other factions present was focused on the deep space in the distance. Over there, everyone in the immortal realm had already begun fighting with the demon god hall, the fallen god palace, the heaven-devouring demon cult, and other people from the demonic path. The commotion was massive and shocking. The light of the divine power illuminated the deep space. Terrifying magic power fluctuations were like raging waves that kept charging over, stirring the void and shaking it. Everyone had grave expressions and was nervous. They held their breaths and looked ahead, worried that Tyree would rush out of the encirclement at any moment. However, they did not know that the real Tyree was already in the grand array formation and had begun to quietly refine the Gate of Fortune. At the same time, multicolored lights and auspicious images filled the sky. Countless lights were like sword lights that gathered on the golden scroll of the rankings. The first place was about to be announced. In the myriad worlds, countless people watching the rankings had tense expressions as they held their breaths and focused. They prayed that the first place was Liu, but they were worried that they would be disappointed and that the first place would be seized by Tyree. Slowly, the golden light condensed the information about the first place on the rankings.
Number 1, Serious Strike. Owner of Physique, Liu. Origin, 3,000 worlds. That's quite a large. Gasp.
In an instant, countless people in the various immortal realms were in an uproar as cheers resounded through the various cities and sects. Countless people were as happy and excited as if they had seen their divine power reach the top.
It's really Liu. Chapter 393, first on the divine power rankings. 3, I knew it would be Liu. I feel better now.
Haha, this is great, it's really Liu. Liu is indeed the strongest person in the myriad worlds.
The name of this divine power feels so arrogant. Serious Strike? Haha, this name does match Liu's style. It's simple and straightforward, but it also exudes an inexplicable domineering aura. The Serious Strike is invincible. Who in the world can match it? The first and second place are both Liu, so what if Tyree dominates the rankings? He's still the second in 1,000 years.
That's right, at the very least it's ranked second on the Physique rankings. The highest on this divine power rankings is only third. Haha, that's right, divine powers and techniques are not about power. If the divine power is powerful enough, you can be invincible in one move. So what if you have 18 martial arts?
You're not my match in one move.
Haha, that's right, Tyree has so many divine powers, but he can't beat a single Serious Strike from Liu.
Liu's first place could be said to be the hope of everyone.
However, Tyree, who was refining the Gate of Fortune, was shocked when he glanced at the rankings. I didn't expect that two-sword Dao divine arts could actually suppress all my divine arts and ascend to the first and second place. It's unbelievable. He knew that Liu was not simple and his divine power definitely had a chance to compete with him. It was still unknown who would win first place. However, he did not expect that what surpassed his strongest divine powers, the Great Creation Art and the Great Reincarnation Art, were two-sword Dao divine powers.
This was unbelievable.
According to his understanding, no matter how powerful the sword Dao divine power was, it could not be stronger than the Great Creation Art and the Great Reincarnation Art.
What sword technique is that? What kind of divine power is that?
Tyree was puzzled, but he finally understood why Crafty said that Liu could shatter the world with a single strike. This fellow's attainments in the sword Dao had probably already surpassed his understanding. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as a sword god. He had made the right choice to act quietly this time, otherwise he would probably suffer if he really faced this terrifying fellow. I have to refine this Gate of Fortune as soon as possible, otherwise I'm afraid delays will bring trouble. Tyree thought. Then he withdrew his thoughts and focused on refining the Gate of Fortune. At that moment an eye opened between Tyree's brows. The eyeball was like a yin-yang fish, half black and half white, with their heads and tails connected. The black and white dots were the two pupils. There were also 5 halos of different colors in the eyeball, as if they represented the 5 elements. At that moment the two fish in the eyeball were spinning, their black and white pupils flickered with an extraordinary light as if they could observe all the laws of heaven and earth.
Shanshan, wait for me, I'll definitely save you, Tyree thought.
On the other side of the Gate of Fortune in front of the demon god, countless demons were still attacking the phantom of the Gate of Fortune at all costs, constantly attempting to break the seal. The phantom of the door kept flickering and swaying under the waves of magic power. It had already become somewhat illusory, giving the demons hope.
We're about to succeed. The demon emperor gave us 3 days, we only need 1 day break, a demon god shouted passionately, his voice echoing through the world. This shout received a response from the demons. Their shouts became louder and more imposing.
However, they did not notice that the word danger on the golden scroll in the sky had become even more dazzling, like a blazing sun.
Chapter 394, The Dual Pupils Guy is Dead?
1. In the forsaken heaven immortal realm, Liu and the heavenly venerables and the heads of the various factions had just returned from the lower realm when they saw the first place on the divine power rankings.
Everyone cheered happily as well.
On the other hand, Liu's expression was indifferent. This was because he had already expected what the first place would be when he saw the basic attack sword art become second.
Congratulations, Cultivator Li. Cultivator Li is indeed extraordinary.
Everyone cupped their hands in congratulations. Although they were curious about the meaning of the basic attack sword art, no one asked. After all, there was something more urgent to deal with. Furthermore, they had received news not long ago that Tyree had already led his men to attack the Gate of Fortune. Therefore, the most important thing now was to rush to the chaotic star domain and stop Tyree. Not only that, but Liu and the others also realized that the Sons of Destiny and the others who seemed to have suddenly lost their minds were rushing toward the chaotic star domain.
Meanwhile, in the chaotic star domain, Mo Yuan, who was pretending to be Tyree, led the demonic path to fight intensely with the immortal realm.
However, there were many people in the immortal realm and the demonic path gradually fell into a bitter struggle. Even Mo Yuan himself was somewhat exhausted from facing the siege of a few heavenly venerable experts at the same time. After being sealed for countless years, his strength had indeed been greatly reduced. Coupled with the fact that those heavenly venerables had mistaken him for Tyree, they did not hold back at all.
Mo Yuan felt miserable for a moment.
Tyree, hurry up, I don't know how long I can hold on.
Mo Yuan thought. Tyree isn't as terrifying as we imagined, old friends. Let's work harder and kill him here today.
Heavenly Venerable Zi Qing, don't let your guard down, this guy might be saving his strength. Yeah, we can't be careless, it's impossible for the dual pupils to only have this little ability, the other heavenly venerables said. However, before they could finish their sentence, they subconsciously looked into the distance and saw a large group of people suddenly appear there.
Those people who went to the Jingxing realm are back. They managed to invite Liu?
This is great.
They're finally back. Everyone was pleasantly surprised.
However, the expressions of Mo Yuan and the others darkened, especially Ji Xingzi and Fallen Divine Child. They saw Liu at a glance. Immediately a chill ran down his spine and he wanted to retreat. Compared to their faith, they wanted to live more. If he did not escape now, he would probably die under Liu's sword.
Lord Mo Yuan, Liu is really here, let's retreat quickly. A divine sense entered Mo Yuan's ear, and it was Ji Xingzi's panicked voice.
Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan's heart trembled. He did not expect Liu to really come. He looked at the Gate of Fortune again. Countless years of waiting were for this day.
As long as Tyree obtained the Gate of Fortune and removed the seal, Mo Yuan's mission would be completed. The demons would invade the immortal realm again. With the current strength of the immortal realm, it would instantly be annexed by the demon realm. The future myriad worlds would be controlled by the demons, and their descendants would no longer have to suffer in the hellish environment of the demon realm. He would do anything for this great mission. Therefore, even though he was facing the instinctive fear in Liu's heart, he did not want to retreat so easily. Let's delay as long as possible. Tyree should succeed soon, Mo Yuan replied with his divine sense.
However, Ji Xingzi, Fallen Divine Child, and the others did not think that way. Although they were from the demonic path, they were not from the demon race.
They gathered together for their own benefits and helped Mo Yuan for the sake of benefits.
However, under the life and death test, all the benefits seemed pale. Therefore, when they saw that Mo Yuan still wanted to use them as bait, they immediately turned around and fled. The various demonic sects immediately fled in all directions, confusing everyone in the immortal realm.
Only Mo Yuan, who was surrounded by Heavenly Venerable Zi Qing, Heavenly Venerable Bodhi, and the others, was left. Seeing the demonic path disciples flee in all directions, Mo Yuan was dumbfounded. Then he cursed angrily, but there was nothing he could do. The demonic path juniors this time were too difficult to deal with. Liu led Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming, Heavenly Venerable Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu, Heavenly Venerable Xian He, the Qin family, the Yi family, the Gongshu family, and a large group of people over. Seeing that the people from the demonic path had dispersed, no one chased after them. After all, those demonic path factions could not achieve anything. Their target was Tyree. Heavenly Venerable, you're back. An expert from the 4 spirit worlds flew over and bowed with cupped hands. How is it? The Azure Dragon, Heavenly Venerable, asked. When the demonic path saw you guys arrive, they fled in fear. Only Tyree is still struggling. That person replied. That guy is Tyree, he's nothing much. The vermilion bird, Heavenly Venerable, looked at the figure in surprise, who seemed a little powerless against the siege. His face could not be seen through the mask, but his entire body emitted torrential demonic chi. Tyree is indeed a demon. The demonic chi on him is so heavy. Yeah, no wonder this guy wants to destroy the Gate of Fortune. He really wants to release the demons in. Someone said. However, Liu frowned as his eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. His figure flashed and instantly arrived behind the masked Mo Yuan before slashing down. Sensing Liu's sudden appearance, Mo Yuan's heart trembled. He instinctively turned around, but he instantly sensed the terrifying power of law enveloping him. Chapter 395, The Dual Pupils Guy is Dead? 2. Mo Yuan's expression changed drastically, but his horrified expression instantly froze on his face. His body and the mask on his face collapsed together. He did not even have the chance to scream before he turned into powder and dissipated. Silence rang out. The entire starry sky fell into momentary silence. Everyone looked at Tyree, who had been slashed into ashes by Liu, in surprise. In the next second, cries of surprise sounded like a tsunami. Countless people in the immortal realm instantly boiled over. Tyree is dead. Tyree has been killed. Haha, this guy is only a so-so. He was actually killed by Liu so easily. Liu is indeed the strongest person in the myriad worlds. Is this the power of the serious strike? No, I feel that Liu's strike just now was not serious at all. At most, it was just that ordinary sword technique. Everyone's discussions rose and fell, but Liu's words instantly doused their excitement. He's not Tyree, Liu said in a low voice. He looked at the Gate of Fortune wrapped in layers of array formations. He had sensed an aura identical to Isia's from the fake Tyree just now. At the same time, his heart of heaven and earth sensed the abnormality of the array formation around the Gate of Fortune. After carefully sensing it, he discovered some clues. A diversion was naturally impossible to fool. Furthermore, Liu knew more than everyone present. He immediately guessed that Tyree had reached an agreement with the demons and that Tyree's true goal was not to destroy the Gate of Fortune but to refine and control it. Liu's words made everyone's expressions turn grim again and their hearts fell into an ice cave again. They looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings. Tyree's name was still there, and this confirmed Liu's words. Tyree was really not dead. This threat had not been eliminated. Since he was not dead, who was that fellow just now? Where could the real Tyree be? Everyone looked at each other and suddenly felt their hair stand on end. It was as if a pair of terrifying eyes were staring at them from the dark, ready to rush out and take their lives at any moment. Liu's figure flashed and instantly arrived near the Gate of Fortune. Seeing Liu fly over, Crafty, who had already transformed into Gongshu Shirtua, was so frightened that his face turned ashen and his heart turned cold. He was all too aware of Liu's power. He had just seen the scene of Mo Yuan being killed by a single strike from Liu. At the moment he was panicking inside, but he can only pretend to be calm and pray that Liu did not discover any clues in the array formation. Patriarch, you're back. Has Tyree been eliminated? Gongshu Shirtua hurriedly flew in front of Gongshu Jin and pretended to ask, but his gaze secretly glanced at Liu. Seeing him looking at the Gate of Fortune, Crafty panicked and wondered if this guy had really discovered something. Hearing Gongshu Shirtua's words, Gongshu Jin shook his head slightly with a grave expression. Tyree, who was in the array formation, felt anxious. Refining the Gate of Fortune was not that easy. Even if he burned his blood soul now, he would still need 2 to 4 hours to refine it. He was not sure if Liu could discover the abnormality and if that craftiness could help him deceive the heavens and stall for time. However, right at this moment, the thing he was most worried about happened. Disperse.
Li Yu waved his hand and the space shook. The layers of defensive array formations that enveloped the Gate of Fortune instantly collapsed and dissipated. Soon the true scene was revealed. In an instant everyone's gazes gathered on the Gate of Fortune. They saw a person sitting cross-legged in front of the ancient door. His body was bathed in blood and his blood and magic power fused into a red light that enveloped the entire Gate of Fortune. Countless strange runes flew out of the strange eyeball between his brows and bombarded the Gate of Fortune. Upon seeing this, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically and an uproar broke out. Tyree! It's Tyree! Everyone immediately realized that this person was the real Tyree. That was because his eyes and the strange eyeball on his glabella seemed to prove how extraordinary he was. Everyone was shocked to see Tyree's true appearance. Furthermore, they never imagined that this fellow they feared was actually by their side and was completely unaware. This gave them the creeps and a lingering fear. However, the fake Gongshu Shirtua was even more shocked. He did not expect Li Yu to see through everything and immediately tear apart their carefully designed disguise. This fellow was too terrifying. He even felt that this fellow might be the all-knowing Heavenly Dao that surpassed all living beings in the world. It's over. My plan is going to be ruined. Crafty felt miserable. Everything they had painstakingly planned had been easily destroyed by Li Yu. It seemed like he could only escape in the chaos. As long as there was life, there was hope. If he died here, there would be no hope. Of course, Tyree was also lamenting. He did not expect Li Yu to see through everything so easily and expose everything without giving him a chance to breathe. Now that he had used up his lifespan in cultivation to refine it halfway, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Furthermore, his strength had already been greatly reduced and it would probably be difficult for him to win against Li Yu. However, if they did not stop, they would probably only become living targets for Li Yu. Chapter 396, The Dual Pupils Guy is Dead? 3. Therefore, after a moment of silence, he immediately stopped refining, put away his blood essence and magic power, and turned to look at Li Yu. You're Li Yu, Tyree said in a low voice. Li Yu did not answer him and looked at him expressionlessly. The system mission interface popped up in front of Li Yu. Mission 1, Subduing Tyree. The notification showed that this person was related to the mission to rebuild the Heavenly Court. The mission notification for collecting the Creation Jade Disc also indicated that one could obtain the fragment of the Creation Jade Disc by destroying the Gate of Fortune. Mission 2, Defeat the demons and kill the Demon Emperor. Subduing Tyree? Li Yu was slightly surprised. He did not expect this fellow to be related to the mission to rebuild the Heavenly Court. It seemed that he was also fated. In that case, this person should not be heinous. Otherwise, the system's mission should be to eliminate him and not subdue him. Why do you want to refine this Gate of Fortune? Li Yu asked instead of answering. He was well aware that there must be a reason why Tyree was so obsessed with the Gate of Fortune back then. Even if it was a divine artifact, it should not make him an enemy of the entire immortal world. To prevent another tragedy from happening, to release the soul of my lover, Tyree replied. Li Yu's eyes flashed slightly. It seemed that there was indeed another version of the story. His experience of surfing the internet in his previous life told him that there might be an unknown side to any news and story. Many seemingly true facts might only be one-sided information, and there might be a completely different version. It was clearly the case in front of him. What do you mean? Li Yu asked. The Sons of Destiny are a scam. They're all sacrifices for the Gate of Fortune, sacrifices used to consolidate the seal's power. Tyree told Li Yu the truth he knew. He did not know if Li Yu would believe him or if he would deliberately hide the truth like those factions in the immortal world back then. However, with so many people here, he felt the need to tell the truth and let everyone know about this shocking scam. Li Yu frowned when he heard Tyree's words, and the surrounding people were shocked. Tyree's words were indeed too shocking and subverted their understanding. In their opinion, the Sons of Destiny were the chosen ones who could rise up in the world and surpass the cycle of the Heavenly Dao and transcend the world. However, he did not expect that those people were only sacrifices chosen by the Gate of Fortune to announce the power of the demon god. Well, I knew it. Li Yu understood that what Morong Xingxia said was probably true. There was indeed something fishy about the Gate of Fortune and the Sons of Destiny. We can't listen to his side of the story. That's right, it's all nonsense. Don't think of fooling us with such nonsense. It doesn't matter if the Sons of Destiny are real or fake. Back then you slaughtered the innocent and caused a calamity, causing countless lives to be plunged into misery and suffering. You killed and should pay with your life. Your death is not worth pitying.
That's right, a life for a life. Everyone shouted indignantly. Tyree ignored the shouts of the crowd and looked at Liu as he continued. Back then the 5 large factions of the ancient immortal realm controlled the Gate of Fortune and fabricated it as the door of everlasting life. It was used to increase their influence and prestige, and they even used it as their money tree. Back then I exposed the truth and touched their interests. They tried to kill me and hide the truth, saying that I was a demon. I fought all of them alone and I could not explain myself. They had the final say and the world treated me as a demon. However, Tyree had never killed the innocent. Many things were fabricated by those large factions. If I really wanted to start a massacre back then, I could have slaughtered the entire immortal world alone. However, I naturally can't sit around and wait for death from those people who want me dead. Some of your various factions have indeed died in my hands in the past, but the main culprits were those few factions. Back then they used your ancestors as pawns. Shut up, don't twist the truth, we won't believe your nonsense. That's right, arrogant fellow, kill him and avenge our ancestors. That's right, kill him. Everyone did not want to listen to Tyree's explanation at all. Their preconceived notions had already made them treat him as a heinous criminal, so they were naturally unwilling to listen to his explanation. Shut up, all of you. Liu suddenly shouted and the scene was instantly silent. Chapter 397, Demon Hunting Rankings, 1. Liu's shout frightened everyone present into keeping quiet out of fear. However, right at this moment rays of light suddenly flickered on the Gate of Fortune. Countless mysterious runes flew out of the door and circled the surrounding void, faintly discernible and profound. Upon seeing this, Tyree frowned as bone-chilling memories surfaced again. When this scene appeared back then, his Dao companion had become a sacrifice for the Gate of Fortune. The Gate of Fortune is about to absorb the power of the offerings again. Those so-called Sons of Destiny are about to appear. Tyree spoke again. He knew that those people would not believe anything he said. However, they might be able to see with their own eyes today if those Sons of Destiny had ascended to the God realm or become sacrifices. Even if those people could not tell, he believed that Liu could. Indeed, before he finished his sentence, figures sped over from afar. Their bodies emitted a faint golden light and mysterious runes flickered between their brows. They echoed the runes that flew out of the Gate of Fortune and they looked extraordinary. These people arrived around the Gate of Fortune and immediately arranged themselves into a strange array formation. At a glance there were more than 1,000 people. Yao Shi, Wang and Gu Zhang and others were among them. They were all expressionless and their eyes were empty. They were like soulless puppets controlled by some sort of power. Family head. Third brother. Father. Many people from the immortal realm shouted. This was because their family members were among these Sons of Destiny. Of course, the reason they became the Sons of Destiny was that they had seized the great Dao inscriptions of the true Sons of Destiny. See that? These people have already been controlled by the Gate of Fortune. They have already lost their minds. What they need to do next is to sacrifice their magic power, soul and blood essence to condense the sealing array formation again and strengthen the sealing power of the Gate of Fortune. Tyree shouted at the top of his lungs. The emotions that had been suppressed for countless years, the twisted truth and the hidden truth, could finally be vented and revealed today. Liu frowned as he watched everything with a grave expression. He was well aware that everything that was happening was not a scheme or a scam. He was only twisted into a lie by some people. The person who set up this rule with the Gate of Fortune back then was not wrong, otherwise the invasion of the demons would still lead to more deaths. Even though a portion of them had to pay the price of their lives. It was just that humans were not individuals. Every person who came to this world would definitely have entanglements with others, forming bonds that were inextricably linked. That was how the tragedy of Tyree happened and the story of today. From Tyree's point of view, he might not be wrong. He was only doing it for the love of his life and to save his lover. Many things in this world were not good or evil. Righteousness and evil were only different because of the angle. There was no true right or wrong in this story surrounding the Gate of Fortune, but there must be a reason for it. The cause of everything was the demons. In fact, from the point of view of the demons, invading the immortal world might be a heroic feat and the right thing to do. However, Liu was not a member of the demon race, so he naturally believed that the demon race was the cause of the disaster. Since everything originated from the demons, he would resolve it from the root. Father, what's wrong? Answer me. Master, can you hear me? Many people from the immortal realm rushed over to call their families, but they did not react.
The others present fell silent as they watched everything. They knew that Tyree might be telling the truth. The Sons of Destiny were really just a lie that someone had fabricated. However, although these people were not the Sons of Destiny, they were still heroes because their deaths were exchanged for eternal peace in the myriad worlds.
Sect Master?
Ji Qinglan Yichio Moron Xingxiu and the others looked at Li Yu. They naturally could not bear to see Yao Shi Wangi Gu Zhang and the others become sacrifices. However, if they stopped all of this, the Gate of Fortune might not be able to continue sealing the demon god well, so they were conflicted. At the moment, Yao Shi Gu Zhang Wangi and the others had already begun forming hand seals with both hands. Magic power condensed into runes on their fingertips and a golden light lit up between their brows as if the ritual was about to begin. Seeing this, Li Yu instantly released the power of his primordial origin true body enveloping the surrounding void. The power instantly cut off the connection between the Gate of Fortune and the sacrifices. Everyone stopped moving and their eyes regained their luster. However, their eyes were filled with confusion and surprise. They could not remember where they were or what they had done. They looked around in confusion and surprise.
What a euro, what's going on?
Yao Shi Gu Zhang and the others looked around in surprise, but they immediately saw Li Yu.
A drop of blood essence seeped out of his fingertip and it instantly entered the Gate of Fortune. Blast!
The ancient Gate of Fortune shook violently and ripples appeared in the surrounding space. An ancient aura spread out and countless holy sutras echoed in the starry sky. In a daze, countless extraordinary figures surfaced from the deep sky and kowtowed deeply to the gate.
Chapter 398, Demon Hunting Rankings, 2, Ding, collected the Gate of Fortune.
The system's voice sounded in Li Yu's mind. At the same time, his consciousness established a connection with the Gate of Fortune as if it was a bloodline connection. This was the power of the Heavenly Dao divine blood. No matter how powerful a magic treasure was, it could directly recognize its master. At the moment, the Gate of Fortune had already become his magic treasure and connected to his consciousness. Soon Li Yu sensed that it did contain a strange sealing array formation that was condensed from countless souls.
It's time for you to regain your freedom,
Li Yu thought, and then with a thought the grand array formation automatically opened and the souls inside seemed to wake up from their slumber. Under Li Yu's control, it flew out of the Gate of Fortune and condensed into illusory figures. Tyree's eyes were filled with excitement when he saw this. His gaze instantly locked onto one of the figures. It was his Dao companion, his lover.
Qian.
Tears welled up in Tyree's eyes as he rushed towards her. Although he could not hug her, it was enough to see her again and regain her freedom. His call caused the soul phantom to fluctuate slightly. Its empty eyes seemed to have recovered their luster as it looked at Tyree. However, in the next second, those souls were absorbed by the Gate of Fortune again. At the same time, it rapidly shrank and flew towards Li Yu's palm. At the same time, in the demon realm, countless demons attacked the illusory door crazily. Suddenly, the door disappeared. The demons were stunned for a moment before they boiled over.
We did it! We did it! We've finally broken that seal. Hurry up and report to the Demon Emperor. The demons cheered and a few demon gods quickly flew to the Demon God Palace to report the good news. Look, that golden scroll in the sky! A demon suddenly exclaimed.
Everyone looked at the sky and their expressions changed. The word danger that was originally imprinted on the golden scroll like a blazing sun had already become another word. Death. In an instant, the expressions of the demons darkened. A shadow of death instantly enveloped their hearts and a bone-chilling cold rose from their feet. Danger became death. This meant that the demon realm was really about to be destroyed and a calamity was about to descend. No wonder the Demon Emperor told us to break the seal within 3 days. It seems that His Majesty has already predicted the heavenly secrets and the calamity is about to arrive. Fortunately, we have already broken the seal and can rush out of the demon realm at any time to avoid calamity. Yeah, under the lead of the Demon Emperor, we can definitely occupy the immortal world. Meanwhile, in the Demon God Palace, Demon Emperor Chonglu was also shocked. He did not expect the word danger to become death. Is the demon realm really going to be destroyed? Chonglu was unwilling to accept this. Their demon race was the most powerful in the world. They had survived under the extreme laws of the demon realm and tempered their willpower and strength that far exceeded any living being. They should have been above all living beings. They should have dominated the myriad worlds and dominated the paradise of the immortal world. However, countless years had passed and they were still unable to truly occupy that land. They were still trapped in this vile world, and now they were facing the danger of destruction. He was unwilling to accept this. If not for that damned seal, they would probably have long occupied the immortal world. Your Majesty, the sealed door has been broken. Great. This is great. Chong-Lu was overjoyed. He had waited for this moment for too long. He did not expect to hear such good news at such a critical moment. It really made Chong-Lu feel the joy of obtaining dew after a long drought. If the heavens want our demon race to die, our demon race will break through that day. Chong-Lu felt heroic now that the seal was broken. Nothing in the world could stop the demons. The demon gods listened to his orders and reopened the demon god well to lead their troops into the immortal world. Yes, Lord. The owner of the Gate of Fortune, ranked second on the Heavenly Dao rankings, had become Li Yu. The dust had just settled on the divine power rankings and many people's attention had not moved away from it. Therefore, this change immediately attracted the attention of countless people and shook the various immortal realms again. After all, most people did not know what had happened at the Gate of Fortune, nor did they know Tyree's intentions. Many people only knew about the Gate of Fortune in legends and had never seen it with their own eyes. However, it was these legends that made the Door of Fortune's status in the hearts of those in the immortal realm comparable to a creation god. It was an indestructible divine object. However, now that this divine object had become Li Yu's magic treasure, the surprise in his heart was no less than seeing Li Yu swallow a star in one gulp. Li Yu is indeed powerful. Almost all the ownerless magic treasures on the rankings have been claimed by him. Yeah, especially those divine artifacts, almost none of them were left behind. Looks like that Gate of Fortune is really just a divine artifact and not the door to the god realm. Sigh, I wonder how many people's spirits will collapse. Countless people in the immortal realm discussed. Indeed, to many the Gate of Fortune in the past was like a lighthouse on the path of cultivation, a lamp that led to godhood. Chapter 399, Demon Hunting Rankings. 3. Even if it was a lie, it was the belief that supported many people through their long cultivation. However, now that this belief had collapsed, their future path became uncertain, especially for those heavenly venerables who had already reached the end of the known cultivation realm. At the moment in the chaotic star domain, the expressions of countless experts changed drastically when they saw Li Yu take the Gate of Fortune. Although they already knew the true use of the Gate of Fortune, it was precisely because of this that they believed that Li Yu should not have taken it. Without the Gate of Fortune, the demon god well would be opened, the demons would invade en masse, and the myriad worlds would suffer a calamity. It was not only those from the immortal realm. Crafty, who was disguised as Gongshu Shirtua, was also surprised. He did not expect Li Yu to do this. Wouldn't this be in line with the demon's wishes? At this moment, the void where the Gate of Fortune was suddenly shaken violently. Space began to twist and spin, slowly forming a spatial vortex that expanded in all directions. Countless power of heaven and earth gathered in the vortex. However, dense demonic chi spread out from the vortex. Clearly, the passageway between the demon realm and the immortal realm was about to open. Upon seeing this, the expressions of everyone present darkened as they retreated a distance in panic. However, with Li Yu around, no one dared to voice their doubts and could only wait and see. Could Li Yu be a member of the demon race too? Someone thought, but on second thought he dispelled this foolish thought. Heavenly Venerable Vermilion Bird, what is Cultivator Li doing? The White Tiger Heavenly Venerable asked through divine sense. He could not understand Li Yu's actions. He could not ignore the lives of countless living beings just because he coveted this magic treasure, right? Perhaps Cultivator Li wants to lead us to settle things with the demons, the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable replied. Settle things with the demons? The White Tiger Heavenly Venerable's eyes brightened as if he had thought of something. That's right, it seems like Cultivator Li wants to do the opposite. The seal has only temporarily resolved the threat of the demons, but it's not a long-term solution. After all, the seal will weaken and the divine artifact might be seized just like today. If Cultivator Li hadn't exposed Tyree's plan, the Gate of Fortune would probably have fallen into Tyree's hands by now. Therefore, there was only one way to eliminate the threat of the demons: to destroy this race. Even if they could not destroy the entire race, they had to beat them until they could no longer fight back. It's just like how he eliminated the great horrors and threats in the burial earth world back then. The Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable sent a voice transmission to the Heavenly Venerables beside him. So that's how it is Cultivator Li wants to eliminate the demons. This demon race is far more ferocious and powerful than the burial earth creatures. He's taking too much of a risk. If we can't stop the demon race, it might put our myriad worlds in danger. Someone was still worried.
Please don't doubt Cultivator Li's strength. He's naturally confident in doing this.
The vermilion bird Heavenly Venerable was filled with trust in Li Yu. After all, he had once seen him fight those evil gods of the Netherworld Divine, he had seen him harvest the burial earth creatures like cutting grass with a sword. He firmly believed that the demons would not escape destruction either. As the spatial passageway gradually took shape, the Heavenly Dao rankings suddenly flickered with golden light again. The power of heaven and earth fluctuated as a new ranking appeared beside the divine power rankings, the demon hunting rankings.
Chapter 400, The Demon Race is About to Perish. 1. The appearance of the demon hunting rankings shocked everyone. Demon hunting rankings? There's actually such a ranking? Is this a competition to see who can kill more demons? Probably this ranking is interesting. I wonder how the demons will feel when they see this ranking. Everyone discussed. The corners of Crafty's mouth twitched as he looked at the demon hunting rankings. He only wanted to say, is the Heavenly Dao rankings serious? Li Yu glanced at the rankings and smiled. The Heavenly Dao rankings were indeed considerate. He was just about to deal with the demons when the Heavenly Dao rankings immediately created a demon hunting rankings. For the sake of rewards and glory, everyone in the immortal realm would risk their lives to hunt demons. It fully mobilized their subjective initiative. It would also make the upcoming war more interesting. After the demon hunting rankings appeared on the Heavenly Dao rankings, a corresponding annotation appeared below. As everyone had expected, it was a ranking of the contribution points needed to hunt demons. Contribution points were mainly calculated based on the number of demons killed, so it was not simply based on the number of demons killed. There were actually 1,000 spots on the rankings. The rankings were refreshed in real time. The rewards would be released 10 days later, including increased cultivation and comprehension, divine powers, magic treasures, immortal herbs, sacred medicines, and other rich rewards. Not only that, but the top 10 of the rankings could obtain more generous rewards. The top 3 would also be given a showcase. Upon seeing the annotations on the rankings, everyone's mood changed subtly. For a moment, their fear of the demons seemed to have dissipated. Looking at the slowly opening spatial passageway, it was as if they were looking at the slowly opening door of a treasure. To them, the demons they were afraid of had suddenly turned from enemies to children of wealth. For a moment, everyone rubbed their fists and was eager to show off their might. At the same time, the appearance of this ranking plunged countless people into a panic. From the annotations on the rankings, it was not difficult for everyone to guess that the war between the immortals and the devils was about to begin again. Although the war between immortals and devils only existed in legends, for them their fear of the demons seemed to be engraved in their bones. Did the demons really come back? It's over. The true disaster has arrived. It's not over yet. What a terrible era. I wonder how much misery and suffering there will be. Yeah, I'm afraid neither of us will be spared. Don't be so pessimistic. There's still Li Yu. He will sweep away the demons for us. No matter how strong Li Yu is, he can't deal with the entire demon realm alone. No, he's not alone. There's also us. If the demons dare to come, we'll make sure they never return. That's right, we can't let the demons scare us anymore. Every demon invasion has failed, and this time is no exception. Chaotic Star Domain. Rumble. As the space shook and rumbled, the spatial vortex gradually expanded to a few thousand feet wide. Through the vortex, Li Yu and the others could already see the scene in the demon realm. A dense demon army was lined up in front of the spatial passageway, preparing to invade. They looked at Li Yu and the others, their cold eyes like ferocious beasts that had seen prey. Kill! 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 The demon army shouted in unison. It was grand and imposing, and the scene was truly shocking. Tyree, it's time for you to repay your debt. If you can enter the top 3, I'll let your lover reunite with you. Li Yu looked at Tyree and said. Tyree looked at Li Yu and fell silent for a moment before nodding. No, the top spot this time will definitely be mine. He was well aware that the gate of fortune was in Li Yu's hands, and his lover's soul and life were in Li Yu's hands. He had no other choice. Of course, putting that aside, he also wanted to compete with Li Yu to see who could obtain first place on the demon hunting rankings. After all, to him the demons were also dissidents and enemies. If the demons were not around, the gate of fortune would not have existed back then, and his lover would not have become a sacrifice. He had only chosen to cooperate with the demons this time to make use of each other. He had never thought of letting the demons in. He only wanted to let go of his lover's soul. All right, then show me what you've got, Li Yu said expressionlessly.
In the demon realm, the new 12 demon gods were already in position and the demon army had already gathered. We only have one goal: occupy the immortal world. Kill the strongest of the new 12 demon gods, the demon god Calamity Star ordered loudly. With the order, the demon army shouted in unison and rushed into the spatial passageway of the demon god well. Countless people from the immortal realm could not help but turn pale when they saw the dense demon army rushing into the spatial passageway like locusts. A chill rose as they subconsciously took a step back, even if they were still filled with the ambition to showcase their might and kill more demons not long ago. However, in the face of such a terrifying scene, he was